Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1. Countless cracks spread across the broken ground, and black smoke obscured the light of the setting sun. Countless people struggled to walk on the muddy road, their faces filled with despair and fear. Occasionally, someone would fall into a crack and the sound of crying never stopped. Tens of thousands of people were lined up in a long line. On both sides of the line, there was a strong warrior protecting them at set intervals. These people were called Evolvers. Evolvers had appeared one after another after the cataclysm on Earth half a year ago. At the back of the line, Lu Yin looked up into the distance and heard a scalp-numbing chewing sound. With a growl, a 2-meter-long mutant dog with scarlet eyes rushed out from behind a burning tree. Blood dripped from the corner of its mouth as it snarled and charged towards the line. Many of the survivors in the line screamed in horror at the sight. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as he pulled out a strange weapon from his waist. It looked like an iron rod, but one side was sharpened like a blade. Lu Yin jumped up and chopped down with one hand, easily beheading the mutant dog. Blood sprayed onto the ground and dyed the grass red. Seeing the mutant dog die, the line quieted down and continued forward in fear. Lu Yin pulled back his iron rod and looked at it. There were a few cracks on it. Looks like this won't last long. As the sun set and the earth fell into darkness, all of the Evolvers lit fires and spread them along the line. They tried to use this method to drive away the mutant beasts, but the line stopped moving. Going to an unfamiliar place in the dark was suicide. The hoarse sound of electricity rang out as a voice came from the walkie-talkie at Lu Yin's waist. Evolvers ending with number 3 are looking for food. Range 1 kilometer. Lu Yin's Evolver code was 103. He looked up at the dead mutant dog and threw it in front of the line. Eat it. There was a clamor from the line, and a few men stepped forward to deal with it. They were already used to it even though the mutant dog still had human bones in its mouth. One mutant dog was only enough for about 20 people. Lu Yin walked out of the fire, gripping his iron rod tightly as he walked into the distance. The chewing sounds never stopped, and in the darkness pairs of glowing green eyes stared at Lu Yin. These were mutant rats. Although they looked ugly, their meat was edible. Lu Yin swung his iron rod and killed more than 10 of them before throwing them to the line. He had enough on his side. Suddenly there was a scream. Lu Yin didn't need to look to know that it was an Evolver who had died, but he didn't plan to save them. Who knew what attacked them? Perhaps it was a poisonous snake, a blood-sucking mosquito, or a mutant rat that could crush steel. These creatures were not difficult to encounter in the wild. The team was very quiet. Everyone hid behind the flames as if the thin layer of flames could really protect them. Lu Yin looked at them with pity before looking up at the sky. The sky was bright and resplendent, and the polluted air had been completely restored half a year ago. Along with it, countless creatures had mutated, including humans themselves. The changes weren't drastic, but they could become stronger by consuming the crystals of mutant creatures. The blood-stained newspaper rustled under the weight of rocks. Lu Yin picked it up and read the headline. February 3, 2200. A date that will go down in history. On that day, China's Skyward 5 landed on Neptune. Bai Qian became the first astronaut on Earth to explore Neptune. Neptune was a gaseous planet. That day, Lu Yin tossed the newspaper aside, and a little girl carefully handed him a roasted beast leg. He took it and smiled. Thank you. The little girl smiled shyly and ran back to the line. The beast leg tasted disgusting. Although it had been seasoned, it still tasted awful. But Lu Yin was satisfied with it. He only had strength when he was full. The flames suddenly flickered, and Lu Yin took out his iron rod and smashed it down viciously, killing a mutant mantis that had passed through the flames. This type of mantis would cause a lot of casualties if it charged into the group. Its blades reflected a red light, not inferior to Lu Yin's iron rod. Lu Yin only rested for 2 hours throughout the night, and during that time he killed more than 10 mutant creatures that had tried to attack the group. There weren't many casualties on his side, but it was a different story in the other areas. Dozens of survivors and cultivators had been slaughtered by a giant mutant boar. The beast could shoot out its tough mane, and a single round of attack could take away many lives. If not for the help of a few stronger cultivators, the casualties would have been even greater. As the sun rose, the group continued south. They were heading to Jinling, the largest gathering place in the Su province. There was an army there, many cultivators, and Zhou Shan, known as China's executioner. The apocalyptic cataclysm that lasted for half a year had given birth to many Evolvers, including the peerless powerhouses known as the Seven Sages. Although information was not flowing smoothly, they could still communicate with each other. Not long ago, evolvers had been clearly divided into levels. They were divided into ordinary evolvers who had just swallowed a crystal, human-level powerhouses who had the power to crush ordinary evolvers, and above them were those who had the power to destroy cities. They were called earth-shaking powerhouses or earth-level powerhouses. At the very top were sky shakers. As the name implied, they could fly and were known as sky shakers. The 7 sages of China were 7 sky shakers. Half a year after the apocalypse, it could only be divided like this. Perhaps after a period of time, there would be a more systematic division. However, as long as those 7 experts who could fly in the sky didn't die, they would forever stand at the top. This was also the origin of the word, saint. Perhaps it was also because countless survivors hoped for their protection, so they were called saints. The Jinlin colony had a saint, the executioner Zhou Shan. The group continued forward. They were still more than 100 kilometers away from Jinling. A journey that would have taken several hours in peacetime would now take several days. Several kilometers away from the long line, countless wandering zombies slowly approached, as if they had caught the scent of living creatures. The evolvers on both sides of the team were on high alert. Many of them had fear in their eyes. Although these zombies were not fast, they were very strong. Their blood contained a deadly poison, and if they came into contact with it, even the evolver's skin would fester until they lost their consciousness. That was the most terrifying thing. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes and tightened his grip on his iron rod. Fighting these zombies wasn't difficult. They would always be the same, unlike cultivators who could grow stronger. This was something the survivors were thankful for. If zombies could grow stronger as well, then they really wouldn't be able to survive. Right now, the survivors' greatest enemy was the mutated beasts. Just as Lu Yin and the rest were about to engage the horde, the zombies suddenly stopped and turned to leave. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat as a bad premonition welled up in him. The ground suddenly shook. In front of the team, a huge vine rose up from the ground. The branches and leaves seemed to have a mind of their own as they caught many survivors. Along with the screams of despair, all the survivors who were caught were crushed into a pool of blood and poured into the ground where the vine had taken root. All of the survivors fled in fear, including many of the cultivators. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched. This mutated vine was definitely at the realm of Earth. It wasn't something a normal cultivator could contend with, even if they had a human-level powerhouse in their group. The cultivators in the group didn't plan on fighting it head-on, so they all fled to the back to avoid the vine's range. After a while, the vine seemed to have eaten its fill and retreated back into the ground. Countless survivors cried out in despair. Many of them had a mental breakdown in such an environment, and even some of the cultivators were no exception. Soon, the hoarse sound of static could be heard from the walkie-talkie at his waist. "Rest here. The executioner will personally come to pick us up." Many cheered at the news. To the survivors, a realm of sky powerhouse was like a god. It was as if anything could be resolved with the appearance of a realm of sky powerhouse. Lu Yin sneered, "A saint?" He held his left arm with one hand. Half of his body was still in pain, a bone-piercing pain that would forever remind him of what had happened that night. An entire city had been abandoned, and all of the undestroyed firearms had been unleashed upon the city. Wails of agony could be heard everywhere as half of his body was burned away. When he looked back, he saw a pair of lofty eyes and a piercing golden light. Lu Xiaoge would never forget the man known as the Light Saint, one of the 7 sages. He had made him experience extreme pain, and Lu Yin swore to repay this pain tenfold. As the flames rose, the sky darkened. Just as Lu Yin was about to rest, he heard screams and cries nearby. Lu Yin frowned and turned around to see a few girls surrounded by a dozen cultivators 100 meters away. They were teasing them wantonly, and a few of them were barely clothed as tears streamed down their cheeks. This scene wasn't unfamiliar to Lu Yin. It was normal for people to fall into depravity after the apocalypse. Lu Yin had seen it many times before, and it was impossible to be protected in such an environment without paying a price. Lu Yin closed his eyes and relaxed his mind. In the distance, a girl screamed as she was slapped to the ground. "Damn it, I'm risking my life to protect you. What's wrong with playing around? Don't be so shameless. I played with a small celebrity 2 days ago, and now I won't play with her even if she begs me. Get up." The girl glared angrily at the cultivator, her eyes red. The cultivators around them grinned. They loved this era where they could play without restraint and no one could control them. A gust of wind blew past, and another person appeared in front of the cultivator. It was Lu Yin, and he had his iron rod pressed against the cultivator's neck. "Scram," he said indifferently. The surroundings were silent, and only the girl's silent cries could be heard. The cultivator's expression turned ugly and he gritted his teeth. Lu, this has nothing to do with you. They're under my protection. You're disturbing me, Luin said indifferently, pressing down with the sharp side of the rod. The cultivator's skin immediately split open and blood flowed down the rod. The cultivator was aghast. Fine, fine, you're ruthless. They're yours, I won't touch them. Luin put away the rod and walked back to his original spot. Many people in the group watched this scene quietly, already used to it. Even when the girls had been killed, no one had helped. Luin seemed very strange to them. The cultivators glared at each other angrily, but they didn't act rashly. They knew that Luin was very strong. The girls ran behind Luin wanting to say something, but he closed his eyes and ignored them. They could only look at him gratefully and carefully sit down. Not long after, a beautiful young woman in revealing clothes smiled as she walked over to Lu Yin's side. Her sharp gaze swept past the girls, scaring them into backing away and lowering their heads in fear. Only then was the beautiful woman satisfied. She sat down beside Lu Yin and blew into his ear. Lu Yin grabbed her neck, opened his eyes and said coldly, "If there's a next time you'll die." The girl's gaze was cold but she forced a charming smile. "You're still so heartless." Lu Yin let go and stared at her coldly. "What's the matter?" She rubbed her neck and rolled her eyes. "You've offended someone, don't you know?" Lu Yin didn't reply. She continued, "Zhang Tong and the others are plotting against you. There are more than 10 of them and you're alone. Be careful." "Thank you," Lu Yin replied indifferently. The star step art had been released, and an even more magnificent picture of the starry sky was about to unfold. "Thank you for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content." Chapter 2. She looked at him helplessly. "Actually, as long as you ask, I'll help you. I have people behind me as well." "There's no need," Lu Yin replied. She sighed. "All right, we'll keep in touch. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on them for you. Bye." She smiled at him and left, leaving behind a fragrant wind. Lu Yin closed his eyes once more. Her arrival didn't affect him at all. In the middle of the night, she arrived once more and smiled at him. "Congratulations, there's no more trouble." Lu Yin looked at her suspiciously. She replied, "I asked my brother to help. Zhang Tong was captured and he wants you to discuss how to deal with them." Lu Yin's eyes flashed and he stood up. "Let's go." She smiled and led the way, passing through the flames until they were about 300 meters away from the team. Although this place wasn't safe, it wasn't too far away either. When Lu Yin arrived, Zhang Tong, the cultivator who had bullied the women, and a dozen others beside him were all kneeling on the ground. A tall man stood in front of them with his hands clasped behind his back. "Brother, Lu Yin's here," the woman said sweetly as she walked up to him. The man turned around and smiled at Lu Yin. "Are you Lu Yin?" Lu Yin nodded. "I'm Lu Xing, one of the captains of this team," the man said with his head held high, looking at Lu Yin proudly. "I know," Lu Yin replied. Lu Xing frowned, not liking Lu Yin's attitude. "What do you plan to do with these people?" "I'll leave them to you." Lu Yin looked at him. "What are your conditions?" Lu Xing's lips curled up as he stared at Lu Yin. "I won't beat around the bush. I've heard about you and observed you. You probably haven't absorbed any energy crystals from mutant beasts, but you're very powerful. Can you tell me why?" The woman looked at Lu Yin expectantly from the side, as did Zhang Tong and the other cultivators kneeling on the ground. Lu Yin smiled. "Is that why you lured me here?" Lu Xing smiled and looked at the woman. The girl took a few steps forward and walked to Lu Yin's side. She blew at him and asked, "Brother Lu, can you tell us? Is there another path to evolution? Telling us is the same as telling the entire human race. The entire human race will be grateful to you and I can accompany you." Lu Yin turned to look at her. "I've said it before. If there's a next time, you'll die." As soon as he finished speaking, the iron rod flashed and she clutched at her neck. Blood flowed down her fingers and dyed her clothes red. She fell to the ground in disbelief. She had not taken Lu Yin's word seriously, nor had she thought that Lu Yin would dare to kill her in front of Lu Xing. Lu Xing was one of the captains, a mortal rank powerhouse. Lu Xing was stunned as well as he had not expected Lu Yin to be so bold. Lu Yin swung his staff. "You guys are really annoying. You've been eyeing me ever since this team was formed. Let's end this tonight." He then charged towards Lu Xing and swung his staff down. "You're courting death." Lu Xing was enraged. He pulled out a long sword from his waist and used it to block the iron staff. He had thought that this attack would not only block Lu Yin's attack, but it would also severely injure him. However, reality was the complete opposite of what he had expected. His sword was split in two, and the iron staff's blade even left a deep gash on his right shoulder that was so deep that his bones could be seen. Lu Sheng was in disbelief. He was a mortal rank powerhouse who could take on many ordinary cultivators, but he had been defeated in one move by Lu Yin. How was this possible? Lu Yin did not stop after injuring Lu Sheng and swung his iron rod again. Lu Sheng hurriedly dodged and flipped to the side, throwing the hilt of his sword at Lu Yin. Lu Yin deflected the hilt with a swing of his staff, the force of his attack leaving a small crack in the ground. What are you looking at? Attack together and kill him. Lu Sheng roared, glaring at Zhang Tong and the rest. Zhang Tong and the rest did not hesitate and pulled out all sorts of weapons to attack Lu Yin. Lu Yin's gaze was cold as he flipped the metal rod over and kicked out forcefully. Shockwaves that could be seen with the naked eye caused the ground to crack as his body traversed a distance of more than 10 meters. Zhang Tong and the rest looked at their chests as blood dripped down. Soon they lost all consciousness and collapsed to the ground, dead. Lu Yin's heart was as hard as steel. This was the worst era with no restrictions, but it was also the best era where evil could be eliminated. Lu Sheng stared blankly at Lu Yin. How is this possible? You're an Earth Realm powerhouse. You're definitely one. A mortal rank powerhouse can't be this strong. Lu Yin's gaze was cold. Lu Sheng trembled and knelt on the ground. Lu Yin, no, Master Lu, please let me go. I'll be your dog, I'll kill for you, I'll find women for you. I'll do anything you want. Lu Yin raised his head and looked at the sky. Lu Sheng's gaze was ruthless as he pulled out a blade and stabbed it at Lu Yin. The blade successfully pierced Lu Yin, but the Lu Yin in front of him slowly faded away. Lu Sheng's pupils shrank as he stared at the scene in disbelief. What was this? This is called the roving step. It's a battle technique that comes from outer space, Lu Yin said indifferently as the iron rod swept past. Lu Sheng's head drooped as he knelt on the ground, dead. Lu Yin sighed and put the iron rod away, still looking at the sky. I'm just a guest, but I'm stealing the show. Lu Yin quickly took the energy crystals from Lu Sheng and the rest and approached the ring on his finger. Suddenly, the crystals disappeared as if they had never existed. This was a cosmic ring, a precious storage ring that was similar to battle techniques in that it also came from outer space. No one cared about the disappearance of Zhang Tong and the rest, but Lu Sheng was different. He was a captain, and now that he had disappeared, it attracted the attention of the other captains. However, because Lu Sheng wanted to steal Lu Yin's method of evolution, he had purposely hidden his whereabouts, so no one came looking for trouble. It could be said that Lu Sheng had brought this upon himself. At noon the next day, tens of thousands of people looked up into the sky. They had just received news that the executioner, Zhou Shan, was about to arrive. Not long after, a black dot appeared in front of everyone's eyes, followed by a muscular man who was over 2 meters tall with short hair. He held a mountain-splitting axe in his hand that was over 3 meters long, towering in the sky with a domineering aura. Everyone stared blankly at this scene. Could humans really fly? Was this a realm of ascension? One of China's 7 sages? Zhou Shan didn't say a word as he raised his hand and pressed downwards. The shockwave kicked up a cloud of dust that made it hard for everyone to open their eyes. All of the cultivators looked forward with burning eyes. This was the power of a realm of sky powerhouse, enough to destroy mountains and rivers. Giant vines snaked out of the ground and viciously swept towards Zhou Shan. Zhou Shan snorted, his voice exploding in everyone's ears. Then he raised his giant axe up high. The air behind him rippled and vaguely turned into transparent wings. Storm slash. With a loud shout, Zhou Shan's body tumbled down with the giant axe and slashed at the vines. An earth-shattering explosion rang out, and huge cracks spread out in all directions on the ground. Dust flew everywhere and strands of energy scattered in all directions. Fortunately, there was the Evolver captain blocking the front, otherwise just the energy alone would have caused huge casualties to the survivors. Lu Yin stared ahead. Yesterday they had all guessed that the vines were of the realm of sky, but he was the only one who felt that they were of the realm of sky. This was why Zhou Shan had gone all out. A gust of wind blew past, and when the dust settled, Zhou Shan's domineering figure appeared before everyone's eyes. The vines had been completely pulverized, and there was a huge crater in the ground that was filled with green liquid. Tens of thousands of people looked up at Zhou Shan in reverence and cheered. Zhou Shan raised his axe and sword into the sky, shouting, "Let's go back to Nanjing, it's safe there." "Thank you, Executioner. Long live the Executioner. Executioner." Tens of thousands of people chanted Zhou Shan's name. Heroes were needed in these apocalyptic times. Zhou Shan was a hero and so was the 7 sages. Lu Yin gripped his staff tightly. His current strength had yet to reach the realm of sky, and just as Lu Xing had said, he hadn't absorbed any energy crystals. He wanted to walk another path of evolution, the true path of evolution in the heavens. Thinking about it, he looked up. Soon they should be here soon. With Zhou Shan's protection, the group advanced smoothly. There were definitely powerful creatures in this world that were far stronger than Zhou Shan, but they were too rare to encounter. A day later, tens of thousands of people arrived at Nanjing. Only then did many of them put down their bags and burst into tears. Nanjing was under martial law and there were huge earthen walls outside. Rows of cultivators stood on top of the walls, silently watching the tens of thousands of survivors enter. Their eyes were filled with sorrow. This group had lost at least 1/10 of their population from the start to the end. Lu Yin had been to Nanjing during the era of peace, and the city had been beautiful with ancient trees lining the streets. Now, however, the city had shrunk significantly, and the outer perimeter had been abandoned. Countless wandering zombies filled the outer city, and if not for Zhou Shan opening the way, they would have had to fight a bloody battle to enter. The survivors would be taken care of, while the cultivators would be taken care of by another group. There were more than 500 cultivators in this group, and compared to the tens of thousands of survivors, one cultivator had to protect nearly 100 people. This ratio was relatively small, and it also proved that mutant creatures were not easy to kill. It was a pity that the zombies didn't have energy crystals, or there would be many more cultivators. Zhou Shan, the executioner, had set up an organization to manage all cultivators. All cultivators in Nanjing, regardless of whether or not they wanted to join, were required to register at the executioner's camp and have their strength and physical condition tested. Lu Yin's group was brought there. It wasn't just a single camp, but a huge one that occupied Nanjing's Zhongshan Mountain. Legend had it that when it was first established, there were countless zombies and mutant beasts. Zhou Shan had led all the cultivators there for a month to conquer Zhongshan, and that was only because Zhongshan had once been a tourist area in Nanjing that didn't have many wild mutant beasts. Zhongshan Mountain was the center of the camp, and it radiated outwards, gradually helping the survivors conquer Nanjing and making it one of the largest settlements in the East China region. The Zhongshan camp was solemn and dignified, and the cultivators around looked on enviously at the uniformed soldiers. They would be here in the future as well. It's only been half a year, and the executioner has already established such a huge organization. It's unbelievable, someone sighed. Someone else immediately agreed. Many people are still hiding when the apocalypse comes, but the executioner has already established this camp. It'll definitely dominate all of China in the future. Many people agreed with this statement. Lu Yin walked among the cultivators, looking around at the soldiers that passed by from time to time. His eyes flashed. These soldiers were real soldiers. Logically speaking, with the arrival of the apocalypse, no matter how charismatic anyone was, they would not be able to create such an organization. Zhou Shan was even more unlikely. However, the camp still appeared. There could only be one reason. The people here were true soldiers. China hadn't collapsed because of the apocalypse, but it had stabilized in another way. Zhou Shan was part of the military and perhaps even the 7 sages. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to reach the realm of sky in just half a year. Lu Yin wasn't sure if he should rejoice, but the apocalypse hadn't caused a complete breakdown in communications. Otherwise, even the country wouldn't have been able to stabilize itself in such a short time. After a period of time, nearly 500 evolvers had finished their random inspection. There were no problems. Not long after, a middle-aged man wearing a dark military uniform walked over. As he approached, a wave of pressure arose spontaneously. All the evolvers looked at him in astonishment. Zizi, the ground split open as a shockwave swept out, shocking all the evolvers present. Earthgrade. An Earthgrade powerhouse. Someone exclaimed, causing all the evolvers to look at the middle-aged man with fear and envy. The middle-aged man walked until he was about 10 meters away from Lu Yin and the rest. My name is Feng Hong and I'm a captain of the camp. Let me ask you again, if any of you are unwilling to join the camp, you may leave. Hundreds of evolvers looked at each other and then one after another people walked out. Although the camp was powerful, they had to be disciplined. Many had never been in the army before, so it was normal for them not to want to join. Lu Yin was one of them. There were nearly 200 people who didn't want to join the camp, which was nearly half of the total number. Feng Hong looked at the evolvers who didn't want to join and said indifferently, not only will your safety be guaranteed if you join, but you can also bring your loved ones to Zhongshan. You'll be given energy crystals to train every month, and you'll also be taught battle techniques by the executioner. What's a battle technique? Someone asked curiously. Feng Hong replied coldly, it's a technique that allows you to display 200% of your strength. The executioner's battle technique is the Storm Slash, and there aren't many people in the world who can block it. You should have seen it before. The evolvers were all excited, of course they'd seen it before. It had destroyed the mutated vines and caused the earth to split open. Can we learn the Storm Slash? Someone asked expectantly. Feng Hong replied coldly, anyone can learn it as long as they are acknowledged by the executioner. The evolvers who were about to leave hesitated and returned to their original groups. There were less than 50 people who really wanted to leave, and Lu Yin was one of them. Feng Hong waved his hand, take them away. Soon nearly 50 of them were led out of Zhongshan. Lu Yin looked back. This place would soon be in turmoil. Many survivors and even evolvers had gathered outside Zhongshan, and when Lu Yin and the rest came out, they all gathered around. Brother, do you want to buy a house? You can look for me, the price is definitely fair. Brother, do you need a tour guide? Don't look at me like that, there are too many zombies and monsters outside Nanjing. Without a guide you'll easily be surrounded. Brother, do you need weapons? We have sharp blades, hard spears, whatever you need. We even have firearms if you want. Buy a few bombs to defend yourself. Do you have a map? Lu Yin asked. A shifty-eyed evolver immediately came over and scanned the area fiercely, scaring off his fellow evolvers before carefully taking out a map. Brother, this map costs 10 crystals. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. 10 crystals? Outside Nanjing, Lu Yin, who had followed the map to the barren mountains south of the city, also saw the meteor that had crashed not too far away from him. Violent shock waves swept across the sky, blowing away the clouds and causing the ground to crack. He kicked aside a steel frame that had smashed into him and looked south. After thinking for a moment, he rushed over. Within Nanjing, Zhoushan rose into the air and tried to rush south, but he was stopped. Executioner, countless zombies are attacking the city walls. Zhoushan turned to the east and saw a black mass of zombies roaming towards them. Nanjing had already been sealed off, and many of the survivors were still trapped outside, crying out in despair. Zhoushan flew out of the city with his mountain-splitting axe and swung it at the ground, slicing through countless zombies. Open the gates and let them in. I'll protect them. South of Jinling City, where the meteor landed, smoke and dust rose into the sky. A huge cone-shaped crater with a radius of 1,000 meters was located at the bottom of the crater. It was 2 meters in diameter and emitted white smoke. The air around it was distorted. Lu Yin approached the crater and hid in an abandoned factory not far from it. He looked at the white sphere through the wooden planks, his expression changing slightly. Although he had guessed that it would be there, he still hadn't expected it to actually appear. It's a spaceship, he muttered. With a soft sound, the door of the white spacecraft opened and a hand reached out. After a pause, a young man walked out of the spacecraft. He had short hair and he wore white light armor and battle boots. He slowly walked out of the spacecraft, looked up and stretched lazily. So tiring. If it's a trial, then so be it. Why did they choose such a distant place and even make us fly here? How disgusting. After saying that, the youth took out a short knife from the spacecraft and a wristwatch that he wore on his left wrist. He tapped the wristwatch and a beeping sound could be heard. The youth's eyes narrowed as he looked in Lu Yin's direction. As he spoke, he leaped up and pulled out his dagger to slash horizontally. With a huge slash, the factory was split into 2. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 4. Lu Yin stooped to avoid the blow, fleeing a dozen meters away. The factory had been reduced to rubble. The youth soared into the sky and looked at Lu Yin with arrogance. You're a native of this planet? Lu Yin's gaze turned solemn, a realm of sky powerhouse. I'm asking you a question, didn't you hear? The youth growled, casually slashing out with his sword. A visible slash cut through the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Are you an alien? Lu Yin asked solemnly. The youth sneered and landed on the ground, glancing at his watch. Only 8 power? Wait, that's not enough to dodge my attack. He looked at Lu Yin in astonishment. You specialize in physical training? You're an alien, aren't you? The youth frowned. Natives like you can call us that, but we prefer you call us masters. Masters? Lu Yin frowned. The youth looked down. Your planet has long been under the surveillance of the Great Yu Empire. To us, you're just natives in captivity, so of course we're masters. Alright, tell me, did you specialize in physical training and reach the Seeker realm, or even close to the Sentinel realm? I don't know what you mean, Lu Yin replied. The youth narrowed his eyes and thought about it. How could this native planet know about the realms? His eyes flashed coldly as he stared at Luin. Attack me, show me your strength. Luin clenched his fists. Are you sure? The youth sneered. Vesta won't be injured by a native like you. Even if you can hide your strength, you can't possibly reach the Sentinel realm. Even a Sentinel can't compare to me. I'll show you the true meaning of despair. Luin pulled out his staff. Then I'll make my move. Vesta curled his finger arrogantly. The next moment, Luin charged towards Vesta, his staff slicing through the air as he aimed for Vesta's neck. Vesta easily dodged and stuck his hands in his pockets, teasing, the planet's evolution really does give birth to barbarians. Their attacks are swift and decisive, and every move is a killing blow. That's good, it's the only way to create an iron-blooded warrior. Lu Yin's iron rod sealed off Vesta's escape route, each strike faster than the last. The force of each strike was like a sharp blade cutting into the ground, leaving scars in its wake. Vesta moved with ease, lifting his leg and blocking the blade with his boots while keeping his hands in his pockets. 302 power level. Not bad. It's not easy to reach the Seeker realm with your body alone. Even the Sentinels in our academy find it difficult to do so. I admire you, so I'll give you a chance. Follow me and become my slave, and I can take you away from this planet and show you a different universe. Lu Yin's iron rod pressed down on Vesta's boots, a look of surprise on his face. A different sky? Vesta replied proudly, of course, I'm a top student of the first military academy of the Great U Empire. I'm an elite with the qualifications and courage to apply for the planet's evolution trial. Once I complete the mission, I'll be promoted to a higher academy. Following me will be the glory of your life. Of course, that depends on whether there's anyone more suitable than you on this planet. You better pray that you're not too bad, huh? He then kicked Lu Yin's staff away. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as he watched Vesta bask in his arrogance. His right hand trembled rapidly, causing visible ripples in the air as if he had grasped it. Vesta didn't pay much attention at first, but when he saw it, he couldn't believe his eyes. Shockwave palm? How did you do that? The next moment, Lu Yin slammed his palm into Vesta's chest, causing a shockwave to spread out and shatter his white armor. Vesta spat out a mouthful of blood as he struggled to lift his head in midair, twisting his body to pull out his dagger and slashing at Lu Yin. Lu Yin charged towards the dagger, his right hand trembling rapidly again. Vesta gritted his teeth. You're not a native, you're from the stars. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as he struck out with his palm. Vesta growled and stabbed out with his dagger, but it hit nothing. Lu Yin's body had vanished, and the dagger had only hit an afterimage. A footwork battle technique? Vesta spat out a mouthful of blood as the ring on his finger melted, forming a suit of armor that covered his entire body. Bang! Vesta was struck in the same spot again, this time with a faint cracking sound. A second after he was struck, the armor covered his entire body, but it was too late. His heart had been completely shattered, and his body crashed into the crater beside the spacecraft, blood flowing out from the hull. Lu Yin half knelt on the ground, panting heavily as the blood vessels in his right hand burst. The shockwave palm wasn't something he could use right now, and if not for the fact that he wanted to kill Vesta, he wouldn't have risked losing his arm. Thankfully, the ambush had succeeded. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He had used 2 shockwave palms and 1 roving step in an instant, and his body was trembling violently from the overload. He slowly walked over to Vesta's corpse and watched as the armor covering his body slowly disappeared and turned back into a ring. Lu Yin took off the ring and stored it in his robes. It was a ring armor that many cultivators in the universe carried around. Vesta's ring armor was of the lowest grade, but it could withstand attacks from a realm of sky powerhouse. Besides the ring armor, Vesta also had a gadget on his wrist that contained all his information, including his location. Lu Yin removed the gadget and deftly removed the locator before storing it in his own cosmic ring. His eyes flickered as he scanned Vesta, finally settling on the second knuckle on his right hand. He cut it off and a chip fell out of the blood. So it's here. Lu Yin was overjoyed as he picked up the chip. This was the reason he had ambushed Vesta and hadn't absorbed the energy crystals to become a cultivator. A formcast model was a chip condensed from a powerhouse's own energy. Anyone who fused it with their body would be able to stimulate their cells and cleanse their body, allowing them to break through Gigi and directly absorb energy from the universe for cultivation. This was the most effective method of cultivation in the universe. As for absorbing energy crystals, it was an inferior method that couldn't directly absorb energy from the universe. Not only did one have to search for energy crystals, but it was also very difficult to break through Gigi. People who cultivated this way were called wandering soldiers in the universe, and many even called them war slaves. The energy that could be directly absorbed in the universe was called star energy. The energy crystals in the bodies of mutated beasts were also a type of star energy, but it was too heterogeneous to absorb directly. Zhou Shan had the army seal off the area as he watched a few researchers in white lab coats explore the spacecraft. He then looked at Lu Yin. "Little brother, what else do you know about this alien?" Zhao Yu looked at Lu Yin as well. Lu Yin thought for a moment before answering. "I heard a few things from him, such as the Academy's assessment, the trial of a primitive planet's evolution, and a mission." Zhou Shan's eyes flashed. "That's all?" Lu Yin nodded. "He didn't say much, just wanted me to be his slave. He called us savages." "Savages?" Zhou Shan sneered and looked up at the sky. "Looks like Earth won't be peaceful for long. Dozens of spaceships just landed, which means dozens of aliens. I never thought that the day of contact would come so soon." Lu Yin looked at Zhou Shan, who didn't seem surprised. "Executioner, the spaceship is about to be transported back to Jinlin for analysis. The alien's heart was shattered and he died. According to our investigation, he should have a weapon, but we couldn't find anything after searching the area," the bespectacled woman reported. Lu Yin had destroyed the scene of the battle while searching for Vesta's body, so they couldn't even restore it. Zhou Shan looked at Lu Yin. "Little brother, the alien's body is very useful for research. Can you hand it over?" "Don't worry, I'll return it to you once the research is complete." Lu Yin muttered to himself for a moment before pulling out the dagger. "This is his weapon, I didn't take anything else." He then tore open his shirt to show Zhou Shan and the rest. Everything he had was stored in his cosmic ring, but Zhou Shan and the rest couldn't recognize it. They couldn't imagine a ring that could store space, so they naturally didn't care. Zhou Shan took the dagger and waved it casually, slicing through the ground. "How sharp, this material really isn't from Earth." With that, Zhou Shan tossed the dagger to the bespectacled girl and scanned Lu Yin with a sharp gaze. When he saw that there really was nothing on him, he stepped forward and patted Lu Yin's shoulder, praising him. "Not bad, little brother. What's your name? Are you interested in joining the camp? Are you interested in becoming a captain?" Lu Yin agreed without hesitation. He had no choice but to do so. Zhou Shan seemed calm, but he had never let go of his suspicions. It wasn't just him. Everyone was wondering if Lu Yin was hiding something from the alien. Since they wouldn't let him go under such circumstances, Lu Yin might as well agree to avoid conflict. A realm of sky powerhouse wasn't something he could deal with right now, and Vesta wouldn't have been killed if he hadn't been too careless. Lu Yin was sure that the same method wouldn't work on Zhou Shan, and there were so many cultivators around. Zhao Yu frowned. "I can't contact the Luo Sheng. All communication lines were cut off the moment the aliens arrived." Zhou Shan nodded. "The alien spacecraft destroyed all communication lines. I'll send people to repair them as soon as possible. Don't worry, even if aliens appear in the northeast, Camp Blue will be fine. The Luo Sheng is very strong." Zhao Yu nodded silently. Research on alien spacecraft wasn't something that could be done overnight. Fortunately, the spacecraft wasn't large, and the army managed to transport it back to Nanjing in secret. Lu Yin was authorized to reside in Zhongshan, becoming the 14th captain of the camp. There were 80,000 soldiers in the camp, and his position was only a title. He didn't have an army under his command, but he didn't care. What he wanted most right now was to remodel his body and become a true cultivator. At the peak of Zhongshan, Zhou Shan looked towards the south as the bespectacled girl approached him. "Executioner, we've searched the area around Tianqing. There's nothing hidden. That person wasn't lying." Zhou Shan sighed. "All right, you can go now. There's something I need to report. We found traces of battle around Tianqing covered up. This Lu Yin might not be as simple as he seems. He might be very strong," the bespectacled girl said solemnly. Zhou Shan smiled. "I know. His right hand and leg were injured, but he was still able to defeat the Snow Lady. His true strength is at the peak of the realm of Earth, or else he wouldn't have been able to kill the aliens. Also, he doesn't seem to have absorbed any energy crystals. This person is very interesting. Should we monitor him?" the bespectacled girl asked. Zhou Shan shook his head. "No need. Humans should be as united as possible right now. Besides, even if he's hiding his strength, he's only in the realm of Earth." Understood. Within the captain's tent at Zhongshan's camp, Lu Yin sat cross-legged on his bed and slowed his breathing. 10 minutes later, he opened his eyes with clear eyes and took out a formcast model from his cosmic ring. His eyes burned with passion as he bit his index finger, causing blood to gush out. He pressed the formcast model onto his injured index finger, and it slowly melted into his fingertip before disappearing. Lu Yin waited expectantly, but a moment later, intense pain spread from his fingertip to his entire body. Lu Yin's gaze sharpened as he gritted his teeth and endured the pain. The pain surged through him like a tidal wave, as if his body was being torn apart. All of his cells were being reassembled and refined, and his blood vessels squirmed on the surface of his skin. He felt as if he was being roasted by fire, crushed by an invisible hand. This was the power of a peerless powerhouse. All of his formcast models had come from such a powerhouse. At this moment, Lu Yin could truly feel the greatness of this power. Lu Yin spat out a mouthful of blood, but his eyes grew brighter as he looked into the void. Countless impurities were cleansed from his body before being incinerated by energy, causing the air around him to distort. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 6. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Yin spat out another mouthful of blood. Shock waves rippled out from his body, overturning the tents for several hundred meters. The surveillance cameras outside the tent were shattered, and the trees were toppled layer by layer. The commotion attracted the attention of the camp, and two captains immediately rushed over to Lu Yin's side. One of them was Feng Hong and the other was a woman. She had a charming appearance and her eyes were filled with curiosity. The two captains appeared outside the ruins of Lu Yin's tent and peered inside. "Are you the new captain, Lu Yin?" Feng Hong asked loudly, and the cultivators behind him were on high alert. Lu Yin quickly walked out of the ruins, his face pale and his steps shaky. "Sorry to disturb you two, but I am Lu Yin." Feng Hong and the charming woman looked at him in shock. "Why are you so weak?" Lu Yin smiled bitterly. "I saw the executioner use a battle technique before and I was itching to try it out myself. However, I failed and ended up with some injuries." Feng Hong smiled. "Brother Lu, you're too impatient. Battle techniques aren't something that just anyone can grasp, and it's not something that can be learned in a short amount of time. All captains have the opportunity to be personally taught by the executioner, so you don't have to rush." Lu Yin nodded. "I understand. Thank you for your guidance, Brother Feng." Feng Hong waved his hand, not putting on the airs of an instructor at all. "You're welcome, we're all brothers in the camp. We'll face the apocalypse together in the future and rely on each other. Alright, I'll have someone arrange a new place for you so you can rest and recover first. Right, do you need a doctor?" "No need, it's just a flesh wound. I'm just too tired, there's no need to call a doctor." Feng Hong nodded. "Alright, then we'll be leaving first. Brother Lu, you should rest first." After saying that, he gave the charming woman a look. She nodded and glanced at Lu Yin one more time before leaving. Lu Yin followed the soldier to the nearest tent. "I'll take my leave first. You can call for me if you have any instructions, Commander Lu." The soldier saluted and left. Lu Yin nodded and stepped into the tent. His eyes were filled with excitement, but there was also a trace of apprehension and anticipation. Formcast had been a success, and not only had it been a success, but it had also given him a huge surprise. He raised his hand and a palm-sized die slowly floated into view, emitting hazy starlight. It had 6 sides and like a normal die, each side represented a different point. There were a total of 6 points. This was an innate talent that could only be born after a very small number of cultivators formed their bodies. Innate talents were very mysterious. No one knew where they came from. Many scholars in the universe believed that innate talents were the deepest secrets of mankind, representing a person's ancient origins. However, this was only a guess. No one could truly research innate talents. Lu Yin didn't care about the source of the innate gift. He only cared about the innate gift itself. Before he came to Earth, he had heard countless stories about the power of innate talents. Every cultivator with innate talents was a genius and would be recruited by various forces in the universe. The most famous incident was that any cultivator with innate talents could directly join the Universe Youth Council. Lu Yin's eyes burned with passion as he looked at the die. Although his innate gift was a little strange, how should he put it? What was most important was its usefulness. He looked at the die that was floating in the void and tapped it lightly. The die spun rapidly before slowly coming to a stop, and the 6 faces began to change. The points on 5 faces immediately disappeared, leaving only one face with exactly 1 point. Lu Yin stared at the point, and an inexplicable use appeared in his mind. It could be used to randomly retrieve anything from anyone's cosmic ring. Before Lu Yin could react, the die shot out a beam of light into the void, disappearing in an instant as if it had opened up a passage. A moment later, A chip fell to the ground, and the die dimmed before vanishing. Lu Yin stared blankly at the chip that had fallen to the ground. Was this the thing that had helped me steal? No, take back? Lu Yin picked up the chip and looked at it before taking out Vesta's gadget from his cosmic ring and inserting the chip. A screen appeared in front of him with 3 large words. Sirius. Lu Yin stared blankly at the flashing images of people, the universe, nebulae and palms. After a full half an hour, the chip that had been inserted into the gadget self-destructed, waking him up from his daze. Lu Yin was shaken. He knew that he had obtained something incredible. The Sirius art was a cultivation technique that absorbed star energy. It imitated the movements of the stars, and in theory, every time one imitated the movements of a star, the rate of star energy absorption would increase. Although this Sirius art was only at the elementary level, it contained a method to imitate the movements of 8 stars. In other words, as long as Lu Yin succeeded, his rate of star energy absorption would increase by 8 times. 8 times was a terrifying efficiency, and the Sirius art also contained a battle technique called the Sirius palm. It was extremely powerful and stars would appear when the palm struck. Lu Yin put away the gadget with excitement. He had never even heard of the Sirius art, but it was definitely terrifying. Someone with such a powerful technique might have come from the Innerverse. Lu Yin suppressed his excitement. He hadn't expected his luck to be so heaven-defying. Logically speaking, the probability of obtaining a battle technique from a roll of pips was quite low. He wouldn't be surprised if this thing had stolen him a pair of underwear. He had actually obtained something as heaven-defying as the Sirius art on his first try. This technique would be enough to shape his future. Unfortunately, it was only at the elementary level. Lu Yin shook his head and laughed. He was overthinking things. This technique had to be the treasure of some powerful sect, and there was no way the entire technique would be recorded on a chip. The method of preservation was extremely strict, and the chip that had been destroyed had clearly just been recorded. It had probably been stolen from some unlucky person, and it was too difficult to obtain the entire technique. Lu Yin stopped thinking about it and walked out of the tent. He found a tree and lay down, looking up at the sky as he recalled the Sirius art. The movements of the stars? He would probably have to spend the rest of his life in space. At the same time, in the depths of the vast universe, a towering mountain slowly floated around dozens of stars. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 7. Lu Yin glanced at Zhou Shan. He was speaking the truth. The so-called 7 sages of Huaxia were just ants in the vast universe, and even a random student could reach that level. The realm of heaven was known as the Sentinel realm, but it was only the second step of cultivation. The first step was the Seeker realm, and Lu Yin was a seeker. Next was the Sentinel realm, where one studied the strength of the human body. The third step was the Melder realm, where one would become strong enough to touch the limits of the human body. The fourth step was the Limiter realm, where one could break through the limits of the human body and traverse the void. Above that were the explorers, who could traverse the void with a wave of their hand. Explorers, on the other hand, were still unable to reach the level of being able to create formcast models. The path of cultivation was long and vast, and it was almost impossible for Zhou Shan, who used energy crystals to cultivate, to become an explorer. The stronger he became, the more insignificant he felt. Why am I telling you all this? Come, let's go take a look. Zhao, you should be fighting one of my captains by now. Zhou Shan smiled and led Lu Yin out of the meeting room. Lu Yin followed them silently, and they soon arrived at the plaza where they'd been before. Through the glass, he saw a captain defeated by Zhao Yu and beaten to the ground. Zhao Yu was dressed in martial arts clothes, and her attacks were swift and decisive. Lu Yin had seen this before, and she was currently suppressing Feng Hong. Zhou Shan looked down and shook his head. There are strong and weak earth ranks as well, and the gap between them is huge. Zhao Yu didn't even use a battle technique, but she easily defeated my captains. Lu Yin looked down and said in a low voice, her battle technique is powered by a plant. Zhou Shan smiled. Of course, whether it's the Snow Lady or the Luo Sage, they need to use external objects to freeze the human body. The human body can't produce such an effect. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, unable to produce such an effect? No, powerful battle techniques and innate gifts could change the weather, but Earth couldn't. Lu Yin's Sirius art could even imitate the movements of the stars, but no one would believe him even if he told them. Feng Hong was quickly defeated, and 2 more captains followed suit. No one was willing to step up. Zhao Yu raised her head and looked around. I heard that captains are all iron warriors. Why, no one wants to spar with me? The faces of Feng Hong and the others turned ugly. Above them, Zhou Shan couldn't help but laugh. The Luo Sheng's 3 snow maidens are considered invincible in the Earth realm. They really do have some ability. At this moment, Zhao Yu looked up and stared straight at Lu Yin. She raised her hand and crooked her finger, looking rather valiant and formidable. Feng Hong and the others looked up in surprise. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. This was a provocation. Zhou Shan smiled. Looks like she's not convinced that you defeated her yesterday. It was a draw yesterday, Lu Yin replied. Zhou Shan said, then let's go and fight. We can't embarrass our camp too much. Lu Yin nodded and turned to leave. Within the plaza, hundreds of evolvers were discussing animatedly. Many of them were looking at Zhao Yu with reverence. She was an absolute idol for a woman to be able to beat up the 10,000-man commander of the camp. Zhao Yu took a deep breath when she saw Lu Yin walk down. Her gaze was stern. She had not been convinced of yesterday's battle. She had originally held the upper hand, but she had been mysteriously defeated. She really wanted to see that battle technique again. In the distance, Feng Hong and the others watched Lu Yin slowly walk over and couldn't help but warn him, "Brother Lu, be careful. This woman can use the battle technique Glacial Palm. It's very powerful." Lu Yin nodded and walked towards Zhao Yu. "Please." Zhao Yu's eyes were overflowing with battle intent. She leapt up and raised her hand, drawing a dagger out of nowhere. Just like at Heaven's Sinkhole, she attacked first. The dagger tore through the air, reflecting a cold glint. Lu Yin easily dodged. He was completely different from yesterday. Yesterday he was just an ordinary person with a strong body. Today he was a cultivator who had reached the realm of Seeker. Lu Yin dodged with ease, but Feng Hong and the others broke out in cold sweat. Zhao Yu's attacks were getting faster and faster, and even her dagger carried a cold aura that caused the air to turn white and the temperature to plummet. The ground of the plaza crumbled as Zhao Yu swung her dagger like a whirlwind, sealing off Lu Yin from all directions. Strands of energy shot out in all directions, piercing through the walls and making it difficult for many evolvers to breathe. Lu Yin stared intently at Zhao Yu and suddenly raised his hand. Their bodies crisscrossed past each other, and in his hand was a dagger that emitted a cold aura. No one dared to breathe as they quietly watched the battle. There Zhao Yu was stunned, her hand was empty. Her dagger had been stolen. Feng Hong and the others were shocked, but they quickly became excited. "Good job, Brother Lu. Brother Lu, you're amazing." Lu Yin turned to face Zhao Yu and casually tossed the dagger back. "Do you want to continue?" She stared at him. "How did you do it?" Lu Yin shrugged. "Eyesight and hand speed I can't do without either." "Nonsense," that was the only word that popped up in everyone's minds. Zhao Yu said with mixed feelings, "You win. You stole my dagger without a single injury. No one in the realm of Earth should be your match. You're very strong." Lu Yin couldn't help but laugh. These people were too short-sighted. These fledgling seekers who didn't even have a proper battle technique would be at the bottom of the universe's top academies. They didn't have the right to say such things, but Zhao Yu was right. Lu Yin was confident that no one in the realm of Earth was his match. Zhao Yu dejectedly put away her dagger. Only then did she realize that Lu Yin was different from the day before. "Did you run out of energy yesterday?" Lu Yin didn't explain and simply turned to walk outside. He wanted to go out for a walk, but there wasn't anything in the barren mountains that he was looking for. Perhaps it was hidden somewhere else. Zhao Yu watched him leave. She wanted to ask about the battle technique from yesterday, but it was a personal matter and she couldn't bring herself to do so. Feng Hong and the others were rather surprised. They hadn't expected the new captain to be so powerful. It was rumored that he was the one who had killed the alien, which should be true. That alien was a realm of heaven powerhouse, even if it was heavily injured. Although Lu Yin didn't have any real power after becoming a captain, the camp still assigned him a team of 100 soldiers for him to use. Walking out of Zhongshan, Lu Yin waved for a young cultivator to step forward. "Captain, please give your orders." "Do you know where Jinling's former thermal weapons warehouse is?" "Northwest," the soldier replied. Lu Yin took out a map. "Mark it for me." The soldier took out a pen and drew a circle on the map. Lu Yin took a look. "You guys can go back, I'll walk around by myself." "Captain, the arsenal was destroyed at the beginning of the apocalypse, and the remaining firearms have been moved away. If you need them, you can request them from the executioner." Lu Yin nodded. "All right, I got it. You guys can go back." With that, he walked towards the northwest alone. These soldiers had been assigned to him by the camp. On one hand, they were there for him to command, but on the other, they were there to keep an eye on him. Lu Yin didn't plan on hiding his tracks. The thing he was looking for was very well hidden, and blindly searching for it would only alert the enemy. Now that he was in the realm of Earth, he wouldn't attract too much attention and might even find it. Lu Yin's guess was right. As soon as he left, someone reported to Zhou Shan. Zhou Shan's eyes narrowed. Arsenal? Why is he looking for that place? The bespectacled girl walked over and pushed her glasses up. The arsenal has been destroyed, so he shouldn't be looking for firearms. I'm not sure what he's looking for though. Let him be, we don't have any secrets here, Zhou Shan smiled, not minding the matter. Nanjing was centered around Zhongshan, and the closer one got to the mountain, the safer and better the location. The city had long since lost its peacetime layout. There were people living on the streets, in the flowerbeds, and even in the rivers, living day after day in blind fear. On the other hand, some people were very happy, their morals collapsing as they did whatever they wanted. Along the way, Lu Yin saw many cultivators bullying the survivors, and even the soldiers couldn't stop them in time. This was the state of the world. Earth was currently in a state of confusion, but Lu Yin knew that this was evolution, and the price of one civilization evolving into another was rather high. The sky was gloomy and soon it began to rain heavily. The rain washed over the ground, spreading red blood and all sorts of rubbish. Lu Yin found a relatively clean restaurant and sat down. There were many survivors squatting outside, and every time the restaurant brought out food, there would be a mad scramble for it. Scram, 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 scram. Remember, clean the bucket and return it or we'll get someone else to clean it next time, the waiter scolded loudly, clearly a cultivator. Young Master Kang's face twitched in anger. How dare you slander my uncle? You're looking to die. Oh, 5. Contact my uncle immediately. He wasn't stupid and knew that guns couldn't deal with Lu Yin. Lu Yin's sharp gaze swept over Su San, who was beaten half to death. He'd been wrong. Young Master Kang didn't want an aphrodisiac but something else. Su San immediately lowered his head when he saw Lu Yin's gaze, not daring to look at him. Lu Yin smiled, but he didn't mind. It didn't matter to him whether or not he was a scapegoat. What he was curious about was what had caught the captain's attention. Earth's evolution had given birth to many good things, and this was one of the reasons why so many academies across the universe had come here to train. Not long after, a middle-aged man walked into the restaurant and waved his hand to disperse the soldiers before looking inside. Uncle, you're here. Young Master Kang was delighted and raised his gun even higher. Lu Yin looked over and saw a familiar face. It was one of the captains that Zhao Yu had defeated, Kang Dafeng. Kang Dafeng nodded. Did you find it? Yes, that brat took it, young Master Kang said fiercely, pointing at Lu Yin. Kang Dafeng followed young Master Kang's gaze and his expression changed when he saw Lu Yin. The two had just met, and Snow Lady Zhao Yu's strength was still fresh in his mind. However, she hadn't even been able to retaliate against Lu Yin, which made Kang Dafeng very envious. He had been thinking about how to learn a few moves from Lu Yin, but he hadn't expected to meet him here. Ah, it's Brother Lu. Kang Dafeng walked up to Lu Yin and smiled politely. Lu Yin smiled faintly. What a coincidence, Brother Kang. Are you here for a meal? Kang Dafeng replied. This restaurant is owned by Brother Li and we often gather here. I apologize for today's incident, and I hope you won't blame my nephew. He's still young and doesn't know any better. Everyone stared blankly at the scene. What was this? Had he bumped into someone hard to deal with? Lu Yin smiled. It's nothing, just a joke. Kang Dafeng immediately glared at young Master Kang. Why aren't you apologizing to Brother Lu? Young Master Kang wasn't stupid and he quickly put on a smile and bowed respectfully. It's my fault for not recognizing you. Please don't blame me, Commander Lu. Lu Yin waved a hand. It's fine. Kang Dafeng waved for young Master Kang and the rest to leave before exchanging a few more words with Lu Yin. This wasn't a good time to say too much, but Lu Yin did ask Su San to stay before he left. After Kang Dafeng and the rest left, the restaurant owner personally refilled Lu Yin's glass of water and served him a few exquisite dishes, saying that they were free. Outside the restaurant, young Master Kang was puzzled. Uncle, why were you so polite to that person? Is he a major too? Kang Dafeng whispered. Remember to be polite when you meet him in the future. He's very strong. Aren't you a major too, Uncle? How strong can he be? Young Master Kang grumbled. Kang Dafeng glared at him. Shut up, I'll tell you that this person is several times stronger than me. Outside of the executioner, no one in Nanjing can beat him. Perhaps even the strongest major, Li Hongliang, isn't his match. Young Master Kang's mouth fell open, and he looked back at the restaurant in a daze before quickly running away. He knew that he had narrowly escaped death today. Inside the restaurant, Luin stared coldly at Susan. "You've got guts to accuse me." Susan felt that he was very unlucky. Not only had he stolen from Kong Dafeng, he'd also wronged someone who was even more powerful than him. Even a major had to be polite to him. He felt like he was crippled and even the heavens had abandoned him. "What did Kong Dafeng want?" Luin asked casually. "A type of red crystal, I sold it," Susan said bitterly as he slumped to the ground. Luin's eyes flashed. "Red crystal? Isn't it a little hot?" Susan was shocked. "How did you know?" Luin knew what it was. A fire crystal, a type of crystal that sealed the energy of fire. Touching it would ignite flames and many fire-type battle techniques required it. Its effect was similar to Zhao Yu's glacial palm, and it was considered a foreign object for battle techniques. It was hard currency in the universe and naturally even more precious on Earth. It was no wonder that Kong Dafeng had been so nervous about it. "Do you know where it comes from?" Luin asked. Susan shook his head. "No." Luin laughed. "So you're saying that you've wrongly accused me and made an enemy out of nothing, but in the end I won't get any benefits? Is that what you're trying to say?" Susan's face paled and he could only apologize. I'm sorry. Luin toyed with his chopsticks. "Do you think this chopstick can pierce your throat? Let's try." Susan's eyes were filled with fear. He hadn't forgotten how the other cultivators had been shot in the arms. He begged for mercy, his head swollen from kowtowing. Luin shook his head. He was just trying to scare him. Sometimes it wasn't good to be too tense during the apocalypse. He took a sip of water and prepared to leave. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 9. Susan saw Luin stand up and thought that he was about to attack him. Life was worthless in the apocalypse, and he had no doubt that Luin would kill him to vent his anger. "Sir, I can help you with many things, please don't kill me." Luin walked out of the restaurant, ignoring the man. When Luin passed by Susan's side, the cultivator's fear reached its peak. He thought that he was about to be killed. He had seen too many powerhouses slaughter others. He gritted his teeth and said, "Sir, I have a special ability that can help you." Luin stopped abruptly and looked over in surprise. "What did you say? A special ability?" Susan's face went pale. "My eyes can see very far, many times farther than a normal person's. That's how I was able to steal so many good things." Luin squatted down and stared into Susan's eyes, only to see that the man's pupils were slightly dilated. Dual pupils? Luin was truly shocked. This was an innate gift that only one out of countless cultivators in the universe was born with. "Does anyone else know about your special ability?" Luin frowned. Susan shook his head. "I don't want people to think I'm a monster, so I didn't tell anyone. You're the first." Luin's lips curled up. "Name?" "Susan." "All right. Susan, you'll follow me from today onwards. I'll take you to the camp," Luin said. Susan looked up in fear. "Are you going to dissect me?" Luin laughed. "I won't, but others might. You can't expose your special ability, got it?" Susan nodded, confused. Those who had never stepped foot in the heavens would never understand the importance of innate gifts. The Universe Youth Council was willing to directly allow cultivators with innate gifts to join, something that countless people could only dream of. To Luin, Susan was a treasure that would be very useful in the future. Even if he sold him, he would be worth a lot of money. Susan was a local, and under his guidance, Luin ran all over Nanjing in a few days, including the destroyed armory. However, he didn't find a single clue about what he was looking for. "Boss, this is the highest peak in Nanjing, second only to Zhongshan," Susan told Luin. Luin grunted. "Let's see where the military is more concentrated, aside from Zhongshan." Susan nodded his head. As he looked into the distance, his pupils dilated and became brighter. After a while, Susan smiled bitterly and said, "Boss, I can see further than normal people, but I can't see all of Jinling clearly. You can always improve if you practice more." Susan was speechless. His eyes widened as he watched. "Boss, do you see someone flying over from the horizon?" Susan suddenly shouted, pointing to the eastern sky. Luin looked up in surprise. There really was someone flying over, and this person was definitely not from Earth. Just like Vesta, he had come from outer space. The newcomer's flying speed was extremely fast. He directly landed in the air above Jinling. He took a deep breath and let out a loud roar. Violent energy instantly swept through Jinling like a storm. At the same time, an alarm sounded in the Jinling colony. Countless people raised their heads and looked at the figure in the sky in shock. In Zhongshan, Feng Hong and the other captains rushed out and looked at the sky with pale faces. Tian Realm? Countless people stared blankly at the sky. Being able to fly was the mark of a Sky Realm powerhouse. Since when did China have a Sky Realm powerhouse? Orton looked down at Jinling from high up in the sky with an arrogant gaze. Just like Vesta, everyone from outer space viewed Earthlings as barbarians. Esteemed Sky Realm powerhouse, why are you attacking Jinling? This place is under the protection of the executioner, a voice came from within Zhongshan. Although it was a question, the tone was respectful. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 10. That night in Zhongshan, Susan was sent away. Lu Yin returned to the tree outside his tent and looked up at the sky. The apocalypse had cleansed the Earth's air, allowing him to see more stars. He had been practicing the cosmic art for the past few days, but it wasn't easy to imitate the movements of the stars. He hadn't had the slightest clue before, but today he had touched Zhou Shan's mark and faintly sensed the strength of his battle with Orton. His heart was stirred and he stared intently at the night sky. As time passed, the noise in his ears gradually faded away, and the stars in his vision disappeared as well, leaving only the moon shining brightly. This beam of light illuminated the night sky as well as Lu Yin, making it so that nothing else could be seen. Lu Yin subconsciously raised his hand, causing ripples in the air as energy was absorbed into his body at a speed visible to the naked eye. A hazy star twinkled in his palm. It was the moon and it revolved around his palm. This was the Sirius palm. Lu Yin's body swayed as he came to his senses. He stared at the star in his palm in shock. At that moment he could feel how terrifying the power of this star was. Even though there was no comparison, Lu Yin had a feeling that this palm strike of his could shock even Zhou Shan. Lu Yin dispersed the star and felt the vigorous star energy in his body. This was the energy he'd absorbed, and it wasn't limited by energy crystals. He could absorb it anytime, anywhere, and twice as fast as Vesta and the others. This was the Sirius art, he'd finally mastered it. The moment Lu Yin dispersed the star in his palm, Zhou Shan suddenly opened his eyes. He felt his heart palpitate for a moment, but then he couldn't feel anything. Was it an illusion? Today's battle was too tiring. The next day, Lu Yin received news that the executioner had personally ordered him to reinforce the northern front lines. The northern front lines were the battlefield that led from Nanjing to the capital. Zhou Shan had always wanted to connect Nanjing to the capital, then connect with the other sages to reclaim China. It was a good idea, but it was too difficult. Just a small path had taken several months, and not even a tenth of the journey had been completed. The front lines were very important to Zhou Shan, and no matter how difficult it was, his focus was always on them. Nearly half of the 14 captains were there, showing his determination to connect to the capital. This time Lu Yin, Kang Dafeng and Luo Yi were heading to the front lines. Luo Yi was the charming major, and she had always been curious about Lu Yin. Lu Yin led 10,000 soldiers out of Jinlin and headed north. Rather than saying that we're supporting the front lines, it's more accurate to say that we're repairing the roads, Luo Yi said tiredly. Tens of thousands of troops had already walked for a day and rarely rested. No wonder Luo Yun complained. The journey was bumpy and the car had to be repaired from time to time. Plus, the road was paved so the speed was not fast. In another armored vehicle, Lu Yin was resting with his eyes closed, occasionally looking up at the blinding sunlight. He wondered if he could simulate the sun's orbit. If he succeeded, his star energy absorption rate would double, and he felt like he wasn't far from the Sentinel realm. However, it wasn't easy to simulate the sun. Perhaps he should start from Earth. He didn't have to look at the starry sky. He could also look for pictures of the galaxy in peacetime. Simulating the movements of the stars was to find a way to conform to the movements of the universe, and Lu Yin wanted to continuously experiment. They passed by a city with flames burning on both sides of the road. Zombies roamed the streets and attacked the convoy from time to time, but they were wiped out by the army's firearms. "Restrain yourselves, we only have so many bullets," Kang Dafeng scolded, and the frequency of gunfire decreased significantly. Su San sneered in the armored vehicle. "The longer the apocalypse, the less effective firearms will be. If we don't use them now, when will we? After a while, they'll be nothing more than scrap metal." Lu Yin looked out the window and saw more and more zombies gathering. He frowned. "Tell the others to speed up. Don't waste time getting surrounded by zombies in the city." "Yes, boss," Susan replied and walked out of the armored vehicle. The convoy quickly picked up speed. Lu Yin had defeated Zhao Yu and his status was high among the majors. Kong Dafeng and Luo Yi didn't dare to refute him. Speaking of Zhao Yu, Lu Yin admired her from the bottom of his heart. She had actually dared to cross the Hell Domain alone and arrive at Nanjing safely. Not long after, the convoy stopped. The road ahead had been destroyed and was being repaired. Lu Yin closed his eyes and tapped the void with his fingers, occasionally rotating them to imitate the orbits of the stars. Suddenly there was a shout as Kong Dafeng attacked, cursing and killing zombies. Lu Yin glanced at him impatiently, but didn't pay him any attention. Su San praised, as expected of a major, those zombies were scared away. Tell Kong Dafeng to come back and continue forward. There are too many zombies to kill, Lu Yin said coldly. Su San nodded and was about to get out again when he helplessly turned back. Boss, Kong Dafeng chased the zombies into that abandoned building. Lu Yin looked up and stared for a while before getting out of the car with a solemn expression. What's wrong, boss? Su San asked. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. There's no sound. Su San thought about it. Yeah, there's no sound of fighting. Brother Lu, where did Kong Dafeng go? Luo Yi asked. You guys stay here, I'll go take a look, Lu Yin said in a low voice, pulling out his iron rod and walking towards the building. Vesta's knife was still in Nanjing, and Lu Yin didn't expect the camp to return it to him. He rejected Zhou Shan's offer of a steel knife in favor of an iron rod. Flames burned outside the building, making it look eerie even under the sun. Lu Yin slowly entered the building and saw Kong Dafeng's knife, but the man himself was nowhere to be seen. Lu Yin stepped into the building and took out Vesta's gadget from his cosmic ring, tapping it a few times to calculate his power level. An arrow pointed to the right and a number appeared, 900. Lu Yin dodged to the side, the white thread piercing through the air and slamming into the wall, creating a huge crack. Lu Yin looked over and saw a giant mutant spider with 6 pairs of terrifying crimson eyes and a blood-stained piece of cloth at the corner of its mouth. Lu Yin sighed. Kong Dafeng was dead, eaten by this mutant spider. He had come too late. The mutant spider had a power level of 900, equivalent to a peak Earth Realm being. Kong Dafeng had only just reached Earth Realm, so he naturally wasn't its match. Lu Yin gripped his iron rod tightly and rushed forward, sweeping it horizontally. The mutant spider tried to jump up on all 8 legs to dodge, but the next moment he disappeared and reappeared behind it. He swung his rod downwards, slicing through the mutant spider's body and causing Kong Dafeng's undigested body to fall out of its stomach. Lu Yin frowned at the disgusting scene and turned to leave. When he returned to the convoy, Lu Yin had Su San announce that no one was allowed to leave without permission. Kong Dafeng is really dead? Luo Yi was shocked. You can go take a look at the building, the body hasn't been digested yet, Lu Yin replied calmly. Luo Yi's face paled. A mighty captain had died just like that, without even a sound. If not for Lu Yin, Kong Dafeng would have been digested by the spider. This was the cruel end of the world. Even captains wouldn't have been able to protect themselves. Su San paled as well and immediately boarded his car, determined not to leave Lu Yin's side even if he died. Luo Yi also boarded Lu Yin's car, not intending to leave. Lu Yin was speechless. It'll be fine as long as you don't leave the convoy. Luo Yi rolled her eyes. Easy for you to say. Who knows what other mutant creatures are out there? It's safer here with you. Lu Yin ignored her and ordered the convoy to continue forward. Boss, should we report this to Nanjing? A captain's death is no small matter, Su San asked. No rush, we'll wait until we reach the front lines. We might not even make it there alive. Su San's face paled even further when he heard this. Luo Yi licked her lips and subconsciously moved closer to Lu Yin. It's not that bad, we should be able to reach the front lines safely, Su San consoled himself. Lu Yin looked out the window and watched the convoy slowly move forward. But then again, Kong Dafeng was really unlucky. He actually chased the spider all the way to that building, or else he wouldn't have died, Su San muttered to himself, feeling safer only by talking more. His words caused Lu Yin's head to jerk up. What did you say? Say it again? Su San was stunned. I said that Kong Dafeng was really unlucky. He actually chased the spider all the way to that building, or else he wouldn't have died. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Chasing zombies building? No, zombies didn't have consciousness, but they had instincts to avoid danger. That spider was clearly very dangerous and zombies shouldn't have gotten close to it, but it had still fled into that building. What? Lu Yin had experienced many dangers in the past 6 months of the apocalypse and understood zombies well. Even if they were afraid of Kong Dafeng, they wouldn't have fled to a more dangerous creature. Everyone activate your defenses. Ignite your flames and throw them out. Luo Yi shouted. Not long after, the zombie wave began to attack the toll station. The ground was set ablaze as countless flaming objects smashed into the ground. The flames burned and the heat waves covered the sky. Be careful. Don't let the flames near the toll station, or you'll all be burned, Luoyi shouted. Machine guns fired in all directions, the originally silent night filled with deafening sounds. Nearly 10,000 soldiers massacred the zombies at the outermost perimeter. Only their steel swords were left. From time to time, a soldier would be scratched or dragged into the zombie horde, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The 5 rescued cultivators looked around in shock. This was a military battle, and it was far more tragic than they had imagined. Luoyi brandished her steel knife. An Earth-rank warrior was not something a normal evolver could compare to. With one swing of her knife, the sharp Qijin was enough to tear apart dozens of zombies. Although she was timid, she was still very brave in battle. Luoyi also brandished his iron rod and rushed into the zombie horde, wiping out a large number of zombies with each swing. The best way to deal with this kind of zombie wave was to use firearms. Unfortunately, there were too few of them left in Nanjing. If the arsenals hadn't been destroyed, there wouldn't have been enough to kill all the zombies with missiles. As Lu Yin slaughtered the zombies, a panicked voice came from the walkie-talkie at his waist. "Boss, the southwest area is about to collapse." Lu Yin was shocked and jumped up, stepping on the heads of zombies as he rushed towards the southwest. Sure enough, countless soldiers were being massacred there. What was going on? "Boss, there's a strange zombie that's very powerful. Even the human-class captains can't handle it," Susan reported. Lu Yin landed on the ground and aimed at the intersection between the soldiers and zombies. He viciously swung his iron rod down, a visible slash cutting through the air and tearing the earth apart. He killed dozens of zombies at the same time, creating a clear dividing line in the ground. Within the dividing line, countless soldiers retreated and looked ahead in fear. More than 50 of them had died just then. With a bang, the iron rod in Lu Yin's hand broke in half. As Lu Yin's strength increased, the iron rod naturally couldn't withstand a single blow from him. "Be careful, Captain," someone cried out. A tide of zombies surged in from all directions, their numbers uncountable. There were at least 100,000 of them, and they covered the mountains and plains. Lu Yin circulated his serious art, his star energy forming a shockwave that shook everything within a 10-meter radius. All the zombies were pushed back, and only one long-haired zombie was able to withstand the shockwave. It stood firmly on the ground and stared at Lu Yin. "Boss, it's him. He killed a lot of soldiers," Susan's voice sounded from the walkie-talkie. Lu Yin looked at the zombie in front of him in shock. This was no ordinary zombie, it was intelligent. It was almost impossible for a zombie to gain intelligence, but it had indeed happened. Lu Yin stared at the zombie that was less than 2 meters away from him in shock. Its scarlet eyes didn't give him the impression that it was in a daze, but rather that it was in deep thought. Before Lu Yin could think any further, the long-haired zombie charged forward and clawed at Lu Yin with its claws. Lu Yin dodged, but the wind from its claws tore apart the zombies 10 meters away. It was a realm of earth and far stronger than Kong Dafeng and Luoyi. It was on par with Zhao Yu. Lu Yin stared closely at the long-haired zombie's attack trajectory. Although it was chaotic, it was airtight. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that he was being attacked by a zombie. After several fruitless attacks, the long-haired zombie growled and turned to flee. Lu Yin stared at the white threads on the zombie's back. "What's this? Spider silk?" Suddenly, Lu Yin thought of the possibility that he had guessed earlier in the day. This zombie had lured Kong Dafeng to the building, so it definitely had intelligence. Lu Yin didn't have time to think. He threw out the broken half of his iron rod and pierced it through the air into the zombie's abdomen. The zombie roared and turned back to glare at Lu Yin before fleeing towards the south. The surrounding zombies suddenly roared as if provoked, blocking Lu Yin's path. Lu Yin shouted, "Susan, tell me where that zombie is." Susan's voice came from the walkie-talkie. "Boss, it turned 100 meters away and fled towards the west. That's the way we came." Lu Yin exerted strength in his legs and disappeared, leaving behind only an afterimage that was swallowed up by the countless zombies. Susan looked on in shock. Was this a battle technique? It was too amazing. Lu Yin rushed out of the zombie horde at full speed and chased down the path they had come from, but there was no trace of the long-haired zombie. "Boss, I can't see it," Susan said. Lu Yin stopped in place and turned his back to the toll booth. He took out his gadget and tested his power level. The screen kept flashing, and the closest ones were all from the surrounding mutant beasts. However, there was one that was very strong with a power level of 990. It was definitely the long-haired zombie. Lu Yin chased after the long-haired zombie. As long as he dealt with it, the zombie horde would end. If he guessed correctly, it was the zombie king who had commanded the zombie horde to surround them. It was also the zombie king who wanted to get rid of Lu Yin's army. Kong Dafeng was the first. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 12. Lu Yin didn't know how wide Vesta's gadget's detection range was, but it should be able to cover an area of 5 kilometers. Lu Yin followed the directions and gradually left the toll station. With the long-haired zombie's departure, the agitated corpse tide slowly calmed down, returning to its aimless wandering state. Susan and the rest breathed a sigh of relief. The smelly ditch meandered into the distance, green eyes occasionally appearing from the grass before disappearing. Lu Yin walked through the grass, glancing at his gadget from time to time. This was the location indicated. If he didn't get rid of the long-haired zombie, Nanjing's army would be in great danger in the future. A zombie king with intelligence could even bring disaster to the city. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The sound of chewing resounded in his ears. He followed the source of the sound and looked down at the bottom of the ditch, where a dark red light flickered. The dark clouds in the sky were scattered, and the moonlight shone down, illuminating a red glow that was accompanied by 2 scarlet eyes. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Fire crystals? Was this zombie king eating fire crystals? With a roar, the long-haired zombie leapt high into the air and clawed at Lu Yin. Its arm was dark red and emitted a scorching aura. Lu Yin dodged in surprise, but the grass was torn apart by the zombie king's attack and a burnt smell filled the air. The next moment, several fire crystals fell from the zombie king's body and smashed into the grass, igniting a blaze that illuminated the land. Lu Yin used the roving step to circle behind the zombie king, pulling out the iron rod that was still stuck in its back and stabbing it viciously into its brain. The zombie king remained motionless for a moment before its body trembled and slowly collapsed. Dark red flames surged out of its body, devouring it from the inside out. Lu Yin hadn't expected the zombie king to be able to obtain an innate gift by eating all sorts of energy crystals. It was extremely rare for a human to obtain an innate gift, but the zombie king could eat it. Just who was the product of evolution? Lu Yin was at a loss. The zombie king was quickly incinerated, and the surrounding flames gradually extinguished. Lu Yin walked over to where the zombie king had eaten the fire crystals and found a hole. He turned on the light and saw a dark red. What's this? A fire crystal mine? Lu Yin was shocked but then excited. Energy crystals were very popular in the universe, whether they were pure star crystals, fire crystals, or water crystals, they were all very valuable. He hadn't expected to find a fire crystal mine here. Although he didn't know how much there was, it was definitely a treasure trove. Lu Yin was rather excited, as he had never thought that killing a corpse king would result in such a harvest. As he thought about it, he took some of the stones and covered up the hole again. He also made some preparations to ensure that no one would discover it. This place was a treasure just like Susan's, and it was a capital that Lu Yin was saving for the future. Just as Lu Yin was about to leave, something dark red appeared beneath his feet. He crouched down and brushed aside the dirt to find a scarlet vertical eye. It wasn't a real eye, but rather a scarlet vertical eye that had been forged from a strange material. Lu Yin picked up the eye and felt a chill run down his spine. He turned around to see a sinister skull staring straight at him. His scalp went numb the moment he saw the skull, and he subconsciously wanted to throw it away. But in the end he didn't do so and instead stored it in his cosmic ring. It was only after Lu Yin put it away that he came back to his senses. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Just what was that? Why are you here? It was obviously a man-made product. An army of cultivators had passed by, which meant that the abandoned county was a gathering place. In other words, the sentinel he had detected was one of the students who had descended to Earth. He muttered to himself for a moment before reinstalling Vesta's gadget. About 10 kilometers away from Lu Yin, a woman in white armor with waist-length hair looked at her gadget and snorted coldly before flying towards the south. A moment later, a white figure appeared in the sky and hovered there, staring down at Lu Yin coldly. "Student, I've marked this area as blue. Please leave." Lu Yin looked at her and his eyes lit up. She was quite pretty. "Hello, I'm Yada from the First Military Academy of the Great Yu Empire's Pagoda planet. I'm not interested, leave immediately," she said indifferently, energy rippling around her body and pressing down. Lu Yin hurriedly said, "Don't worry, I'm injured and weak." I'm no threat to you and I can give you resources, lots and lots of them. She looked at him coldly. A mere seeker dares to join a planet's evolutionary trial? How did you get in? My grandfather is the headmaster, Lu Yin said arrogantly. She was disgusted. Scram? Lu Yin immediately took out a few fire crystals from his cosmic ring and tossed them to her. Help me survive this trial, and I'll give you a basket full of these when we get out. She caught them in shock, feeling the warmth of the crystals as she landed on the ground. Where did you get them? Lu Yin pretended to be proud. My grandfather gave them to me, of course. He's an explorer, so he can have as many as he wants. She narrowed her eyes and clenched her fists, releasing a trace of killing intent. Lu Yin retreated warily and glared at her. Don't do anything rash. Although no one can interfere with the trial, we can still find out who died and who was killed. You don't want to be hunted down by my grandfather, do you? She thought about it and released him. I can help you leave this planet alive, but the results have nothing to do with you. Lu Yin sighed. It doesn't matter. My grandfather can send me to Astral 10 no matter what, so the results are all yours. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 14. The girl grew even more disgusted and disdainful. Astral 10 wasn't a place for outsiders to meddle in, and so what if Lu Yin was an explorer? There were plenty of such powerhouses in the universe. Wait, how can I be sure you're not a native? She asked, staring at Lu Yin. Lu Yin raised his right hand and shook it rapidly, grasping the air like a curtain as he slammed it into the ground, creating a huge crater. Shockwave palm? She stared at him in shock. Lu Yin was pleased with himself. What do you think? This should prove it, right? The woman's eyes narrowed. The shockwave palm was not something that an ordinary person could use. Although it was a common battle technique, it could not be used unless one's physical strength reached a certain level. She had thought that even she could not use it, so she had not expected a mere seeker to be able to use it. You're still useful if you can use the shockwave palm. Help me take Nanjing and I'll add you to my score, she said calmly. Lu Yin was shocked. You want to take Nanjing? I heard there's an executioner there, he's a sentinel. I know Orton was defeated by him, but I'm not trash like him. If we work together we'll be able to suppress him, she said coldly. How do you know a student was defeated by a native? He asked. Before the trial, students from the same academy would agree to work together if they landed in a nearby area. No one came for you? That's right, you're so weak. He secretly rejoiced that he hadn't impersonated Vesta. If this woman knew Orton, then she might know Vesta as well. Since she knew Orton, then why had he fled north after losing to Zhou Shan in the first place? But why had he gone east midway? Lu Yin didn't ask any more questions. The more he asked, the easier it would be to expose himself. This woman wanted him to work with her, which meant there was a conflict between her and Orton. Either way, Nanjing was in danger. All right, I'll help you, but I need to get stronger first, he said. She frowned. No need. Then I'll have to recover from my injuries. She stared at him, grabbed him, and flew back to the gathering point. Vesta's formcast model could only be used 3 times, and he himself had used it twice to break through from a normal person to a seeker, and then to a sentinel. He needed a new formcast model to break through to the sentinel realm, which was why he had tried to get close to this woman in order to break through. There were not many survivors in the small colony in the county, only about 200,000. However, there were many soldiers in the army. Most of them were wearing the uniform of the prison camp. These people should be frontline soldiers under the control of this woman. The executioner from Jinlin is quite capable. He had 80,000 cultivators under him, and 20,000 of them were sent to the front lines in an attempt to establish contact with other regions. 6 of them were seekers, but I killed 2 of them and 1 died in the mouth of a mutant beast. There are still 3 left, the woman explained as she brought him to the top of a building. I still don't know your name. Geraldine, the woman said calmly. At that moment, a figure arrived at the top of the building and reported respectfully, My lord, there are troops from the prison camp 30 kilometers away. Lu Yin turned around and saw the newcomer, and his expression changed. The newcomer also saw Lu Yin and looked at him suspiciously. Lu Yin suddenly rushed towards the newcomer and struck out with a shockwave palm. Before Geraldine could react, the palm landed on the newcomer's chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood as his body was sent flying off the roof and smashed into the ground. What are you doing? Geraldine glared at Lu Yin. It's him, Lu Yin replied angrily. He's the one who ambushed me as soon as I landed here. Lu Yin's eyes widened. You're too greedy, these fire crystals are worth at least 20 star crystals, and you're only giving me 5? That's a fourfold discount. It's up to you, Geraldine said arrogantly. Luin had no choice but to grit his teeth. Fine, but I have a condition. Let me test the power of my battle technique. Anytime, Geraldine scoffed, anytime. He took the 5 thumb-sized crystals and turned to leave. After he left, Geraldine excitedly put away the fire crystals. These strange crystals could be used to aid in the cultivation of battle techniques, and they could also increase the power of battle techniques. They were treasures that countless people dreamed of, and to her, they were even more valuable than star crystals. She needed them for her battle techniques, so she had struck it rich. Pagoda planet? Why haven't I heard of it before? Is it a planet that produces these strange minerals? Geraldine was puzzled. Lu Yin's lips curled up as he left Geraldine's residence. Although the exchange was a loss, it was all for nothing. More importantly, no one else on Earth had star crystals besides these students. Vesta didn't even have a cosmic ring, so he couldn't carry them around. Geraldine's family was much better off than Vesta's, so perhaps he could get something from her. Lu Yin returned to his own residence, which was actually an abandoned villa. He buried the fire crystals around the perimeter to prevent anyone from sneaking in. He returned to the living room and threw away all the furniture before taking out an energy crystal and crushing it. Star energy immediately surged and filled the room. Using formcast models to cultivate allowed one to directly absorb star energy from the void, but the rate of absorption depended on one's cultivation technique. Many powerful organizations would collect star crystals in order to increase their rate of absorption, allowing the star energy to explode in a small space. This was one of the reasons why many organizations fought over star crystals. Lu Yin's gaze turned solemn. If Orton dared to abandon Geraldine, it meant that his helpers were definitely stronger than her. According to his calculations, Vesta's power level was around 1,500, Orton was close to 2,000, and Geraldine was over 2,000. Orton's helpers would definitely be far stronger than that, and they might not even be alone. Hoping that Zhou Shan could hold on, he looked towards the south. Half an hour later, Geraldine and Lu Yin quickly approached Nanjing. 2 figures floated above the city, one of them being Orton. A large chunk of his ring armor had been shattered, and a young man stood next to him with his hands behind his back and an arrogant look in his eyes. All of the survivors in Nanjing looked up in fear. 2 realm of sky powerhouses? Zhou Shan soared into the sky and stopped 100 meters away from Orton and Zhou Shan. His expression was solemn as he said, "You again?" Orton sneered, "Isn't it a pity that you didn't kill me last time?" Zhou Shan's eyes narrowed, "Very much so. Too bad you'll never have the chance. This is my senior Terence," Orton said proudly. Zhou Shan glanced at Terence, sensing the energy fluctuations emanating from his body. His heart sank. This person was far stronger than Orton. Terence looked at Zhou Shan and said coldly, "I didn't expect there to be someone as strong as you among the natives. I can help you reach the heavens, follow me." "Senior Terence, there's no need to talk to him. He's stubborn and won't agree," Orton said. Terence glared at Orton, "It's not your place to interrupt when I'm talking." Orton hurriedly nodded, gritting his teeth as he glared at Zhou Shan, hatred flashing in his eyes. Zhou Shan tightened his grip on his axe. "There's no way I'll follow you. You aliens want Nanjing, don't you? You'll have to defeat me first." He then flew towards the north of Nanjing, not wanting to fight in the city's airspace. Unfortunately, it wasn't up to him to decide. Zhou Shan flew less than a kilometer away before Orton slashed at Zhou Shan, the sword chi slicing off a corner of the mountain and causing countless screams. "You're courting death." Zhou Shan roared as he swung his axe at Orton. Orton sneered and raised his sword to attack. A few minutes later, Geraldine arrived at Nanjing with Lu Yin. She immediately saw the destroyed Zhou Shan and the wailing of the survivors. Countless people had fled outside the city, and the earth had cracked open, swallowing everything in its path. Void energy rippled and destroyed countless buildings. Even the clouds in the sky were blown away. Within Nanjing, Zhou Shan spat out a mouthful of blood and stared at the sky with great difficulty. Terence and Orton looked on coldly. "Not bad, enough to rank in the top 15 of the military academy. Unfortunately, you met me," Terence said coldly. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 16. Suddenly, A beam of light shot into the sky from the west of Nanjing. Orton slashed out with his sword, but the two collided and exploded. Technological weapons? Orton sneered. The only reason they didn't fight outside the city was because they were wary of technological weapons. Even this native planet had the technology to step into the heavens, enough to create weapons that could threaten them. Outside the city, Geraldine and Luine landed. It's Terrence? This is bad, Geraldine exclaimed. Luine was puzzled. Terrence? He's one of the top 3 in the first military academy, with a power level of 2,500, Geraldine said solemnly. His heart sank. As long as you can stall him, I'll deal with Orton as soon as possible. Geraldine thought about it. Sure, but not for too long. Luine nodded and rushed towards Zhou Shan's location. Beams of light shot towards Orton one after another, but he grew impatient. I'll deal with you after I kill this native. He then charged towards the ground and stabbed at Zhou Shan. Zhou Shan grit his teeth and swung his axe to meet Orton head-on. In terms of strength, he was confident that he could fight Terrence, but with Orton on the side, victory would be decided immediately. Terrence landed on the ground as well. Although he was confident that he could avoid the attacks of technological weapons, he was still cautious. As he approached the battle between Zhou Shan and Orton, he took out a fire crystal and threw it into the sky. The red crystal was quite eye-catching, but Orton and Zhou Shan didn't notice it because they were busy fighting. Terrence's eyes burned with passion, but before he could react, he felt a sharp pain in his back. Twisting his body like a leaf in the wind, he avoided Geraldine's second attack. It's you? Geraldine did not say a word. Instead, she took out a flame crystal from her cosmic ring and crushed it, causing the scorching flames to burn the ground. Blazing palm. Geraldine growled as she struck out with her palm. Flames gathered in the center of her palm and transformed into an even darker color as she attacked Terrence. Terrence was furious and coughed up blood. You're courting death. His right palm shook rapidly, grabbing at the air as he used shockwave palm. Boom. The two palms collided, flames and shockwaves sweeping across the land and destroying all buildings within 100 meters. Huge flames were swept up by the shockwaves, dancing in the air like a fiery snake. Geraldine took a few steps back, her face pale. Terrence's shockwave palm was much stronger than Lu Yin's, and even if she used a battle technique, it would still be difficult for her to block it. Terrence wasn't having a good time either. Fire battle techniques were originally very powerful and destructive, and Geraldine had even borrowed the power of the flame crystal. This palm strike wasn't any weaker than his. Geraldine, this is my territory. Terrence roared. Geraldine didn't say anything. The ring armor on his body reflected a red light under the illumination of the flames. Terrence clenched his teeth. Ring armor covered his body. He hadn't been wearing it since the beginning, but now he felt the pressure. More importantly, he was injured. In the distance, Orton turned around in shock. Geraldine? Why are you here? Zhou Shan roared and swung his axe at Orton. Orton did not dare to be careless. He raised his sword and swung it at Zhou Shan. A sharp chi swept out and cut the ground open. Lu Yin suddenly made his move, using the roving step to rush to Orton's side. He struck out with a palm that caused stars to appear. This was serious palm. Neither Orton nor Zhou Shan had expected someone to be hiding nearby. The moment they saw Lu Yin, Orton froze while Zhou Shan was puzzled. But in the next moment, serious palm struck Orton's chest. Lu Yin dragged his heavily injured body to her side and said weakly, "Don't worry, I'll ask Grandpa to transfer you to Pagoda Planet." Geraldine stared at him coldly. "What's with the palm you hit Terrence with? Even a double shockwave palm shouldn't have been able to injure him." "You're overthinking it, he was injured by you. I just happened to hit the same spot," Lu Yin replied. Geraldine clearly didn't believe him. How could someone with a power level of 2,500 be injured by a seeker? Even if it was a coincidence, it couldn't be that simple. Suddenly there was a shout from behind them. Zhou Shan, who they thought had escaped, appeared once more and swung his axe at Geraldine and Lu Yin. Geraldine instinctively grabbed Lu Yin and used him as a shield, but Zhou Shan hurriedly changed direction when he saw Lu Yin being pushed out. The axe missed Lu Yin and instead slammed into the ground beside his ear. Lu Yin turned around and slammed his palm into Geraldine's body. His injuries weren't as severe as Orton's, but it was still enough to heavily injure her. Geraldine's face paled as she endured the pain and kicked Lu Yin, sending him flying and landing beside Terrence. Zhou Shan roared again and swung his axe at Geraldine, but Geraldine picked up Terrence's gun and fired. The beam pierced through Zhou Shan's axe and his shoulder, sending him flying more than 10 meters before crashing to the ground. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The scene was silent for a moment, with only the flames burning on the ground. The battle between 4 sentinels and a seeker had destroyed half of Nanjing, drowning it in a sea of flames. Geraldine took out some healing pills from her cosmic ring and swallowed them, recovering from her injuries. A few minutes later, sounds started coming from all around her. Geraldine's expression changed as she crawled out of the crater. Her body was heavily injured, and her shoulder had been pierced through by a beam of light. It took her a lot of effort to reach Zhou Shan's side, who was unconscious on the ground. Soon, Feng Hong, Qin Xian and the others surrounded Geraldine. "Surrender immediately and we can spare your life." Geraldine was disdainful. "You natives want to spare my life? What, you don't want this native's life?" She pointed her gun at Zhou Shan's head. "Release the executioner," Feng Hong shouted. "Retreat 5 kilometers or I'll kill him," Geraldine snapped. Feng Hong and the rest looked at each other but didn't move. Geraldine's eyes flashed coldly as she picked up a rock and smashed it into Zhou Shan's head, causing blood to gush out. Feng Hong shouted, "Stop, we can retreat but we have to treat the executioner or he's dead." Geraldine agreed. Soon enough, a doctor walked over to Geraldine and Zhou Shan and checked his body before performing emergency treatment. It took a full 20 minutes to stop Zhou Shan's bleeding. "The executioner's injuries are too severe, we can't delay any further. We need comprehensive treatment as soon as possible," the doctor said. Geraldine ignored them. "Retreat 5 kilometers, I'll leave in 3 hours or I'll kill this native." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 17. Can the executioner last 3 hours? Qin Xian asked, glaring at the doctor. The doctor nodded, yes. Soon all the soldiers in the surrounding camp retreated. There was no one around and Geraldine heaved a sigh of relief. 3 hours was just an insurance number. She only needed 2 hours to fully recover, and without a sentinel around no one would be able to stop her. Geraldine glanced at Terence and then at Orton. "Wait, where's Orton?" Geraldine's expression changed and she wanted to get up to check on him, but the slightest movement caused intense pain throughout her body. She sat down helplessly but there was no need to rush. Even if Orton wasn't dead, his injuries would definitely be worse than hers. That Yada also had to be taught a lesson for daring to attack her. 1,000 meters away from Geraldine, Orton's corpse lay quietly on the ground. Lu Yin panted heavily. His injuries were severe as well, but the formcast model was the most important thing right now. The formcast model could heal him to a certain extent. After observing for a while, Lu Yin cut off 5 of Orton's fingers before finding the formcast model chip. This is the moment. Lu Yin was excited as he fused the formcast model into his body. Intense pain immediately engulfed his entire body as he once again experienced that supreme power. All of his cells were being reorganized and refined, and the surging power seemed to overlook the heavens as it brought a tiny ant like him out of Earth. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The cell reconstruction was painful but it was also a blessing. He could feel his body evolving and becoming more compatible with the stars. An hour passed and Geraldine's complexion recovered slightly. "Give me another hour and I'll be able to move," she said excitedly. She had no intention of leaving. Controlling Nanjing would give her a bargaining chip to negotiate with even stronger powerhouses in the future. Although the blue zones were protected to a certain extent, not everyone followed this rule. It was fine for ordinary planets to evolve, but now that Astral 10 was about to appear, everyone wanted to shine in the trials. This time, Earth's trials were destined to be brutal. What worried her the most was the arrival of the second batch of trial takers in 2 months. Their batch of trial takers had already been determined long ago. At that time, news of Astral 10 had just been released, so there hadn't been many people who had joined the trial. However, the second batch was completely different. The second batch of students had all come for Astral 10. Lanny didn't know which personalities would appear, but she had a premonition that unimaginable geniuses would appear. She didn't plan on monopolizing Jinling. That wasn't realistic. She wanted to use Jinling to rely on certain people in exchange for better results. This was her goal and it should also be Terrence's goal. Another half an hour passed and Geraldine felt that she had recovered slightly. Just as she was about to get up and look for Orton, she sensed a surge of star energy not too far away. Geraldine looked over in shock. What was this? 1,000 meters away, the pain in Lu Yin's body gradually subsided. He clenched his fists and felt the strength in his body. Now, he could be considered to have truly stepped into the world of cultivation and had the qualifications to look up at the stars. Geraldine tapped on his gadget to test his combat power. Beep 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 beep. The sound kept ringing. His final combat power was 1080. Geraldine was puzzled. 1080? Did he just break through to the Sentinel realm? Oh, yada? 1,000 meters away, Lu Yin pushed aside the rubble and walked out to look at Geraldine. Geraldine was shocked, her heart sinking as her eyes flashed. You broke through to the Sentinel realm? Lu Yin approached her step by step and smiled. Didn't you detect it? Geraldine frowned, but her tone was gentle. I'm sorry, Yada. I shouldn't have pushed you out to block the enemy's attack, but you have to believe me. It was an instinctive reaction, I didn't do it on purpose. Lu Yin walked a dozen meters away from her and smiled. Of course I believe you. You're an elite of the academy, and you've experienced life and death situations. It's normal for you to have such instinctive reactions. Geraldine smiled. That's good. Yada, Terrence, and Orton are all dead, and this native is heavily injured. From now on Jinling is ours. If we work together, no one will be able to take it away from us. That's right. Before that, can I borrow something from you? Lu Yin smiled at Geraldine. Geraldine's expression changed, but she forced a smile. What? Nothing, just some energy crystals. Geraldine's gaze turned sharp. What did you say? Lu Yin stared at her. Let's put it this way, hand over your cosmic ring. You want to rob me? She shouted. Lu Yin shrugged. Don't make it sound so dark, I'm just taking a look. Geraldine stood up and glared at him. Don't think that you can suppress me just because you've healed some of your injuries, Yada. You haven't fully recovered yet, and I've also healed some of my injuries. If we really fight, it's hard to say who will win. Don't forget, you just became a sentinel with a power level of 1080. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Is that so? If you really believed in my power level, why would you waste so much time talking to me? Geraldine's gaze flickered, but she didn't reply. Lu Yin continued, power level is just the influence of one star energy on the outside world. It doesn't represent one's true strength. Isn't that the first sentence of the Academy's textbooks? Wrong, the textbooks just don't want to discourage commoners. The stronger one's power level, the stronger their star energy. It has a suppressive effect on those with lower power levels. Why else do you think Terrence is stronger than me? The difference between our power levels is almost double, and no battle technique can make up for it, Geraldine said coldly. Lu Yin raised his foot and approached her once more. Make your move if you're confident. Geraldine's gaze turned fierce as she stared at the approaching Lu Yin. She took out a flame crystal from her cosmic ring and crushed it, causing flames to soar into the air. Blazing Palm, she was forced to use. Even if she could defeat Lu Yin, she would be injured again, but she had no choice. Seeing Geraldine's palm strike coming at him, Lu Yin raised his hand, the moon revolving around his palm as he unleashed the cosmic palm without hesitation. The moment they made contact, the moon exploded with a terrifying force that completely destroyed the flames, sending Geraldine flying 100 meters away. Her arm was broken, and she fell to the ground in a sorry state as she stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. She had never imagined that Lu Yin would be able to injure her so severely with a single palm. What battle technique was that? It definitely couldn't have been the shockwave palm. It was no match for the blazing palm. Their power levels were almost double, and ordinary battle techniques couldn't make up for it. Lu Yin looked at his right palm with a burning gaze. This was the serious palm. After reaching the Sentinel realm, the serious palm's power had increased once again. Stars would appear in his palm, and they would explode with enough power to crush everything. And this was just one star. What if there were 2? 10? 20? How powerful would it be? Lu Yin didn't even dare think about it. This battle technique couldn't be leaked. The commotion attracted Qin Xian and the rest, but when the army reappeared, they only saw Lu Yin standing on the ground. Brother Lu? Feng Hong was shocked. Qin Xian and the rest were shocked as well. They had all retreated far away during the battle and hadn't seen anything. Lock that woman up and save the executioner, Lu Yin said. Geraldine was quickly taken away by the army, and Zhou Shan was rushed to the treatment room by the doctors. Wait, Zhou Shan called out weakly. Everyone gathered around. Zhou Shan looked at Lu Yin. I'll leave Nanjing to you while I'm treated, please. Lu Yin nodded. Don't worry. Thank you, Zhou Shan said before fainting. Today's battle had caused great damage to Nanjing, and Lu Yin ordered the army to rebuild the destroyed colony and pacify the survivors. He also ordered Luo Yi and the rest to rush back to Nanjing. There were many things that Lu Yin didn't have to worry about as the camp had its own way of dealing with them. He went to the lowest level of the prison to find Geraldine. Her limbs were tied up, and there were many high-tech weapons hidden around her. If she made any strange movements, they would immediately shoot. Lu Yin dismissed the guards and walked over to her. He took her cosmic ring and cut her finger, using the genetic code in her blood to unlock the ring and pour out everything inside. Cosmic rings were very precious and not many people could afford them. Vesta and Orton didn't have them, and only Geraldine and Terence did. Terence's ring had been taken by Lu Yin, and he'd gotten quite a few good things. "Who are you?" she asked. Lu Yin smiled. "What do you think?" "You're definitely from outer space, you're definitely not from Earth," Geraldine said with certainty as she glared at him. Lu Yin nodded and took all the energy crystals. He put the rest of the undergarments into the ring and returned it to her. Without the genetic code, the ring was useless and there was no need for him to steal it. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 18. My name is Lu Yin, don't get it wrong. Is that your name on Earth? She asked. Lu Yin didn't answer and just stared at her. Log into the network and change Nanjing to blue. Geraldine sneered and ignored him. Lu Yin sighed. I don't actually like torture, but this is the camp. They have plenty of ways to make you submit. These natives will pay the price. Geraldine was furious. But before that, you'll pay an even more terrifying price. Lu Yin stared at her coldly. Geraldine exchanged glances with Lu Yin and finally gave in. At the end of the day, she was just a student. She could be arrogant, cold, and even cruel to Earthlings, but that was only because of the difference in status. Once that difference was removed, she was no different from an ordinary student. Geraldine changed Nanjing to blue right in front of Lu Yin's eyes. Lu Yin looked over and saw that a portion of Earth had turned blue, which meant that those places were completely under the control of these students. Of course, not all of them were like this. There might be some who were forced to change the color, but such cases were rare. Parts of China, Europe, America, and even Africa were all blue. Lu Yin was most concerned about Hubei, which had turned blue as well. Had Lu Xiaoge given in? Lu Yin pondered. Or had he been killed? Let me ask you, who are the strongest among the students? Lu Yin stared at Geraldine. Geraldine shook her head. I don't know. The planetary evolution trial was organized by the Great Yu Empire, and there are students from various academies. I only know about the first military academy, and Terence should be very strong. I really don't know about the others. Lu Yin didn't press the issue. The true test would be in 2 months, and he was confident that he could handle the first batch of students. Everyone was busy at the moment, and Lu Yin personally left Nanjing to kill the realm of sky mutant beasts that his gadget had detected. It was only 5 days later that everyone stopped working. Lu Yin held a meeting with all the captains, including Luo Yi, who had just rushed back from the front lines. Su San was completely convinced by Lu Yin's abilities. He had replaced the executioner not long after joining the camp, and he felt that his future was bright. Thanks to his support, Su San had already entered the realm of Earth, which was the equivalent of a seeker. Once he reached the Sentinel realm, he would be worth a lot. Su San was filled with motivation because of Lu Yin's praise, and he secretly vowed to become stronger as soon as possible. The more motivated he was, the more Lu Yin would praise him. Everything was heading towards a bright future. No one in the meeting was unconvinced by Lu Yin's strength. The fact that he dared to interfere in a Sky Realm battle was a testament to his strength. Furthermore, Lu Yin had already confessed that he had reached the realm of Sky. That was the strength of an executioner, and not something a captain would dare to challenge. As for the 2 captains who sided with Geraldine, Lu Yin stripped them of their positions and demoted them to the army to atone for their crimes. Right now, the most important thing is to give up on the front lines and focus on expanding Nanjing, Lu Yin said to the remaining 8 captains. Someone hesitated. Opening a path to the capital was one of the executioner's basic plans. It wouldn't be good to give up on it. The bespectacled girl, Qin Xian, looked at him and said, I agree. With Nanjing's current strength, it's not enough to connect to the other regions. Feng Hong and the rest followed suit. Lu Yin stood up. Then it's decided. Recall all of the soldiers and expand westward. We'll recover the lost territory step by step. He then left, but before he left he said, find me a star chart of the solar system, the more detailed the better. Everyone else in the meeting looked at each other, but no one spoke. Qin Xian watched Lu Yin's departing figure and fell into deep thought. She felt that this person was even more domineering than the executioner, and he also seemed to have designs on Nanjing. The executioner had only let him manage the city temporarily, but this person had overthrown the executioner's plans. Although she agreed, what would happen if the executioner woke up? Feng Hong, stay by the executioner's side for the time being, Qin Xian whispered to Feng Hong. Why? Feng Hong was puzzled. It's nothing, just protect the executioner. She was worried that Lu Yin would act against the executioner and kill him to gain complete control of Nanjing. Across from them, Luo Yi's eyes flickered as she listened to the conversation. Zhao Yu had left a few days ago, heading to the northeast on her own. Lu Yin admired her courage, but it wasn't a wise decision. There had once been 80,000 cultivators in the camp, but after deducting those who had gone to the front lines, there were only 50,000 left. The city's defenses had been greatly boosted, and the various captains were now guarding every corner of the city. As the afterglow of the setting sun faded away, beams of light flashed across the sky, destroying flying mutant beasts. Atop the city walls, Lu Yin spoke up, use firearms if you see a stampede of beasts or zombies. Don't be afraid of wasting resources. Understood, the two captains replied. Suddenly, there was a cry in the distance as the zombies on the ground were torn apart into pools of blood. A giant flying mutant beast was flying at a low altitude, heading straight for Nanjing. Everyone panicked. Attack! Lu Yin narrowed his eyes and leapt into the air, Orton's sword in his hand. He slashed out with sentinel energy, smashing the flying mutant beast into the ground. Its head was twisted in a grotesque manner as it wailed in pain. Lu Yin landed on the ground and stepped on the beast's back, stabbing his sword into its brain. The beast trembled twice before collapsing to the ground, dead. Countless people were shocked by this scene, but then erupted into cheers. Someone started shouting "Hidden Sage," and countless others followed suit. Lu Yin's mouth twitched, he didn't want to bear that title. He hurriedly stopped the crowd, but the Hidden Sage's name gradually spread. There weren't many zombies or mutant beasts around Nanjing, most of them having been cleared out by the camp. Following Lu Yin's orders, the camp focused most of their forces on the west, with nearly half of the captains heading to the front lines to open up a path. More and more survivors arrived in Nanjing, and naturally more cultivators. Half a month passed quickly, and there were less than 70 days left until the second batch of students arrived. During this time, Lu Yin had absorbed a portion of the star crystals and raised his power level to 1,500. He still had half of them left. The main purpose of star crystals wasn't to speed up the absorption of energy, but rather to train battle techniques and act as a power source for powerful technological weapons. They could also be used to replenish energy when energy was lacking. Most cultivators who used formcast models rarely absorbed energy from star crystals. Training battle techniques required energy, and battle techniques were the foundation of a powerhouse. Powerful battle techniques could increase a person's power several times over, and the higher one's power level was on the surface, the more likely they were to be feared. Of course, the higher one's power level was, the more energy one had. The same attack could cause a greater effect. For example, Terrence's shockwave palm had been able to match Geraldine's battle technique, but he had still kept a portion of his star crystals to train his battle technique. It was a pity he hadn't succeeded, or the battle half a month ago would have ended differently. Lu Yin wanted to use his remaining star crystals to train the serious palm, but he had to try something else. After half a month, Geraldine finally gave in and asked to see Lu Yin. Lu Yin wasn't merciful to Geraldine. Although he hadn't tortured her, he had locked her up in a dark dungeon with no one to talk to and no one to accompany her. Although she was provided with food, it was of poor quality with only mutant rat meat. These 2 weeks were the darkest days of her life, and she finally couldn't take it anymore. I'm willing to help you. Please let me go. Geraldine's face was pale and her eyes were cloudy. Her body was covered in an unpleasant stench and she looked at Lu Yin pleadingly. What can you help me with? He asked indifferently. I can help you protect Nanjing and I'll do anything you want. Let me go, I can't take it anymore. Lu Yin stared at her. Let me ask you something. What is your final mission for this trial? Her eyes flashed. You're really not a student? Then how did you get to Earth? This place is under the surveillance of the Great Yu Empire, you can't just come and go as you please. Lu Yin turned to leave. Geraldine shouted, Wait, I'm just curious, I won't ask any more. Our mission is to hunt down a fugitive. Lu Yin turned around curiously, A fugitive? Geraldine nodded. We were notified the day before the trial that a fugitive had entered Earth through the surveillance network and caused the planet to evolve. The Empire originally didn't want us to come to this planet for the trial, but since Earth has evolved, they had no choice but to change the location. That's why we were delayed for a few months, otherwise we would have arrived a few months ago. You weren't the one who caused Earth's evolution? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 20. The initial space would last for 3 days, and if he wanted to use more star crystals to increase his time, the cost would be huge. A fist-sized star crystal would only increase his time by 5 seconds, and a cubic star crystal would only increase his time by 80 minutes, which was equivalent to 20 minutes per hour. His cultivation, battle techniques, weapons, energy sources, dice, time, and so on. He realized that he needed star crystals for everything, and his premonition was growing stronger. Perhaps he would need to do something bad in the future for star crystals, such as robbing people? Interstellar pirate might be a good career. Lu Yin looked around. He had to stay here for 3 days, which was a rather awkward time. He didn't have enough time to train in the serious palm, and he had no star crystals to absorb. As for other things, he could only train in one battle technique, the space render palm. The space render palm was an advanced version of the shockwave palm. It was also a common battle technique, but it was far more demanding on the physical body than the shockwave palm. There weren't many melders who could use the space render palm, but it was perfect for Lu Yin. He had no energy and he was confident in his physical body. The space render palm was stronger than the shockwave palm, and more importantly, it was a long-range attack that could make up for Lu Yin's shortcomings. Although Lu Yin hadn't trained in it, he had never stopped training his body. Fortunately, the shockwave palm didn't have a high star energy requirement, or he wouldn't have been able to kill Vesta with it. Star energy filled the entire universe, but every planet had its own ecosystem that was different from star energy. A battle technique like the shockwave palm that relied on the physical body was even rarer. It was a pity that many people didn't have access to powerful battle techniques, but they didn't know that most of the time, such techniques couldn't be used at all. The numbers in the time-stop space dwindled, and Lu Yin continued to sweat profusely. 3 days passed by quickly. When the countdown ended, the scene in front of Lu Yin's eyes changed, and he reappeared in the training room. His surroundings hadn't changed at all, but he quickly checked the time. Indeed, only 1 second had passed after 3 days of hard work. Lu Yin took a shower and rested for the rest of the day before meeting Geraldine again the next day. At this moment, Geraldine was looking at Lu Yin with a hint of dread. "Do you know your duty?" he asked casually. "Your bodyguard," she whispered. "Let's go, the executioner should be waking up soon." Zhou Shan had been receiving intensive treatment all this time, and his injuries were far worse than Geraldine's. If not for Lu Yin's intervention, he would have been killed by Orton, and before that, he had been attacked by Terrence. After half a month of treatment, Zhou Shan lost a lot of weight. When Lu Yin brought Geraldine out of the room, Feng Hong hurriedly stood up. "Brother Lu, no, the executioner is awake." He didn't want to be called the hidden sage, especially when the second batch of students was about to arrive. It would be easy for him to become a target, but now that Nanjing was being called that and he was already in the realm of sky, he couldn't refute it. "Got it? You guys stay outside, I'll go in," Lu Yin said indifferently as he walked past Feng Hong and the others into the ward. Feng Hong looked at Geraldine warily. This woman was an alien. Geraldine didn't care about Feng Hong. To be more precise, she didn't care about anyone other than Lu Yin. If Lu Yin hadn't come from outer space, it would have taken some time for her dignity to submit to him. Other than Zhou Shan, Qin Xian was also in the ward. The moment she saw Lu Yin enter, she stood in front of Zhou Shan with a wary expression. Lu Yin found it funny. "I'm just talking to the executioner, you don't mind, right?" Qin Xian muttered to herself. "Qin Xian, move aside," Zhou Shan said weakly. Qin Xian hesitated, but in the end he stepped aside and stood to the side. Lu Yin looked at her. "You can leave first." Her expression changed as she looked at Zhou Shan. Zhou Shan nodded and allowed her to leave. Qin Xian left reluctantly. "I'm sorry, she's too worried about me," Zhou Shan said softly, gesturing for Lu Yin to sit. Lu Yin sat beside the bed and smiled. "She's afraid that I'll hurt you." Zhou Shan smiled. "If you wanted to hurt me, I wouldn't be alive now. I heard that you've given up on the northern front lines and decided to focus on Nanjing in the west?" Lu Yin nodded and walked to the window, looking out at the chaos in Nanjing. Zombies are the most abundant in the first half of the year, but they aren't very aggressive and don't do much damage to cultivators. Mutated beasts are different. the longer the time passes, the stronger they become. If the front lines of the camp are stretched too long, it'll collapse. It's precisely because the apocalypse has only been going on for half a year that I want to contact the others as soon as possible and work together to reclaim China. This is also why Zhao Yu took the risk to come to Nanjing. Lu Yin turned back to look at him. How many casualties do you have every day? How long can you open up? I had Luo Yi report to you that a zombie king has appeared in your so-called safe passage. The zombie king has intelligence and can evolve. It can even devour strange things to produce a different kind of attack. It's not something a captain can deal with. Can you go to the front lines personally? How far can you go? Can you guarantee that there won't be any realm of sky mutant beasts? Zhou Shan fell silent for a moment before bitterly replying, I know, but I have to get through the capital. I want to know what happened back then and perhaps find the root of the apocalypse. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. The root of the apocalypse? Zhou Shan looked at Lu Yin solemnly. Back then, China brought back a corpse from Neptune and obtained some information. We used this information to get ahead of everyone else and became the 7 sages after the apocalypse. However, there was something wrong with that corpse. The Science and Technology Department detected an unusual substance that could cause cells to mutate. I'm guessing that the apocalypse came from that corpse. What happened after that? Lu Yin asked. Zhou Shan said bitterly, the Science and Technology Department can't control those extraordinary substances at all. That's why number 1 ordered the corpse to be transported away. At the same time, the 7 of us were separated to guard various parts of China. Perhaps number 1 had already guessed something at that time, but on the day the corpse was transported away, the end of the world came. Lu Yin stared at Zhou Shan. Zhou Shan stared blankly at the ceiling. We don't know what happened, only that the world changed in an instant. The researchers of the Science and Technology Department, number 1, and many others died in an explosion. We tried our best to contact them, but we didn't know what happened. Even Zhang Dingtian in the capital didn't know. What about the corpse? Lu Yin hurriedly asked. The corpse was the most important thing to him. It contained a formcast model, and it was likely to be the fugitive from the inner verse that the students had been searching for. Zhou Shan shook his head. I don't know, there was only a crater filled with lava at the scene. All information was lost in the explosion, and it brought about the apocalypse. Lu Yin turned around and saw that Zhou Shan wasn't lying. He had worked hard to find the corpse and had even traveled all the way from Hubei to Nanjing, but even the 7 sages didn't know where it was. It seemed that he had to make a trip to the capital. Have a good rest, I'll be leaving, Lu Yin said. You're leaving Nanjing? Zhou Shan asked. Lu Yin looked at Zhou Shan. Do you want me to leave? Of course not, Nanjing can only be defended if you stay. I can sense that you're very strong. You were able to injure the strongest alien when you were only in the realm of Earth. Now that you're in the realm of Sky, you're definitely stronger than me. I want you to stay. The camp will listen to your orders and even I will listen to them, Zhou Shan said solemnly. Lu Yin was surprised. Why? Even if I leave, Nanjing will still be your world and you'll still be the executioner. Zhou Shan laughed bitterly. Do you think we want that title? I'm only protecting Nanjing because number 1 ordered me to. I'm a soldier and I'll carry out my orders regardless of whether glory exists or not. The survival of the millions of people in Nanjing is more important than anything else, so I want you to stay and protect them. Lu Yin stared into Zhou Shan's eyes, and Zhou Shan met his gaze without backing down. After a while Lu Yin nodded, I'll stay for the time being, and walked out of the ward. Zhou Shan heaved a sigh of relief and looked out the window. The battle half a month ago had left an unforgettable impression on him. The so-called executioner was nothing more than an ant, and the pressure of protecting the lives of millions of people was too great. He sincerely hoped that Lu Yin would stay. Only by living would there be a future. Everything he had told Lu Yin was top secret, but it was also a sign of his sincerity. Qin Xian hurried in after leaving the ward. Lu Yin nodded to Feng Hong and left with Geraldine. A soldier was a heavy term that represented a sense of responsibility. This responsibility was too great, and Lu Yin didn't want to shoulder it. He respected Zhou Shan, but that didn't mean that he would stay and help him forever. Run, the man shouted, but it was too late. A young man in the belly of a mutant beast watched in shock as Lu Yin grabbed at him with a single palm. He pulled out a long knife and slashed at the man, but the knife broke with a clang. Lu Yin shattered the knife with a single palm strike and slammed into the man's body. The ground within a radius of 10 meters cracked, and countless mutant beasts were torn to shreds. He had defeated 2 sentinels in just 2 moves, leaving Geraldine dumbfounded. She was certain that these 2 were students. Although they weren't from the first military academy, they definitely weren't weak if they could participate in the trial. Yet they had been defeated so easily. This was Lu Yin's current strength. His true power far exceeded his combat rating. With the 2 defeated, the beast wave strangely retreated. Lu Yin immediately knew that these 2 had been the cause of the beast wave. "Who are you?" Geraldine asked loudly, having almost been ambushed. The 2 men looked at Lu Yin fearfully but didn't answer. Lu Yin waved away the soldiers and stared coldly at them. "If you don't speak, I'll cut you up and feed you to the mutant beasts." "We're all students, you can't be so cruel," one of the men said fearfully, his face pale. Lu Yin shrugged. "Sorry, I'm not a student. I'm from Earth." "Impossible," the 2 exclaimed, looking at Geraldine at the same time. She fell silent. The 2 were shocked. How could a mere native defeat us so easily? He even knows the space render palm? "Enough, cut the crap. Speak or die," Lu Yin said coldly. 10 minutes later, Lu Yin ordered for the 2 to be locked up. They were from the Great Yu Empire's Blue Mountain Academy, which was located on a planet filled with wild beasts. They knew some beast-taming techniques, but they could only control weak mutant beasts. As for attacking Nanjing, they had the same goal as Geraldine. They wanted to take over the city. However, they were different from Geraldine. They had people backing them and they weren't far from Nanjing. Geraldine was furious. "Why don't you kill them? They want to take over Nanjing." Lu Yin looked at her. "You kill them." Geraldine was startled and turned away. "I can't do it." Lu Yin coldly replied, "Although the trial doesn't forbid death, it's not good to kill too much. Don't try to be smart in front of me in the future. This is the first and last time." He then turned and left. Geraldine's mouth twitched as she watched him leave, thinking that it was a pity. She had wanted to push Lu Yin into the enemy's position so that she could escape his control, but she hadn't succeeded. This bastard was smarter than she had imagined. "Boss, the beast tide has retreated," Susan excitedly reported, his eyes shining. Lu Yin knew what he was thinking. "Have you used up all the energy crystals I gave you?" Susan was embarrassed. "Yes, I've become a lot stronger." "Don't rush to break through to the realm of sky, you don't have the ability for now. Try to immerse yourself in refining the energy in your body." "Okay, boss." Susan could feel Lu Yin's concern. As for Lu Yin, he didn't want this person to lose his potential by absorbing too many impurities. That would make him worthless. Many large powers had ways to disperse their energy and cultivate again, and the current Susan was worth it. However, the higher one's strength, the higher the price. Thus, the stronger Susan was, the lower the price Lu Yin would receive in the future. Being in the realm of Earth was just right as long as it could protect his life. Zhou Shan's injuries had recovered considerably, and Lu Yin gave him some of Geraldine's healing medicine. "What do you plan to do with those 2 aliens?" he asked. "Lock them up for now, they'll definitely be useful. You can also interrogate them and learn more about them." Zhou Shan nodded. "I heard they're from Anhui? They're in the direction we're heading, so we might as well get rid of them." "The direction we're heading? I've always been curious, why do you always want to head west?" Lu Yin looked at him. "You want to hear the truth?" "Of course. I'm going to Hubei to see someone," Lu Yin said. "Hubei? Your relative?" Zhou Shan was puzzled. Lu Yin smiled. "You can say that." Zhou Shan nodded. "All right, you saved Nanjing, so we'll go west if you say so. Right, Hubei isn't bad either, you can connect with Lu Xiaoga's Wuqing and work together to deal with the aliens." Lu Yin's eyes flashed. "Lu Xiaoga? The Light Sage? What's he like?" "What do you mean, what's he like? Strength or personality?" "I'm curious," Lu Yin smiled. "Actually, I don't know him that well. Although we've worked together before, we haven't interacted much. The one who knows Lu Xiaoga the best is Luo Sheng Bai Shui. From what I've heard, the 2 seem to have something going on." Lu Yin frowned. "Something going on? Are they married?" "Nope, we have a good impression of each other," Zhou Shan replied uncertainly. He then smiled at Lu Yin and asked, "Have you seen Bai Shui before?" Lu Yin shook his head. Zhou Shan looked up at the sky and pointed at the clouds. "Bai Shui looks like that." Lu Yin looked up and followed Zhou Shan's gaze, feeling rather lost. Bai Shui, a hibiscus from clear water, a natural sculpture, the goddess of the Luo River, a picturesque beauty. Lu Yin stared at Zhou Shan as if he had seen a ghost. "You know how to use idioms." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 22. Zhou Shan rolled his eyes. That's not something I said, it's something everyone agrees on. Bai Shui is known as the most beautiful woman in all of China, bar none. Celebrities, internet celebrities, socialites, and school beauties can't even compare to a single finger of hers. Zhou Shan laughed strangely. I didn't believe it at first, but after seeing her, I'm convinced. This woman was born to be worshipped, and it's not an exaggeration to call her a goddess. Lu Yin laughed. Is it that exaggerated? Goddess? What arrogance! A native will always be a native. If you see Star Sibyl, you'll kneel and lick her feet, Geraldine suddenly interrupted. Lu Yin sneered. I don't want to hear the word native coming out of your mouth again. Go guard the door. Geraldine snorted and left, not daring to challenge Lu Yin again. Zhou Shan felt awkward. It wasn't good to be overheard by another woman. Brother Zhou, please continue, Lu Yin said. Zhou Shan coughed. There's not much to say. Lu Xiaoge is handsome and Bai Shui is beautiful. They're a perfect match. What about their strength? Lu Yin asked curiously. Zhou Shan shrugged. Lu Xiaoge and I are both 4 lower sages, while Bai Shui is one of the 3 upper sages. Although it's said that Lu Xiaoge is cautious and good at hiding his strength, he can't be much stronger than me. Lu Yin nodded in understanding. Zhou Shan's words implied that he didn't know much about Lu Xiaoge, but Lu Yin could tell that he had a good impression of Lu Xiaoge. The title of Light Saint was an extreme praise, and Lu Xiaoge's image was perfect. Outside of Lu Yin, who had survived by chance, only the dead could understand Lu Xiaoge's darkness. Lu Yin had originally thought that Lu Xiaoge was his only enemy, but if Bai Shui really did have an affair with him, the number of enemies would increase. That was how society worked, and Lu Yin tapped his finger on the wall as he fell into deep thought. It wasn't until evening that the beast tide completely retreated. Lu Yin left Nanjing after dark. He didn't have many fire crystals left and he needed to dig up some more. Moonlight shone down, illuminating the cold land. Aside from the scalp-numbing chewing sounds from the darkness, only the howling of the wind could be heard. When he arrived at the fire crystal mine, he saw a silhouette standing there quietly. It was a man with short silver hair, and he was looking up at the moonlight with a dazed expression. Lu Yin's expression changed the moment he saw this person. Aside from the long-haired corpse king, the flame crystal, and the sinister skeletal eye, was this person here on purpose? Lu Yin didn't know that there was someone here, so he didn't try to hide himself. Naturally, the silver-haired man noticed him. Who are you? He didn't know how strong this person was, but he had a feeling of extreme danger. He didn't want to get too close to this person, and the skeletal eye kept circling in his mind. The silver-haired man looked at Lu Yin and smiled faintly. Coincidentally, the moonlight was covered by a layer of clouds at this moment, causing the land to sink into darkness. In that instant, Lu Yin felt his scalp go numb. A white light flashed in the darkness, and he used the roving step to quickly retreat. At the same time, he punched out with his right palm, causing stars to appear. A pair of cool eyes flashed with surprise as the white light spun rapidly and collided with Lu Yin's right palm. Vaguely, Lu Yin saw that the white light had come from a beautiful butterfly knife. The blade tore through the air at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye, completely repelling the power of Sirius' palm. There was a loud bang, and the air distorted as the two retreated at the same time. Moonlight peeked out once more, illuminating the land and illuminating the two. Lu Yin's expression turned serious. This person had blocked Sirius' full-force attack. The silver-haired man was surprised and scratched his head. I'm sorry, I thought you were a zombie, so I attacked. Sorry, ha. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes and stared at the man, his lips curling up. You're welcome, I also thought you were a zombie, so I attacked. Fortunately, I didn't use my full strength, so I didn't hurt you. The silver-haired man raised an eyebrow. No, how could you hurt me? Although I barely used a third of my strength, it was more than enough to block your palm, haha. Lu Yin looked at his own palm and smiled. Sorry, I remembered wrong, I only used a quarter of my strength. Fortunately, I didn't hurt you. The silver-haired man laughed. Well, I also remembered wrong, I only used a fifth of my strength. Is that so? I don't believe you. Want to try again? Lu Yin challenged. The silver-haired man quickly waved his hands. No, I'm an elegant gourmet, I don't fight. By the way, what are you doing here? Looking for a classmate, I arranged to meet her here, Lu Yin said indifferently. The silver-haired man grunted. Me too, I remember there's a Jinling nearby but it's marked blue. Could it be your classmate's doing? Lu Yin nodded. It's her. The The silver-haired man sighed regretfully. I see, I wanted to go and have some fun, but forget it, you can continue waiting, I'll be off. With that, he turned and left, quickly disappearing. Lu Yin looked at his gadget and confirmed that the silver-haired man had left before letting out a sigh of relief, his expression unprecedentedly solemn. His serious palm had been blocked, and he had used his full strength after breaking through to the Sentinel realm. He had no time to hesitate. He had indeed used his full strength, but it had still been blocked. Just who was this person? Such a powerhouse had actually appeared in the first batch of trial takers. Lu Yin walked to the side of the ditch and looked at the location of the flame crystal mine. That person had been standing there since the beginning, and this was where he had picked up the eye. This person was likely the owner of the eye. Lu Yin recalled all the symbols he had seen in the universe, but there was no such thing as a vertical eye. When he had first picked it up, he had felt that he had come into contact with something incredible, and this feeling was even stronger now. Although the silver-haired man was a sentinel, Lu Yin could tell that he hadn't used his full strength in that exchange. He was unfathomable. On the other side, the silver-haired man was flying under the moonlight, a strange expression on his face. His killing blow had been blocked. A sentinel student actually managed to block my attack. Interesting. I thought such a person would only appear in the second batch, but I didn't think there would be one in the first batch as well. Yuxiang, the border between the Su province and Anhui province. Ever since the main force of the camp had been concentrated in the west, this place had become the front line with 5 captains and 30,000 cultivators. Along the way they had saved many survivors and added many more to their ranks. There were now close to 40,000 cultivators on the front lines, and a new captain had been added. The commander of the front lines was Feng Hong, the only person Lu Yin was familiar with. Everything had been peaceful at the front lines, but on this day, a figure appeared in the sky and looked down at Yuxiang. Tens of thousands of cultivators looked up. Nanjing. Lu Yin looked at the map. The distance between Nanjing and Wuqing was just too great. There was an entire province in between, and there were countless zombies, mutant beasts, and even cultivators who dominated the region. It was just too far away. It would take at least a few months for the camp to open up a path to Wuqing. Wuqing was now marked blue, so even if they fought their way there, they would probably face alien students. At this moment, Luo Yi hurried over. Hidden Sage, there's news from the front lines. The camp has been routed and everyone has been controlled. Feng Hong and the other captains have been captured. Lu Yin was shocked. Did aliens take action? Luo Yi nodded. The soldiers who escaped reported that the attacker left behind 2 words. Yi Gu of Blue Mountain Academy. Tell Geraldine to come over, Lu Yin said. Geraldine arrived quickly. Go, contact Yi Gu through the gadgets of students from Blue Mountain Academy. He's in control of the camp's front lines, Lu Yin said. Geraldine nodded and took out the gadgets of the 2 students from her cosmic ring. She tapped a few times and a screen appeared in front of her, showing a young man smiling at her. Long time no see, Miss Geraldine. I never thought we'd meet here. I'm Yi Gu, a student of Blue Mountain Academy, the young man said politely. You know me? Geraldine was puzzled. Yi Gu smiled. You're a famous beauty from the first military academy. Blue Mountain Academy isn't far from your academy, so of course I know you. Did you arrange for those 2 to ambush me? Geraldine asked coldly. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 23. Jaeger smiled. Of course not, I just wanted them to check if there were any other students nearby. What, did they attack you? Don't worry, I'll teach them well. No need, they've already paid the price, Geraldine said coldly. Lu Yin walked over to her side and looked at Jaeger. Jaeger wasn't surprised to see him. You're Nanjing's hidden sage? You must be from outer space as well, or Geraldine wouldn't be working with you. Lu Yin replied, I'm Yada, a student of Pagoda Planet's Academy. My grandfather is the principal. Geraldine's face twitched. She hated those words. They were the reason why she had let her guard down around this bastard. Jaeger froze. What are you trying to say? Lu Yin showed a hint of pride. I'm rich, release my people and I can give you a lot of resources. Jaeger laughed. Pagoda Planet? Never heard of it, I don't care who you are, I just want to work with you. Work with you? Lu Yin was surprised. Jaeger grew serious. I found a Gale crystal mine nearby, but it's been occupied by a group of mutant beasts. They're all sentinels and will be difficult to deal with, so I need help. How much? Geraldine asked. Jaeger shook his head. I'm not sure, but a conservative estimate would be a few dozen cubic meters. Geraldine's eyes burned with passion. A few dozen cubic meters of Gale crystals was quite a lot. Most planets would only have a few cubic meters at most. She wanted to agree, but she held back and looked at Luine instead. Luine replied, "I'm rich, I don't care." Jaeger was stunned. He hadn't expected a student to reject his offer. This was a few dozen cubic meters worth of Gale crystals, which was equivalent to at least 100 cubic meters worth of star crystals. It was enough for someone to become proficient in a battle technique and even accelerate their progress to the Melder realm. It was definitely a considerable amount of resources. Geraldine secretly glared at Luine. She wanted to go. But no one would complain about having too much money. "All right, we'll look for you in 2 days, but don't touch anyone from my camp." Luine changed the topic. Jaeger nodded. "Sure. Bring my 2 juniors with you. The more people, the easier it is." Geraldine immediately hung up after Luine agreed. "Is this Jaeger the powerhouse on the same level as Terrence?" Luine asked. "I've heard of his name before. He's one of the top 3 students in Blue Mountain Academy. He might even be stronger than Terrence." "What's his family background like?" Geraldine was startled. "Family background? I don't know." Lu Yin's eyes twinkled. He wasn't going there for the Gale crystals. No matter how many of them he had, they couldn't be exchanged for star crystals on Earth, and they might end up in the hands of the Great Yu Empire. What he lacked right now were star crystals, and Jaeger should have some on him. Jinling wasn't far from Yuxiang. Lu Yin had Geraldine carry the 2 students from Blue Mountain Academy upside down, and it only took them half a day to reach their destination. Tens of thousands of evolvers from Yuxiang were trapped in the camp. Their weapons were confiscated, and they were being monitored by another group of evolvers. He saw Feng Hong, the pitiful captain, hanging from a tree. A powerful wave of energy rippled through the entire camp, and when the 2 arrived, it swept out and caused the sky to tremble. Lu Yin knew that this was Jaeger's show of strength, but he also wanted to test his own strength. Not only was such a show of strength useless, but it would also expose his own strength. Jaeger's energy wave was powerful, even slightly stronger than Terrence's, but Lu Yin didn't mind. A barking dog didn't bite, and only the silver-haired man's methods of killing were terrifying. Geraldine stepped forward and blocked Jaeger's energy wave, causing the air to distort and an invisible crack to appear in the ground that separated the camp from Lu Yin's group. Feng Hong and the other captains looked up and saw Lu Yin, their eyes filled with shame. Lu Yin didn't care about them, instead focusing on the man who was slowly rising into the air. Plop, plop. As expected of the belle of the military academy, Geraldine's strength is amazing, Jaeger praised, his eyes filled with undisguised greed. Geraldine snorted, "Is this how Blue Mountain Academy treats its guests?" Jaeger smiled, "I apologize for my rashness." He looked at Lu Yin with contempt. Lu Yin had just become a sentinel, so his energy wasn't strong enough to attract Jaeger's attention. "Can you 2 release my juniors now?" Jaeger looked at Geraldine, assuming that she was the leader of the 2. The 2 captured students wanted to speak, but their mouths were sealed. They could only give him looks to remind him of Lu Yin's strength, but Jaeger didn't understand. "That depends on your sincerity," Geraldine said coldly. Jaeger shrugged, "All right, let's talk at the camp." Soon a few people appeared in the camp. Jaeger took out a map and pointed to a mountain 100 kilometers away. "The Gale crystal is there, but it's surrounded by a group of mutated birds. There are at least 5 sentinels in the group, which is what the natives call the realm of sky. There's also a group of seekers, and there's a lot of them." "What do you plan to do?" Geraldine looked at Lu Yin and asked Jaeger. Jaeger replied, "The 5 of us can deal with them, but it'll be too tiring. I've thought of a way to get the natives to lure the birds out, then use the planet's firearms to blow them all up." Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, startling Geraldine. "That way the natives will be dead for sure." Jaeger smiled, "It doesn't matter if they live or die, it'll be easy for us. Even if we don't send them to their deaths, we can still succeed," Lu Yin said calmly. Jaeger looked at Lu Yin with amusement. "Brother Yada, the lives of these natives are not worth your attention. Once the trial is over, the evolvers among them will be sent to the battlefield. Some of the more talented ones might even become the slaves of influential students, while the pretty ones might become maids. The rest will just be cannon fodder, so there's no need to worry about them. Actually, it's better for them to die here, and they might even thank us." Lu Yin did not say anything, as Earth's fate had already been decided long ago. From the moment the trial began, everyone on Earth had been under the observation of the Great Yu Empire and the Universe Youth Council. Only an extremely small number of people with innate gifts would be treated fairly, while the rest would be cannon fodder. Jaeger was right. Jaeger looked at Geraldine. All right, I've shown my sincerity. Can you let them go now? Geraldine looked at Luine, but he said, wait a moment, I have another question. Jaeger's eyes flashed coldly. What is it? Luine looked at Jaeger. You're a top powerhouse of Blue Mountain Academy, so why are you staying here instead of completing your mission? Jaeger was shocked and he looked at Luine and then at Geraldine. He laughed. I almost forgot. It's normal for people at your level to not have access to such information. Alright, I'll explain it to you. He then sat down and asked for several cups of tea to be served. Luine and Geraldine sat down as well, accepting the tea and looking at Jaeger. Jaeger took a sip of tea and said in a low voice, the students are divided into 3 classes. The first class consists of my 2 juniors. The purpose of their trial is just to show off to some people. It's like gilding. As long as they can survive the trial, their future will be glorious. The second class consists of us. Geraldine was shocked. She had thought that Jaeger, a top powerhouse of Blue Mountain Academy, wouldn't be in the same class as her. Jaeger nodded. You, me, and even Terrence from your military academy are all in this class. Our goal is to achieve some results such as conquering a territory, marking it blue, discovering precious minerals and so on. Geraldine, ever since you landed, has anyone told you to complete a mission together? Geraldine shook her head, her expression solemn. Jaeger smiled. That's right, we're not qualified. Only one type of person is, and that's your academy's Varen and mine's Boris. The strongest in the academy? Geraldine was shocked. Jaeger nodded. There's no such thing as fairness in this universe. We need to be notified of the trial, but they're already aware of it. Plus, the strongest students in each academy have their own way of contacting each other. This is their sphere of influence and we can't reach them. They've already formed an alliance before the trial began to complete their mission. Varen isn't in this area, right? Geraldine looked bitter. I didn't see him before the trial started. He pressed down with a single palm, causing a terrifying shockwave to bombard the ground. Jaeger fell to the ground and was struck again. He barely managed to raise his hands to block the attack, but he was still blasted into the ground. Both of his arms were broken, and he spat out a mouthful of blood before fainting. Jaeger fell to the ground and looked at him coldly. The shockwave palm and space render palm only required physical strength and did not require star energy. Countless cultivators surrounded the camp and stared at the half-dead Jaeger in shock, not daring to move. Jaeger glanced at them coldly before looking at the 2 students from Blue Mountain Academy. Their faces were pale, but they obediently stayed where they were. Jaeger heaved a sigh of relief, but at the same time she was shocked. She knew that the space render palm was powerful, but she hadn't expected it to be able to crush Jaeger. Jaeger's physical strength alone was enough to fight the top 3 powerhouses of the various academies. Let me ask you, are the Gale crystals real? Jaeger asked the 2 students. He had asked them before and their answers had been the same as Jaeger's, but he didn't believe them now. They looked at each other and whispered, the Gale crystals do exist, but the mutated birds are not to be trifled with. There's a huge strange bird that might be a melder and one of our classmates died under its claws. Jaeger glared at Jaeger. She didn't want to provoke a melder. The effects of the drug will dissipate in half an hour. Bring these people back to Jinling then, Luine said to Geraldine before walking out of the barracks. Feng Hong and a few other captains were already waiting outside. A group of cultivators from Anhui were under Jaeger's control, but they weren't sad about Jaeger's death. Instead, they heaved a sigh of relief. Jaeger's control over them came from his strength. Let them go. Those who are willing to join the camp can stay. Those who don't can leave, Jaeger said. Feng Hong nodded and immediately made the arrangements. Not long after, Feng Hong returned and whispered, I'm sorry, Hidden Sage, we still need you to save us. Jaeger smiled. He's a Realm of Sky powerhouse, so there's no other way. Tell me about the cleanup. Yes, the zombies from Nanjing to Yuxiang have all been cleared out. We also cleared out a group of mutant beasts, but not all of them. They're very strong, so we can only mark some of their territories on the map as a warning. Anhui is further west, and that's where the Realm of Sky powerhouse came from. Feng Hong reported. Jaeger listened for a while before sending Feng Hong away. He realized that he had been wrong. He had seen the ambition in Lu Tianga's eyes when he had bombed the city. Before the students had arrived, Lu Tianga hadn't understood the heavens, and his ambition had been limited to this land. But now that the students had appeared more frequently and he had understood the heavens, would he still be limited to Earth? Lu Yin was certain that Lu Qingge wasn't someone who would easily submit to others. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 25. Why the capital? It's the same everywhere, Zhou Shan didn't understand. Lu Yin didn't mention anything about the mission, only saying, I want to find the truth about the apocalypse and that corpse. Zhou Shan shook his head, there's no need for that. The explosion turned everything within 10 kilometers of the capital to dust. Even though the apocalypse descended, there were still people who rushed to the scene to investigate, but they didn't find anything. Do you think it'll be useful after so long? I don't care if it's useful or not, I'm going. Zhou Shan sighed and looked out of Nanjing with a complicated expression. I can't stop you if you want to go, but I hope that you can return to Nanjing if you don't find anything. Lu Yin nodded, I will. Zhou Shan took out a document. This is the document I use in the National Army and it's also my token. The 7 sages made an agreement that seeing this is the same as seeing the real person. Take it to the capital and find Zhang Dingtian, he'll help you. Zhang Dingtian? One of the 7 sages? Lu Yin was puzzled as he didn't know much about the 7 sages. Their communications during the apocalypse had been intermittent, and his attention had been focused on Lu Qingge. If he hadn't come to Nanjing, he wouldn't have even known that the executioner was called Zhou Shan. Zhou Shan's face lit up at the mention of Zhang Dingtian. Lu Yin, I know that you're very strong and can even suppress the aliens, but I still have to tell you that you shouldn't underestimate the 7 sages. Don't judge them by my strength, especially the 3 high sages. Zhang Dingtian is one of them, and he's publicly acknowledged as the leader of the 7 sages. Lu Yin was stunned, the leader of the 7 sages? That wasn't a normal title. Zhou Shan said solemnly, ever since that corpse was brought back to Earth, Huaxia secretly selected countless people in an attempt to inherit some of the legacies. In the end, the 7 sages succeeded, and Zhang Dingtian was recognized as the strongest of them all. His blade could suppress everything. Those students were very strong, but I don't believe that anyone at the same level could defeat Zhang Dingtian. Even the arrogant Luo Sheng Bai Shui couldn't compare herself to Zhang Dingtian. Many people call him the Sword Sage, but his full name is the Frenzied Blade Sage. As he listened to Zhou Shan's words, a blade and a domineering man suddenly appeared in Lu Yin's mind. One man and one blade had suppressed the entire capital. How are you compared to him? Lu Yin asked. He wanted a direct comparison. Zhou Shan smiled wryly and raised a finger. Other than the 3 high sages, everyone else can only deal with him with one strike. Zhou Shan's true strength surpassed Orton and Geraldine's, and he could even fight Terence. This meant that Zhang Dingtian could defeat someone at Terence's level with a single strike. According to Jaeger, he should be one of the strongest students in the various academies. How could there be someone like him on Earth? Lu Yin believed that if he used the Space Render Palm or Sirius Palm, he would be able to defeat Zhou Shan in one move. So, who was stronger between him and Zhang Dingtian? Zhou Shan had done him a favor in hopes that Lu Yin would return to Nanjing in the future, but Lu Yin was destined to disappoint him. His future lay in the heavens. There were still 2 months before the second batch of trial takers would arrive, and Lu Yin hoped to find the corpse and confirm its identity within those 2 months. He was in a hurry. What? You want me to go to the capital with you? Impossible. Geraldine exclaimed, refusing at once. You don't have the right to refuse. Didn't you hear what Jaeger said? Those going to the capital are all the strongest students and they're freakishly strong. I saw Varen crush Terence with my own eyes. He's not someone who can be defeated with a sneak attack. I told you you don't have the right to refuse, Lu Yin said. Geraldine was speechless and implored helplessly, Yada no Lu Yin, you don't understand what it means to be the strongest student in the academy. Terence was heavily injured by Varen during the Inter-Academy tournament. The difference is too great. Jaeger was also heavily injured by me, Lu Yin said. Geraldine wanted to retort, but she suddenly realized that he was right. She had always placed herself below Terence, and this had unknowingly lowered her evaluation of Lu Yin's strength. But now that she thought about it, he was also a freak. A Seeker had heavily injured Terence, and Jaeger had been heavily injured without being able to use star energy. Geraldine took a few steps back and sized Lu Yin up. She suddenly felt that he might really be comparable to the strongest student in the academy. Lu Yin had never used his full strength against Geraldine, so she didn't understand his true strength. Even so, the few things he had displayed were enough to shock her. "I'll leave tonight for the capital," Lu Ying said indifferently before leaving, not giving her any room to refuse. Geraldine was helpless. The universe was boundless and there were countless academies. Even the Great Yu Empire had many, and these so-called trial missions weren't something she could handle. But now she was being forced into a different circle, one that was known as the strongest. In Hebei province, in the vast mountains, the color of blood soared into the sky like smoke signals, dyeing the mountain streams red. Blood covered the rivers, and the pungent smell attracted more and more mutated beasts. In the blink of an eye, all the beasts were slaughtered. The stream was dyed red, and a short man stood in the water as he washed his body. The scars on his back had long since scabbed over, and his sturdy muscles bulged. On the shore, a man and a woman quietly sized him up. "Parlay, there won't be any more mutant beasts in these mountains if we let you play." The short man glanced at the shore. "There are 2 Melder beasts I didn't provoke, I'll kill them when we get back." The woman replied, "It's time to go to the capital, we'll have the best chance of finding the fugitive there. The corpse this planet brought from Neptune might be the fugitives." Parley's eyes flashed coldly. "Varen, where are the other 2 teams?" The man on the shore was Varen from the 1st Military Academy, while the woman was Boris from Blue Mountain Academy. These 3 were the elites that Jaeger knew of. Varen replied, "Jerlin's team is in the grasslands north of the capital. Eddie's team is in Shangxi, not far from the capital." Parlay walked ashore, energy rippling out from his body as his body instantly dried up. "Let's go to the capital." The 3 left, leaving behind the corpses of countless mutant beasts, including quite a few sky beasts. North of China, the endless grasslands swayed in the wind. From above, it looked like green waves dancing under the sun, exceptionally beautiful. On the grasslands, a woman raised her hands and breathed in deeply. "It's so fresh, this is the smell of the grasslands." Not far away, a 2-meter-tall man with green skin glanced at her. "What's so good about the smell of feces?" "You're sick." "Balor, what did you say?" The woman's ears were sharp and she immediately glared at him. The green-skinned Balor smiled. "Nothing, it smells good, it smells good." The woman was pleased. "At least you know your place. Let's go to the capital. I heard that the people of this planet found a corpse from a primitive planet. It should be a fugitive." "All right," Balor replied, looking up as the endless grass ahead suddenly parted, as if it had a mind of its own. In Shangxi, 2 people wrapped in black robes slowly walked through the endless yellow earth. From time to time, strange and ferocious mutant beasts would charge out of the soil and disappear. Under the black robes, one of the men with scales on his forehead had a cold gaze. With every step he took, the yellow earth became incomparably dry, as if all the moisture had been sucked away. After 100 meters, the ground he had walked through had cracked and turned into dust. All the mutant beasts inside had been sucked away, leaving only their skins behind. "I don't like this place, we should have landed in the ocean. There's no other way, we have to come to the capital to complete the mission. I know you were born at the bottom of the sea, but get over it. We can leave soon. I've sacrificed so much, anyone who dares to stop me from completing the mission will be killed. Even if all the natives of this planet die, they can't stop me." Of course no one can stop us. In the northeast, snow and ice covered the horizon, and the white world stretched as far as the eye could see. In this endless white, a pair of red boots slowly stepped forward. Her back was facing the wind and snow, revealing a devastatingly beautiful face. Her eyes were as bright as the stars, and they almost melted this frozen world. She was Bai Shui, the Luoxing of China, the Luo River. This was the Blue Camp, the Luoxing's Blue Camp. On the snowy ground, 3 figures were kneeling on the ground. Their faces were twisted and they seemed to be in extreme pain. One of them forced himself to raise his head and look at the beautiful woman before him in fear. His lips trembled as he asked, "You, a mere native, how can you be so strong?" However, looking at this giant tree that covered the sky, there was no hope of igniting it. Even the flame crystals outside of Nanjing weren't enough. Lu Ying didn't have time to waste on Geraldine. His eyes narrowed. A human? Under the mutated tree, a black dot moved left and right, growing larger and larger. It was a human just like Lu Ying and the rest. This person was even closer to the tree than they were and was constantly retreating to avoid the tree's attacks. So strong. Geraldine was shocked. She knew that she wouldn't be able to withstand the tree's attacks. If not for Lu Ying, she would already be dead. However, the person in the distance seemed to be doing it with ease. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold when he saw who it was. It was the silver-haired man. Under the moonlight, the full-powered Sirius palm was blocked by a beautiful butterfly. Lu Yin would never forget this scene for the rest of his life. He had been able to heavily injure Terrence with the palm of Sirius when he was a seeker, but now that he was a sentinel, his full-powered Sirius palm had been neutralized. He hadn't been the one to initiate it, but the opponent's killing intent had forced him to take the initiative. He had been completely passive in that moment, unable to even grasp his opponent's strength. "Yo, classmate, we meet again?" The silver-haired man's eyes lit up and he smiled. Geraldine was puzzled. Did they know each other? "What a coincidence," Lu Yin said as he dodged the tree's whip. The silver-haired man nimbly dodged the tree trunk. "Unfortunately, I've been trapped for a while. If you guys had headed north, there's a high chance of meeting me. It's fate." "You know we're heading north?" Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. "Of course," the silver-haired man replied matter-of-factly. "I also know your destination. It must be the capital, right?" Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he tried to guess who this person was. Was he the strongest person in one of the academies that Jaeger had mentioned? "Careful!" Geraldine cried out as dozens of branches whipped towards the silver-haired man from all directions. The silver-haired man smiled at her in a friendly manner, a beautiful butterfly appearing in his right hand. The butterfly knife flung out in a dazzling manner as it flew towards the tree trunk. With a soft whooshing sound, the tree trunk was pierced through, and the silver-haired man rushed out unscathed. He turned around and smiled at Geraldine again before looking at Lu Yin provocatively. Lu Yin hugged Geraldine tightly, and under her horrified gaze, he raised his hand and slapped at the tree trunk that was attacking them. Stars appeared from his palm, and the tree trunk exploded under the force of his palm, allowing him to walk out unscathed. "I didn't sleep well last night, so I used 30% of my strength," Lu Yin said calmly. The silver-haired man's mouth twitched. "I used 20% of my strength." "You remembered wrong, I used 10%. Lu Yin refused to back down. The silver-haired man snorted. "I used half of my strength." Geraldine was speechless. Were these two competing? At this juncture? Lu Yin didn't know why, but he felt an indescribable sense of danger when facing the silver-haired man. The butterfly knife hovered above his head, ready to fall at any moment. Lu Yin subconsciously wanted to make this person wary, but he wouldn't act rashly if he didn't know the situation. Countless branches appeared from all directions once more, sealing off the space around them. Lu Yin said to the silver-haired man, "Let's work together and attack the main body, or there'll be no end to this." The silver-haired man nodded. "I was too tired from playing a few days ago, or I could have dealt with it myself." Lu Yin replied, "If we weren't in a hurry, I would have liked to test my palm strength on it." The silver-haired man's lips curled up as he stepped on a branch and rushed towards the main body. Lu Yin threw Geraldine towards the flames on the ground. "Be careful," and rushed towards the main body as well. The two weren't far from the main body, arriving in the blink of an eye. Surpassing the Sentinel realm was an important step in one's cultivation. Becoming a melder proved one's initial strength and touched upon the limits of the human body. Cultivators in this realm would remain stagnant for a long time until they broke through the limits of the human body. Most of the elite students were sentinels and very few were melders. Those who could fight against melders were even rarer. Although the tree wasn't a sentient being, it was enormous and had a vast amount of energy. Defeating it was even more difficult than defeating an ordinary melder. The silver-haired man wielded the butterfly. The butterfly knife flickered with white light as it shot towards the tree like a meteor. Lu Yin unleashed his cosmic palm with all his might, and another fledgling star vaguely appeared. This was his second star, and once it was fully formed, its power would skyrocket once again. The two attacked the main body of the tree at almost the same time. The butterfly knife and Sirius palm struck the same spot, causing the sturdy surface of the tree to gradually crack. With a bang, the two pierced through the tree and rushed out a few hundred meters, floating in the air as they looked back. The huge mutated tree slowly collapsed, countless branches crashing down to the ground and covering the river. Lu Yin and the silver-haired man both turned to look at each other, sensing the strength of their opponent even more clearly than before. This person has grown even stronger, the same thought appeared in their minds at the same time. On the other side, Geraldine was the most shocked. Mutant plants were easy to dodge but difficult to kill due to their powerful defenses. Even though she hadn't fought Varen before, she was certain that he wouldn't be able to harm the tree. Yet these two had done so. They were comparable to, perhaps even stronger than, the strongest in the academy. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 27. Who was that? Geraldine looked at the silver-haired man, but she had no recollection of him. Butterfly knives and silver hair were rare features, but she had no recollection of him at all. Could he be a native? Sigh, the blade's blunted and I didn't have time to polish it. I can barely use 50% of my power. The silver-haired man pretended to be regretful as he glanced at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes flashed and he looked at his palm. My hands are dirty, so I can only use 40% of my power. The silver-haired man was speechless. Was that even a reason? Student, this is the second time we've met. Introduce yourself, I'm Silver. The silver-haired man smiled like a fox. Lu Yin smiled back. I'm Yada from Pagoda Planet. My grandfather is the headmaster. Silver exclaimed, you're a second-generation student, no, a third-generation student. Congratulations. Lu Yin smiled, you're welcome, I like your silver hair. Aha, I like it too. Right, I have something to do, so I'll be leaving first. See you again, Yada. Lu Yin smiled, see you again, Silver. Silver quickly disappeared over the horizon. Geraldine flew over and asked curiously, which school is he from? Lu Yin shook his head, I don't know, let's go. Wait, you don't want the energy crystal? Geraldine stretched out her hand, revealing a white crystal the size of a finger that reflected the sunlight. It's not suitable for absorption, but it can be used as a source of energy for weapons. It's not bad after all, it's a melder. Lu Yin took it without hesitation. Let's go, let's continue on our way. He then flew north with Geraldine. The energy crystals of Earth's evolved life forms were considered inferior in the universe, and even the wandering soldiers who directly absorbed them wouldn't use them. There were too many impurities that would affect their cultivation, and they weren't of much use to Lu Yin himself. Dai was also very picky about its food and wouldn't absorb inferior energy crystals. Lu Yin planned to accumulate more and sell them for star crystals later. Silver flew towards the east and stopped after a certain distance, looking back with a puzzled expression. What battle technique is this? You've only just broken through to the Sentinel realm, and yet you're able to block me. It's an unfamiliar battle technique, but it's strong. I'll have to check it out when I get back. Doomsday had arrived and countless ordinary people in Beijing had turned into zombies. The country's top management had all died in a huge explosion, leaving Beijing without a leader. Fortunately, the head of the Seven Saints, Zhang Dingtian, had appeared to suppress the chaos and disperse the zombies, thus saving Beijing. Even so, Beijing was only left with less than a third of its original area, and the surrounding area had fallen into the endless tide of zombies. There were too many people in Beijing, and the number of zombies was close to 10 million, far more than Jinling. Even after half a year, Zhang Dingtian still couldn't eliminate the zombies with the combined strength of more than 100,000 evolvers. The capital was like a giant beast surrounded by countless ants. It clearly had the strength to crush the ants, but it was trapped and unable to move. Capital City was fortified with 10-meter-tall steel walls. Many evolvers stood on top of the steel walls, looking at the zombies in the distance calmly. The city gates opened from time to time, and the evolvers rushed out in the armored vehicles rented by the army, wanting to collect useful materials outside the city. Not long after, the city gates opened again, and an armored vehicle rushed into the city. Didn't that vehicle just leave? A centurion on top of the steel wall asked curiously. Another centurion beside him replied, it's normal, they encountered a powerful mutant beast and lost a few people. The rest came back to regroup. Many survivors had gathered near the steel walls, their clothes tattered and ragged. Most of them were skin and bones from starvation, but the vehicle didn't stop at all and almost hit someone. Inside the vehicle, Paris's eyes lit up. I've only seen such primitive firearms in textbooks, I never thought I'd be able to use one. Interesting. Varen smiled, bring one back if you like. Behind them, Parley's expression was solemn as he looked into the capital. There was a cold energy emanating from there that made even his heart palpitate. Varen, who's the strongest in the capital? Parley asked. He hadn't cared at first, but now he felt different. Someone called Zhang Dingtian, known as the Frenzied Blade Sage. He's the head of the Seven Saints. Parley's gaze turned solemn. Varen glanced at Parley. Ignore him, the strongest on this planet are only sentinels, barely stronger than some elite students. They're still a far cry from you and me. Parley ignored Varen. He was the only one of the three who could feel that cold energy. It was vague, but it was clearly far away yet close at the same time. The armored vehicle continued its rampage, ignoring the soldiers' warnings as it rushed towards the south of the city where the explosion had occurred. The area had long since been sealed off, and there was even a captain guarding it. When the vehicle appeared, it was immediately blocked, and Paris excitedly drove her car into it. "How dare you!" an Earth-level captain shouted, leaping high into the air to attack the vehicle. Varen looked up and casually flicked his finger, sending a gust of wind that tore through the captain and sent him crashing to the ground, heavily injured. The surrounding soldiers were shocked. The armored vehicle stopped, and Parlai and the other two walked out, looking at the crater filled with red lava that distorted the air above. "This is the place. The explosion caused the planet to evolve, but the corpse is gone," Varen said in a low voice. Parlai fell into deep thought. The crater was filled with lava, and even if there were any clues they would be incinerated. There was no way they could get any information from here. "Looks like we can only find the person in charge of the capital, the first of the seven saints." Varen smiled faintly. "I'll go get him." Just as Parlai was about to speak, his eyes narrowed and he looked up. At the same time Varen and Paris also looked up to see a man standing silently in the sky, staring at them coldly. Parley's eyes narrowed at the sight, his expression turning solemn. "When did this person appear?" Paris was shocked. The man slowly descended from the sky with a sword in his right hand. The surrounding soldiers saluted in unison. "Greetings, Sage Hua." Parlai and the other two were shocked. This was Zhang Dingtian? "Stand down all of you," Zhang Dingtian ordered, and the soldiers immediately retreated in an orderly fashion. Parlai and the other two carefully sized up Zhang Dingtian. His appearance was ordinary, not too strong, and there were no obvious wounds on his body. But there was one thing about him: he gave off a very domineering aura. They didn't know why, but the three of them felt that this person was overbearing. Perhaps it was because of the blade. "You're from outer space?" Zhang Dingtian asked calmly. Varen stepped forward. "That's right, we're from outer space. We have something to ask you." Zhang Dingtian looked past Varen to Parlai. "Leave the capital, and you're not allowed to enter." Parlai narrowed his eyes. Varen was furious that Zhang Dingtian was ignoring him. "I have something to ask you, did you not hear me?" Zhang Dingtian glanced at Varen. "Before you leave, as punishment for disrupting the capital, each of you will receive one strike from my sword." He didn't wait for the three to reply before slashing at Varen. Beep 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 beep. Boris' gadget buzzed and her expression changed. "Be careful, Varen. He's a realm breaker." Varen's expression changed. What seemed like an ordinary blade had suddenly turned into something terrifying. Everything in the world seemed to have disappeared, leaving only the blade in his eyes. Varen's pupils shrank as he raised his hand. "Space Render Palm." He roared, causing the air to ripple as a shockwave blasted forward. Zhang Dingtian's attack was blocked by the Space Render Palm, and a powerful burst of pressure spread out in all directions, shattering the earth. Boris' breath caught and she hurriedly retreated. The pressure swept up into the sky, dispersing the clouds and causing the lava in the nearby crater to rise. In the distance, countless soldiers watched in shock. Every time Hua Xing made a move, it was always so shocking. Varen clenched his teeth, staring at Zhang Dingtian, who was only a few meters away. How could a mere native be so strong? The Realm Breaker. How could there be such a monster among the natives? Behind him, Parlai threw a punch at Zhang Dingtian. Zhang Dingtian's eyes narrowed, and the back of his blade slashed at Parlai's fist. An arc of energy blasted out, destroying the ruins in the distance and tearing the earth apart. Varen was the first to be pushed back, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Zhang Dingtian didn't move from his original position, still in the same posture as before. He looked at Boris and slashed again. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 28. Paris's eyes narrowed as she quickly retreated. She hadn't expected the native to still have the strength to attack her after being attacked by Parlai and Varen, but it was too late by the time she reacted. The slash left a huge gash on her abdomen, blood dripping down her clothes and onto the ground. Pain engulfed her nerves, causing her to unconsciously fall to one knee as cold sweat broke out on her forehead. One man and one blade had suppressed the capital. Frenzied Blade Hua Xing, the first of the seven sages. Parlai and the other two finally understood why he was the strongest person on Earth. They couldn't understand how Earth had given birth to such a terrifying character in just half a year of evolution. Realm Breakers were rare even in the Great Yu Empire. Realm Breakers were powerhouses who could display power one level above their current realm. Their gadgets were set very strictly, and even if they were at the peak of their current realm, they might not be able to display the power of a higher realm with the help of battle techniques. Parlay was a peak sentinel with a battle value of 3,000, but even if he used battle techniques and had the power to fight melders, it was impossible for him to reach a battle value of 301. It was like a wall that separated sentinels from melders. There was only one type of person who could shatter this wall, and that was a realm-breaker powerhouse. Someone who could display the power of a melder despite being a sentinel was known as a freak. When Zhang Dingtian raised his blade, his power level had dropped to minus 3,200, which was a melder's power level. "Let's go," Parlay growled, flying out of the capital. Varen and Paris endured their injuries and left at the same time. Zhang Dingtian did not give chase. He calmly watched the trio leave. These three were not weak. Some time ago, alien students had come to Beijing to cause trouble, but none of them had been able to survive a single strike from him. He had already killed 5 students, but these 3 had actually been able to withstand a single strike from him. He had the battle prowess of a supreme saint. This was especially the case for that shorty who was equally matched with his blade, extremely formidable. Huasheng. Armored vehicles appeared one after another, and a beautiful young woman in professional attire walked out of one of the vehicles. She came to Zhang Dingtian's side and asked worriedly. Zhang Dingtian replied calmly, "Pass down my orders, strictly investigate unfamiliar cultivators. Report to me immediately if you see one that looks like a student. Don't take the initiative to attack." "Which group of Starry Sky students did you just fight with?" the woman asked. Zhang Dingtian looked at her. "Don't overthink it. No one is my match." The woman's eyes were filled with reverence as she nodded her head and gave orders to the army. Her actions were swift and decisive. Outside the capital, the 3 of them landed. Paris angrily roared, "A native injured me. He actually injured me. I want him dead. I want him dead. I want him dead immediately." Varen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "I can't believe the natives have realm breakers." Parlay replied in a low voice, "Don't worry about it. Combat statistics are the most unreliable means of detection. Victory or defeat still depends on the person and their battle techniques." Varen frowned as he looked at the capital. "Unreliable? That's right. Generally speaking, the combat value was indeed unreliable. Many experts did not intend to increase their combat value at all. They wholeheartedly focused on their combat skills. This kind of person was quite powerful. However, the combat value for breaking through the current realm was different. The Great Yu Empire had even decreed that realm breakers could directly join the 13 imperial squadrons. That was the highest authority in the empire, and realm breakers were respected as much as talents. He had just experienced the terror of a realm breaker. That native didn't seem to have used any battle techniques, only a single blade had been enough to overwhelm him. Although Parlay spoke casually, he couldn't hide the envy and jealousy in his voice. He was a peak sentinel with a combat level of 3,000, and had even defeated melders with his battle techniques. But so what? He still couldn't break through that barrier and raise his combat level to 301. That level had trapped countless geniuses, and now he was seeing it in a native. "I won't let him go. A native actually dared to injure me." Paris was immersed in her hatred, her eyes flashing with bone-deep hatred. "I'm going to trigger a beast wave." Parley's eyes narrowed, but he didn't say anything. Varen agreed from the side. Clues to the fugitive must be hidden in the capital. Zhang Dingtian might know, but a direct confrontation isn't wise. "Paris, immediately trigger a beast wave and keep Zhang Dingtian outside the city. Parlay and I will look for clues." Paris nodded, licking the corner of her lips before rushing off into the distance. A day later, Lu Yin and Geraldine arrived at Hubei. They heard that the capital had been attacked by a beast wave, and that the area outside was filled with mutant beasts and zombies. "There are close to 10 million zombies outside, so there shouldn't be a beast wave. I remember Jaeger saying that Paris is here as well. Could she be the one behind it?" Lu Yin guessed. "That's possible. Students from Blue Mountain Academy all know how to tame beasts, and as the strongest in the academy, Paris must be extraordinary." Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. If it really was her, then she couldn't be allowed to live. "It's actually a good thing. As long as the people in the capital don't come out, it should be fine," Geraldine said. If Geraldine could think of this, then Paris could as well. Why would she still trigger a beast wave? Within the capital, countless soldiers were running around to relieve the soldiers. The beast wave and zombie wave had a certain impact on the capital, with the occasional flying beast causing cries of alarm. On top of a tall building, 2 silhouettes were looking outside the city. In the distance, A slash swept across the sky, cutting a flying mutant beast in half. Blood sprayed high up in the sky. That's Zhang Dingtian, number 1 of the 7 sages. He's really powerful, Jerlin exclaimed. Beside her, Balor said solemnly, he's stronger than me. Nonsense, he's a realm breaker. Even if you and I work together, we might not be able to beat him. Balor wasn't convinced, clenching his green fists. I don't need to fight him head-on, I can just exhaust him. This beast wave should be caused by that woman Paris. She's vicious and must have suffered at Zhang Dingtian's hands before. Otherwise she wouldn't be so crazy. She must have paid a heavy price to cause such a large-scale beast wave, Jerlin muttered. The beast wave attracted Zhang Dingtian, and there's no one in the city. Parlai and Varen might be looking for clues about the fugitive, Balor suggested. Jerlin immediately activated her gadget and exclaimed, wow, 5 sentinels. One of them is a melder, Zhang Dingtian, the other 4 should be Parlai, Varen, Eddie and Hayden. They're all here, this is going to be interesting. Balor's expression turned serious. Eddie is here too? That's troublesome, he's very strong. Jerlin replied, Eddie entered U Academy through an exception and defeated the strongest of 30 academies. That's his record. It's a little troublesome, but it's fine. What do you think Zhang Dingtian will do if we leak this information to him? Balor frowned. Betray our own people? Jerlin rolled her eyes. There's no such thing as own people. We're competitors. Besides, the Empire sees us and the Earthlings as trial takers. There's no such thing as betrayal. Balor nodded. I can use the plants to hold back the beast wave and free up Zhang Dingtian. Then it's decided. Jerlin was overjoyed. On the other side, 2 figures wrapped in black robes stood in an abandoned hotel. Eddie, I can sense Balor's aura. His plant aura is very strong, one of the black-robed men spoke up, his lips curling into a cruel smile. The other black-robed man spoke in a deep voice, there are 7 sentinels in the city, including us. There's also Paris outside, so there are 8 sentinels gathered here. It'll be a bit troublesome, but it won't be too hard to kill. The only problem is Zhang Dingtian, there's actually a realm breaker among the natives. Unbelievable. Leave Zhang Dingtian to me, I want to see what a realm breaker is like. The black-robed man looked up excitedly, his eyes flickering with green light. Atop the steel city walls, Zhang Dingtian's expression was solemn as he watched the endless zombie wave and beast wave in the distance. It was like a meat grinder, with creatures dying every second as blood and gore filled the air. The zombies were weak and could be easily torn apart by the mutated beast's claws, but their venom was strong and the beasts suffered heavy losses as well. 10 kilometers to the east, Paris's face was pale as she excitedly looked into the distance. Go more and more. I'm going to use the beast tide to bury this city. A mere native actually dared to injure me? I'll make you pay the price. She didn't notice that a cold air had appeared beneath her feet at some point. Although the temperature wasn't low, there was a layer of white frost in the air. Still staring at the distant battlefield, Paris adjusted her clothes. Why did it feel a little cold? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 29. Inexplicably, Paris felt her heart clench and a chill ran down her spine. She turned around and saw an absolute beauty calmly looking at her. She wore long red boots and a snow-white dress, and her long blue hair reached her waist. Her expression was cold. Who are you? Paris was shocked. Someone had been so close to her, yet she had not noticed. She had been too careless. Was this a side effect of her injuries? The absolute beauty looked at Paris indifferently. Were you the one who caused this beast wave? Paris stared at the woman, jealousy flashing through her eyes. This woman was too beautiful, and of all the people she had seen, only Starsabil could compare to her. Her beauty was pure and untainted. How could someone like her exist? I'll ask you again. Were you the one who caused this beast wave? The absolute beauty asked again. Who are you? Paris asked in a low voice, her gaze wary. The absolute beauty looked at Paris. I'm Bai Shui. One of the 7 sages, the water sage Bai Shui? Paris was shocked. Bai Shui's gaze swept past Paris and landed on the blood-red battlefield. Her gaze was cold. What are you trying to do by causing this beast wave? Paris sneered. A mere native has no right to speak to me. Wait until I catch you and tear your face apart. She then reached out to grab Bai Shui, and a beast's roar could be heard from her palm. Bai Shui retreated as layers of ice appeared in front of her, but they were easily shattered by Paris. You want to stop me with the ice from a mere plant? Natives will always be natives. Bai Shui stopped and raised her palm to slap Paris. Paris sneered. You're courting death. Her palm collided with Bai Shui's, and a cold aura swept out in all directions, freezing the ground as Bai Shui's ice extended towards Paris. Paris did not care. Although her injuries had not healed, she did not care about Bai Shui at all. I've already said that the ice from a plant is useless, Paris growled. The ice shattered and even Bai Shui's sleeve was shattered. A few icy blades of grass fell to the ground, and they were exactly the same as the ones that had been on Zhao Yu's body. It was precisely these blades of grass that allowed Zhao Yu to use her glacial palm, which had the same effect as the fire crystals. Paris looked at Bai Shui arrogantly, wanting to see the latter's expression of despair. However, in the next moment, extreme coldness enveloped the surroundings. The ground was instantly frozen, and a layer of white ice suddenly appeared all around, freezing the air. Paris's pupils shrank rapidly, and all the blood drained from her face. Impossible. This is an innate gift of ice. You have an innate gift? White Snow's gaze didn't change. Boundless coldness once again enveloped Paris, instantly freezing her right arm. Paris screamed and tried to retreat, but it was too late. In less than 2 seconds, her whole body was frozen and then shattered. The most powerful person in Blue Mountain Academy was dead. Following Paris's death, the beast horde on the bloody battlefield regained consciousness, and many of them began to retreat. Bai Shui heaved a sigh of relief. This woman was very strong. If it weren't for her injuries, she might have been able to break free. She had underestimated herself too much. But even so, she still managed to force out her innate talent of ice. Within the city, Varen and Parlai searched Zhang Dingtian's residence, as well as his former office, but found nothing. Lu Yin and Geraldine arrived outside the capital, passing through the battlefield and entering the city. At this moment, the atmosphere in Beijing was solemn, but it was not chaotic. Although the survivors were terrified, they still maintained their confidence in the Chinese camp. They were too conspicuous, and few survivors could wear such clean clothing. Most importantly, the short man had a very strange appearance, about a meter tall with a stocky build that would be easily recognizable on the streets. The two were Varen and Parlai. They had just left Zhang Dingtian's residence with nothing to show for it and were about to head elsewhere when they bumped into Lu Yin and Geraldine. Varen and Parlai were conspicuous, but Lu Yin and Parlai weren't bad either, especially Geraldine. After the apocalypse, many women couldn't guarantee their survival, let alone their appearance. She was so beautiful that she seemed to glow in the crowd, and Varen immediately recognized her. Varen, she exclaimed, subconsciously moving closer to Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Varen? He'd heard the name several times before. It was the strongest student in the first military academy, an elite qualified to complete a mission. What a coincidence. Varen looked at her in surprise. The capital was a place one had to pass through in order to complete a mission. Was she here to complete it as well? Varen couldn't help but laugh, looking at Lu Yin with contempt. Through his star energy he could tell that Lu Yin had just broken through a piece of trash. You know him? Parlai asked. Same academy, Varen answered. Take him with you, we're short on manpower. Varen nodded and turned to Geraldine. Come, follow us. Fear flashed through Geraldine's eyes as she looked at Lu Yin. The trial was open to everyone, and anyone who wasn't a friend was an enemy, even if they were from the same academy. Although Lu Yin had controlled her, he hadn't threatened her life, but Varen was different. Someone from the heavens was even more ruthless. I told you to come here, didn't you hear me? Varen shouted, attracting quite a bit of attention. Parlai frowned. Lower your voice. Varen glared at Geraldine, his gaze icy. Lu Yin took a few steps forward and looked at Varen. Who are you talking to? Don't you know it's noisy? Varen froze, not expecting Lu Yin to dare say such a thing. He sneered, I don't know which academy you're from, but you'll be removed from the list today. He pressed down with a palm, causing the air to tremble and ripples to spread out in all directions. Many survivors were sent flying before they could even react. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. Space render palm? He pressed down with a palm of his own and struck out with a similar palm. At the same time, Varen struck out with his own. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 30. The two identical attacks collided in mid-air, and everyone heard a loud boom. The air scattered and countless strong winds smashed through the walls and even crushed the bridges. The ground where the collision occurred cracked, and the airflow swept up and then scattered in all directions 100 meters in the air. Varen stared at Luin in shock. You can use the space render palm? He had heard from Geraldine that Varen could use the space render palm, but that didn't surprise him. What surprised him was that Varen's space render palm seemed a little weak. Varen's right hand was trembling, the result of forcefully using it. Parlay stared at Luin in shock as well. The space render palm wasn't something just anyone could use, and this person wasn't any weaker than Varen. At the same time, Zhang Dingtian and Bai Shui looked towards the city from atop the steel walls and leapt up, their eyes cold. Killing intent filled Bai Shui's eyes. A realm of sky powerhouse could cause a huge disaster in the city. These students didn't care about the lives of the Earthlings and had to be killed. Within the city, Geraldine cried out, Zhang Dingtian's here and there's a sentinel beside him. Luin didn't mind but Parlay frowned, end this quickly, Zhang Dingtian's here. Varen's eyes narrowed, his ring armor covering his body as he leapt towards Luin and lashed out with a kick so fast that ordinary people couldn't even see it. Luin raised his leg and kicked Varen's calf, causing the ground to crack and a shockwave to spread out. Varen growled as star energy erupted from his body and crushed towards Luin, causing the earth to tremble. He wanted to use pure star energy to determine victory. He definitely didn't have as much star energy as Varen, but his rate of star energy absorption was twice that of Varen's, so he wasn't afraid of running out of star energy. Geraldine quickly retreated, not wanting to take the brunt of this attack. In the distance, Parley's gaze turned cold as he charged towards Geraldine, reaching out to grab her. She grit her teeth and crushed several flame crystals, causing a surge of flames to spread across the ground. Blazing palm. Flames gathered in her palm and shot towards Parlay. Parley's gaze was cold and arrogant, but he didn't change his stance. Geraldine's blazing palm was scattered by a single palm. The difference was too great. Her flames were too weak for Parlay. He punched out with his right palm, causing a visible shockwave to blast towards Parlay. Parlay turned around and punched out, shattering the space render palm. Varen, go! Varen laughed, his figure flickering as he rushed into the distance, increasing his speed once more. Luin snorted and rushed towards Varen with the roving step, raising his palm to summon the stars. Varen's expression changed as he felt an inexplicable sense of danger. He stared at Luin's palm and dodged without hesitation, but the cosmic palm was not so easy to evade. Stars revolved around Luin's palm, and everything in the area was sucked in like a star. Parlay was shocked, even he was shocked by this attack. Bang Varen's space render palm was completely shattered, and his body was sent crashing into the ground like a meteor. The broken bridge was smashed into smithereens, leaving a huge crater where he spat out a mouthful of blood as he stared at Luin in disbelief. He hadn't expected to be injured by a single palm strike. It had been so powerful that even his ring armor had been shattered. Varen was the strongest in the academy, but he'd been injured by a single palm strike. How dare you fight in the city? You're all courting death. A loud roar came from the distance, followed by a sharp slash aimed at Parlay. Parlay shook off Geraldine and dodged as well. The slash cut through the ground, creating countless gusts of wind. Parlay immediately donned his ring armor and looked at Zhang Dingtian solemnly. High up in the sky, Zhang Dingtian scanned the area below, his gaze going past Parlay and Geraldine to find Luin standing on the ground and the injured Varen lying in the crater. His heart sank. He'd fought both Parlay and Varen before and both of them were very strong. Now that one of them was heavily injured and a stranger had appeared, it was clear that this person was the one who'd injured Varen. This was troublesome. Even Zhang Dingtian had the same thought. More importantly, there were only 4 realm of sky powerhouses who hadn't shown themselves yet. Cough. Varen clutched his body and walked out of the crater, looking at Luin fearfully as he walked to Parley's side. The situation isn't good. Parlay narrowed his eyes and took a deep breath, calming himself down. Not necessarily. It's a 3-way battle, think of a way to escape. He charged at Geraldine before anyone could react, tossing her towards Zhang Dingtian. Zhang Dingtian instinctively raised his sword, causing Geraldine to go pale. Luin leapt into the air, pushing Geraldine aside as he met Zhang Dingtian's attack head-on. The space render palm vibrated as they collided in midair, causing the air to distort. Luin was forced to descend to the ground, his feet digging deep into the ground. This was Zhang Dingtian's strength. Parlay left immediately after tossing Geraldine aside, and so did Varen. Zhang Dingtian was already hard enough to deal with, and now there was an unknown enemy. While they were conceited, they weren't fools. However, they weren't stupid and neither was Zhang Dingtian. After stabbing Geraldine, he didn't hesitate to stab Parlai. There was almost no time between the two attacks, and Parlai had barely taken a few steps when he was attacked. He hurriedly dodged with an ugly expression. "We don't want to fight, let us go." Zhang Dingtian charged at Parlai. "Don't even think about leaving." He raised his sword and slashed down, angering Parlai. "Heavy punch," he growled, clenching his right fist and punching out. Boom. The ground trembled as heavy punch was Parlai's battle technique. He'd thought it would be enough to injure Zhang Dingtian, but the result was shocking. Zhang Dingtian wasn't injured at all, and instead pressed forward with even greater ferocity, forcing Parlai into the ground. Shockwaves swept out in all directions like a tsunami, destroying everything within a kilometer. Varen had no choice but to attack, sending a space render palm at Zhang Dingtian. Zhang Dingtian slashed at Parlai with his saber, tearing the palm apart. He was fighting two people by himself. Lu Yin was about to attack Varen when ice appeared beneath his feet, freezing Geraldine's legs. Bai Shui walked out from behind her, staring coldly at him. "Don't act rashly." Lu Yin's eyes flashed with amazement. He couldn't believe that such a beautiful woman existed. "You're the Luo sage?" he guessed. Bai Shui snorted. "Looks like you extraterrestrials have done your homework. Zhou Shan told me. He said that your beauty is recognizable at first glance." "You touched Zhou Shan?" Bai Shui's gaze frosted over. Just as Lu Yin was about to explain, Zhang Dingtian tried to pull him into the fray as well. He dodged, only to see Bai Shui freeze Geraldine from the corner of his eye. He frowned and moved to Geraldine's side. He grabbed Bai Shui's hand, which was slippery and cold to the touch. "You want to kill her? So what?" Bai Shui snorted, a chilling aura emanating from her body. Lu Yin's expression changed. "Innate gift, you have an innate gift of ice." Bai Shui didn't speak, but her hand froze and spread to his arm. She wanted to freeze both Lu Yin and Geraldine as well. His eyes grew cold and his frozen palm erupted with star energy. Stars could vaguely be seen revolving around his palm, and the cosmic palm shattered the solid ice. Lu Yin used a bit of force to push Bai Shui away and send her flying back more than 10 meters. Bai Shui's arm hurt, but she was shocked. This was the first time someone had shattered her ice so easily. Zhang Dingtian abandoned Parlai and Varen when he saw Bai Shui being pushed back and slashed at Lu Yin. Lu Yin grew impatient and dodged the attack, tossing Zhou Shan's ID to him. "I'm Zhou Shan's friend, not an alien." "You're from Earth?" Zhang Dingtian caught the ID with surprise. Lu Yin nodded, but his expression changed as he glanced around. "Not good, they're trying to escape." After them, he used roving step to chase after Varen, who was closest to him. Zhang Dingtian didn't have time to think and slashed at Parlai. Zhang Dingtian seemed to be the strongest of them all. Even Parlai was at a disadvantage. Although Lu Yin's serious palm was powerful, it still hadn't allowed him to break through to the Melder realm. His power level was still too low at a little over 1,000, and Sirius Palm only had 2 stars. If it had 3, he might have been able to break through. Varen wasn't Lu Yin's match in the first place, and he was heavily injured in the fight with Zhang Dingtian. Parlai had also been defeated by Zhang Dingtian's relentless attacks, falling to the ground with a slash to the chest. The energy that had shaken the sky disappeared at the same time, and the sword itself caused countless people's scalps to go numb. A sharp aura rose from the depths of his heart, threatening to cut the world apart. The clouds in the sky were torn apart, and the world fell silent. Lu Yin was shocked. Lu Yin was shocked. A battle technique? No, this was his strongest attack. In the west, Eddie and the rest turned back, their expressions changing. Zhang Dingtian had been hiding his strength, and although it wasn't a battle technique, it was very close. "Don't hesitate, run," Eddie barked. Jerlin and Balora were shocked. "This native is going against the heavens, run." A cold glint flashed through Zhang Dingtian's eyes, and he slashed out with his sword. Under the shocked gazes of countless people in the capital, the huge attack swept towards the west, cutting the sky apart and distorting the air. The sharp energy caused everyone to hallucinate, as if the sky had been cut apart. Eddie, Hayden, Jerlin, and Balor all turned around to face the attack. However, the attack was torn apart in an instant, turning into 5 shockwaves that disappeared into the sky. Eddie's expression turned grave, his eyes filled with disbelief. Hayden's black robes had been torn apart, revealing his scaly upper body. A streak of blood at the corner of his mouth was dazzling under the sunlight. Zhirlin panted heavily, staring at Zhang Dingtian in shock. Balor was the most miserable of them all, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His already green skin turned even greener, and there were even cracks on the surface of his body. Go! Eddie barked once more, charging towards the west. Hayden looked at Zhang Dingtian unwillingly, but also flew towards the west. Zhirlin and Balor didn't say a word, following closely behind. Zhang Dingtian stood tall in the sky, his domineering aura radiating from him. One man and one blade caused the entire area to fall silent as countless people cheered in reverence. Geraldine was stunned. There were actually such a powerful native, a realm breaker. This was definitely a realm breaker, a monster that few sentinels in the Great Yu Empire could match. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. Zhang Dingtian's attack had left him in a state of shock. He didn't know how strong his serious palm with 3 stars would be, or if it would be enough to defeat Zhang Dingtian. Bai Shui exhaled and smiled, as expected of the leader of the 7 sages. Parlai and Varen were stunned. This was a realm breaker. They had underestimated Zhang Dingtian. If they had known he was this strong, they would never have attacked him in the capital. Zhang Dingtian turned and flew towards the capital's Institute of Science and Technology, one of the most important places in China. Lu Yin and Bai Shui hurriedly chased after him. Geraldine also grabbed Parlai and Varen and chased after him. The Institute of Science and Technology was located in the north of the capital. The corpse brought back by Neptune had been handed over to the Institute for safekeeping, but for some reason it needed to be moved. The top brass of China, including number 1, were present at the moment of the transfer, and only they had the authority to give the order. It could be said that the Institute of Science and Technology was the origin of everything. Parlai and Varen had been so focused on searching for Zhang Dingtian's residence in number 1 that they hadn't even thought of the Institute of Science and Technology. Only Eddie had thought of it. When they arrived at the Institute of Science and Technology, the first thing they saw was wreckage and corpses. Zhang Dingtian clenched his fists and ordered the army to seal off the area and search for survivors. Hua Sheng, President Lien wants to see you, a soldier reported. Zhang Dingtian was delighted. He's still alive? He had the soldier lead the way. There was a depression a few kilometers away from the ruins of the Institute of Science and Technology, the entrance to the Institute of Science and Technology. It was also sealed off by the army, and an old man in a white lab coat was leaning against the wall, drinking water. Beside him was a beautiful woman in a black business suit. Huan Sha, how's the president? Zhang Dingtian asked. He's fine, just a little frightened, she replied. What frightened? I just sprained my ankle, the old man grumbled unhappily. Yes, it's just a sprained ankle. Zhang Dingtian looked at the old man. What happened, President? Lu Yin's group appeared at the same time. Bai Shui looked at him strangely. He just searched through Parlai and Varen's cosmic rings in front of her, taking everything that could be taken. Lu Yin took it as a matter of course. He had contributed to this battle and was poor, so he couldn't afford to waste anything. Parlai and Varen's star crystals added up to 1 cubic meter, so he could roll his die again. Lu Yin grew excited at the thought, wondering what he'd get this time. President Lien had Zhang Dingtian disperse the army, but he waved his hand and shooed Huan Sha away, leaving only Geraldine, Lu Yin, and Bai Shui behind. Geraldine was reluctant to leave, but Eddie had rushed west after leaving, so she wanted to know what he'd discovered. Lu Yin glared at her, and only then did she leave unwillingly. Bai Shui stared at Lu Yin from the side, clearly wanting him to leave. Ignoring her, Lu Yin looked curiously at President Lien. And this is? President Lien looked at Lu Yin and asked. I'm here on behalf of Zhou Shan. Bai Shui was speechless. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 32. Zhang Dingtian was taken aback as well. He's Zhou Shan's friend and also in the realm of sky. President Lien was shocked. Realm of sky? Earthling? Lu Yin nodded. President Lien was even more shocked. I didn't expect anyone to reach the realm of sky outside of the 7 of you and the Indian monk. How did you do it, kid? Innate gift, Lu Yin replied indifferently. President Lien accepted it. There seemed to be no other explanation. What happened, President? Bai Shui asked. President Lien sighed. The technology department was breached and all the information was taken by that kid. What information did he get? There doesn't seem to be anything that caught his attention, Zhang Dingtian asked. President Lien shook his head and frowned. I don't know either. He connected the gadget to the technology department's photon computer and was overjoyed. "It's a gadget," Bai Shui said solemnly. "This is alien technology that far surpasses Earth's technology." Perhaps he was able to identify information that the technology department couldn't. No wonder he wanted to destroy it. He didn't want us to know. "No, I was the one who destroyed it," President Lien said. Everyone was shocked. President Lien smiled wryly. "That person killed all the researchers and searched for the photon computer. I had to destroy the technology department or the underground would have been exposed. That was the only way to contact you." Lu Yin admired the old man's courage. He wasn't even afraid of burying himself. Zhang Dingtian frowned. "The technology department was destroyed and all the information was burned. We can't find them even if we want to take revenge." President Lien shook his head. "Who said the information was gone? If the Institute of Science and Technology is destroyed, then there's no more information. What's the point of being the Institute of Science and Technology's director?" As he spoke, Zhang Dingtian and the others watched as he opened up an underground portal. "The Institute of Science and Technology's information is all backed up underground. You should have extraterrestrial technology, right?" Zhang Dingtian, Bai Shui and Lu Yin immediately went down. It didn't take long for them to see a screen on their gadgets, their faces filled with shock. The screen was showing the explosion from half a year ago. On the screen of the Science and Technology Department, there was nothing special about the explosion. Everything was destroyed. However, under the analysis of the gadget, a black shadow rushed towards the west and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Other than the gadget, Earth's technology could not analyze the scene at all because the black shadow was too fast. Zhang Dingtian and the other two looked solemn. President Lien was shocked. "What is this black shadow? Humans? Half a year ago, the 7 sages hadn't even reached the realm of sky yet. If I'm not wrong, then it should be that corpse. That's the only possible explanation for this." President Lien was shocked. "Are you saying that it's not a corpse? That person isn't dead?" Lu Yin nodded. "Using energy to cover the body and stop all of the body's functions from functioning. It's no different from being dead, so it's normal for Earth's technology to not be able to tell. It looks like I'm right. This corpse is the fugitive from the student trial mission." Everyone was silent as they stared at the screen. Lu Yin looked at President Lien. "Excuse me, but why did you move that corpse? Zhou Shan told me that he can't control anything." President Lien glanced at Zhang Dingtian and Bai Shui. "We analyzed that there was a strange substance in the corpse that would cause unimaginable consequences if it were to explode. We couldn't control it, so we had to move it." Back then, Number 1 was worried that there would be an explosion during the transfer, so he spread the 7 of us out as a precaution. Who would have thought that it would come true and the apocalypse would come? Luckily, the 7 of us were in charge of one area, so we were able to protect the survivors, White Snow said. Lu Yin sighed. "Number 1 is truly a noble person. If he had let the 7 of you protect him, he might not have died." President Lien sighed. "There's nothing we can do, no one expected this. Now it seems that the culprit is that corpse. He was the one who caused the explosion and brought about the apocalypse." Lu Yin frowned, feeling that something wasn't right. Why would that corpse want to bring about the apocalypse? The apocalypse was an evolution for Earth. Wasn't he afraid that it would attract the attention of the Great U Empire? "When we were researching the corpse, we planted a nano-tracker in his skin. Let me see if I can find any information about his location," Dean Lien said as he fiddled with his optical computer. After a while he opened the world map and said in surprise, "I found it. The last place where the tracking signal disappeared is here." Everyone looked over. "Europe, the Mediterranean Sea. That's where the student is heading," Zhang Dingtian said. "Should we go?" Bai Shui asked. Zhang Dingtian stared at the screen. "No." Lu Yin replied, "That corpse used to be an explorer. Even if he's on the verge of death, he should still be able to survive. It's too dangerous for us to go." "Don't worry, he'll definitely come back if those students don't catch him." Lu Yin looked at President Lien in confusion. "His things are in the technology department, he won't give them up." "What things?" Lu Yin asked. When the corpse had been brought back to Earth, no one knew what else had been brought back, only that it had been a warblade. President Lien was about to speak, but Bai Shui stopped him. "This is a national secret, it can't be revealed." Lu Yin was amused. "The apocalypse is here, and the highest authority in the country is the 7 sages. What secrets are there?" Bai Shui stared at Lu Yin. "We don't know much about you. Who knows if you're an alien student? Zhou Shan can vouch for me." I was in the camp before the students arrived. Lu Yin frowned. Bai Shui's lips curled up beautifully. I remember those students saying that Earth was under the Great Yu Empire's surveillance, so it's not impossible for them to have entered before us. You're twisting words and forcing logic? Lu Yin was annoyed. This woman was always going against him. He'd even heard that she had an affair with Lu Xiaoga. I'm just speaking the truth, Bai Shui replied. I have to tell you that those students were only the first batch. The second batch will arrive soon, and there will definitely be enemies that you can't handle. I can help you, so don't be ungrateful. Bai Shui snorted. If you're from Earth, then you should help us. Otherwise you're a traitor. If you're not, then there's no point in us begging you. Lu Yin felt his teeth ache. This woman's analysis was quite reasonable. Zhang Dingtian looked at Lu Yin. Your identity is unknown, and Zhou Shan can only speak for himself. If you want to know any secrets, then you'll need a vote from the 7 sages. Lu Yin waved his hand. Forget it, communication has been cut off. How can I vote? Besides, this woman's appeal isn't bad, so I'll be the one at a disadvantage. Zhang Dingtian stared at Lu Yin's back, deep in thought. Bai Shui commented, this person is very strong. I don't understand how someone else, other than the 7 of us and the few foreigners who accepted the inheritance, could break through to the realm of sky. It's not impossible. The Indian monk was the first to break through without accepting the inheritance. He's only the second. Bai Shui nodded. She wasn't targeting Lu Yin, but she did find him suspicious. His strength was a little strange and he was also a little greedy. She felt uncomfortable when she recalled how he had stolen the cosmic rings of the 2 students right in front of her. Lu Yin walked out of the underground with a solemn expression. Earth was in a state of Armageddon, and the alien students were running wild. There was also a fugitive whose strength was unknown, and the second batch of trial takers was about to descend. Earth was becoming more and more lively, and his own strength was growing a little too slowly. The Great Yu Empire was just one empire in the Frostwave Weave, and there were many other weaves in the Outerverse that gave birth to countless geniuses. He couldn't even deal with students from the Great Yu Empire's ordinary academies, let alone the 13 Imperial squadrons. He had to speed up. Geraldine, come here, Lu Yin shouted. Geraldine walked over from a distance. What is it? Release the news that the fugitive is in the Mediterranean of Europe. Geraldine was shocked. Really? Lu Yin nodded. Go. She frowned. If you know, then why don't you go yourself? Just do it, why ask so many questions? Lu Yin said impatiently. Frustrated, Geraldine activated her gadget and sent a message to the Astral network. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 33. The most important thing right now was the star crystals, followed by the fugitive. He had Terrence's formcast model, which could allow him to remodel his body a 3rd time and reach the Melder realm, but anything beyond that would be troublesome. A normal formcast model could only remodel his body 3 times, and only a stronger one could remodel his body a 4th time. Even Varen and Parlai didn't have such models, so he had to find someone stronger. The fugitive was his only hope on Earth. Although the fugitive might be strong, Lu Yin wasn't sure what the other 4 students were capable of. He might as well muddy the waters and draw all the students to him. The more chaotic it was, the better it would be for the fugitive. Once his 3rd star formed, no one in the first batch would be a match for him, so he had to stall for time. In a secluded courtyard in the capital, Lu Yin closed the windows and scattered fire crystals all over the place before returning to his room. He opened his hand and the die slowly appeared. The die's glow was still dim, and without star crystals, it would take a long time for it to recover to a usable state. He didn't want to wait. Rubbing his hands together, Lu Yin stared at the die with shining eyes. He crushed a cube of star crystals he'd painstakingly gathered and sent a surge of star energy into the die, causing it to glow even brighter until it finally recovered. The stars were hazy and sparkling. Lu Yin licked his lips, feeling a little nervous. He was just like the gamblers. Come on, give me good luck and see what I can get. He tapped the die with a finger. The die spun quickly, the hazy stars extremely beautiful. Lu Yin's eyes widened as he stared at it. Finally, the die stopped spinning and the pips on its 5 faces disappeared, leaving behind a single pip. Another pip. Lu Yin was delighted. A pip allowed him to obtain a random item from someone's cosmic ring. The first time he'd rolled a pip, he'd obtained the Art of Sirius and the Palm of Sirius. This was the 2nd time. Lu Yin watched as the die shot out a beam of light that pierced through the void, as if opening a passage. Something fell to the ground with a thud. Lu Yin stared blankly at the ground, unable to believe what he was seeing. Were these snacks? There was a delicately packaged snack bag lying quietly on the ground. There were words engraved on the bag that he couldn't understand, but they were probably advertising slogans. Lu Yin picked up the bag of snacks in a daze, feeling the urge to vomit blood. He had spent a cube of star crystals in exchange for a snack. Even if it was just a broken dagger, it would have been better. The light on the surface of the die dimmed and then disappeared. Everything in the room returned to normal, leaving Lu Yin speechless as he clutched the bag of snacks. His heart was bleeding. This was too much of a scam. Lu Yin stayed in the capital for 10 days and it was much quieter than before. The corpse tide outside the city had decreased significantly after the clash with the beast tide, and more cultivators dared to venture out. While Beijing was peaceful, Europe was in chaos. 10 days ago, Lu Yin had asked Geraldine to spread the news that the fugitives were in the Mediterranean Sea. No one had believed the news at first, but as Eddie and the others' whereabouts were exposed, many students began to believe it and rushed to the Mediterranean Sea. A few days ago, a huge battle had broken out in the Mediterranean Sea, and a layer of the surface of the sea had evaporated. It was rumored that the fugitive had the strength of a melder and had killed several students before fleeing. Eddie and a few others had been injured. Eddie's group wasn't the only strongest in the academy. There were 3 teams from China, 2 from Russia, and 2 from Europe. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 34. I'm going to catch a zombie and experiment on it, Zhang Dingtian said before leaving. Not long after, Zhang Dingtian threw a zombie to the ground and threw an energy crystal into its mouth. The group stared at the zombie for a moment. Even after a while there was no reaction. Zhang Dingtian and Bai Shui heaved a sigh of relief. One isn't enough, let's catch a few more, Lu Yin said. Zhang Dingtian nodded and ordered his men to capture more zombies. Half an hour later, more than 50 were tied up and brought over. Zhang Dingtian tossed more than 50 energy crystals into their mouths one by one. Suddenly, one of the zombies growled, its face contorted in pain as it glared at Zhang Dingtian with its scarlet eyes. Energy tore through its skin, causing it to explode with a bang. Aside from this one, the rest of the zombies remained the same. President Lien looked on in shock. The energy crystals have a reaction to individual zombies, which proves that this path of evolution is feasible. Lu Yin looked at the mangled flesh on the ground and suddenly thought of Silver and that scarlet eye. Just thinking about it made his scalp go numb and he didn't dare take it out. This has to be kept a secret, Bai Shui said coldly, looking at Lu Yin. It looks like the planet's evolution isn't as simple as we thought. Zombies are also a part of the evolution process. Are they qualified to participate in the trial? Zombies don't have intelligence, Bai Shui said. Lu Yin laughed. Don't have intelligence? Not necessarily. Zhang Dingtian immediately ordered everyone outside the city to return, using whatever firearms they had left to bombard the zombies. Zombies couldn't be turned back into humans, and now that they knew they could evolve, they couldn't be allowed to live. The fact that they could consume energy crystals to gain strength was intolerable. President Lien agreed. There were too many zombies, and even if one successfully evolved out of tens of thousands of them, it would still be terrifying. That kind of supernatural power wasn't something a normal person could deal with. Bai Shui was proof of that. If not for her innate gift of ice, she might not have been Paris's match. It was precisely because of her innate gift of ice that she had been able to easily kill Paris and control Geraldine. That night, an earth-shattering explosion rang out outside the capital. Lu Yin looked up and saw missiles raining down outside the city, sweeping across the land. Zombies were not scary. What was scary was their numbers. This was the consensus of everyone. Firearms were the best way to deal with numbers. The bombardment lasted less than 2 minutes before it ended. Lu Yin was puzzled. There shouldn't be so few firearms left in the capital. Just as he was about to continue gazing at the stars, a figure flew towards his residence. He looked over and was surprised to find that it was Bai Shui. This outrageously beautiful woman had always found him an eyesore. Why was she looking for him in the middle of the night? Lu Yin watched the alluring figure approach under the moonlight. He didn't mind cuckolding Lu Xiaoga. Bai Shui landed at Lu Yin's residence, and she heaved a sigh of relief when she saw him. What's the matter? Geraldine walked out of the room and looked at Bai Shui strangely. Bai Shui calmly replied, Nothing, I was just passing by. Luyin was speechless. Are you sure? Bai Shui muttered to herself for a moment before replying, the people who fired the weapons are all dead. All the weapons have been destroyed and can't be used. Luyin was shocked. Who did this? Bai Shui stared at him in silence. Luyin laughed, so you came here to prove that I wasn't at the scene. I hope you didn't do it or we won't let you go, Bai Shui said coldly. Luyin was puzzled. You seem to be on guard against me, why? Bai Shui didn't answer and turned to leave. Wait, don't think you can leave so easily. Luyin appeared beside Bai Shui and reached out to grab her hair. Bai Shui's eyes were cold, and her body emitted an extremely cold aura that swept towards Luyin. Luyin shook his right hand to disperse the aura and continued to grab her. A layer of ice suddenly appeared in front of Bai Shui, reflecting the moonlight. Luyin slapped the ice and shattered it, but Bai Shui retreated a few meters away and stared at him warily. Luyin shrugged. I was just joking. It's not funny, Bai Shui said coldly. You barged into my house and threatened me, that's not funny either, Luyin said coldly. Bai Shui's eyes flickered. I'm sorry, and flew away, leaving behind a delicate fragrance. Luyin looked up at the sky, wondering who had destroyed the weapons. Did they not want the corpse tied to be bombed? Geraldine sighed as she watched Bai Shui's departing figure. I'm stunned every time I see her. No wonder Zhou Shan called her the goddess of Luo River. In terms of looks alone, she's comparable to Starsabil. Starsabil? Luyin was puzzled. Geraldine looked up at the sky. Starsabil is one of the most beautiful women in the universe. Rumor has it that she can wander the stars and often appears in the trial grounds to find fated people. There are also legends that she can predict the future and look into the past. She's the dream of countless people in the universe. Luyin was speechless. You're a girl, but she's also your dream? Geraldine rolled her eyes at Luyin. She's my idol, and I've heard that she comes from one of the most powerful and mysterious sects in the universe. Any random disciple from that sect can sweep through the entire younger generation of the Great Yu Empire, and Starsabil is even on the Astral combat rankings. She. Geraldine paused and pursed her lips. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Forget it. Luyin didn't pay attention to her words. The universe was boundless, and even the smallest of things could be exaggerated to the extreme. There was no such person in the universe who could predict the future and look into the past. He looked up at the night sky and 2 stars appeared on his right palm. A 3rd star was faintly visible. The bombardment of the corpse tide was temporarily halted. Luyin didn't know how Zhang Dingtian and the rest had dealt with it, but he didn't care. He glanced at his gadget and saw that there were about 40 days left until the second batch of trial takers arrived. The 100,000 cultivators from the Chinese camp left the city in batches. Under Zhang Dingtian's orders, they didn't need to face the mutant beasts and only needed to kill the zombies. This mission wasn't difficult, as zombies were much easier to kill than mutant beasts. Zhang Dingtian and Bai Shui stood atop the city walls. Even if we clear out all the zombies around the capital, it's just a drop in the ocean, Bai Shui said helplessly as she watched the soldiers walk out. Zhang Dingtian replied, it's better than doing nothing. I've already sent people to Nanjing, Hubei, and other places to inform them of the situation. They'll do their best to eliminate the zombies and prevent any uncontrollable factors. Bai Shui's eyes flashed at the mention of Hubei. Is he all right? Zhang Dingtian looked at her and replied, I don't know. Bai Shui fell silent. The cleanup of the zombies was going smoothly. The 100,000 cultivators from the Chinese camp were able to kill nearly 2 million zombies a day, and in just a few days the area outside the capital had become much emptier. Countless zombies had been slaughtered and burned, and thick smoke billowed around the capital. Zhang Dingtian returned to the west side of the capital, where the weapons were fired. He had been investigating the culprit for the past few days, but he hadn't been able to find him. The killer's methods were clean and efficient, and he'd killed more than 500 people in less than a minute. Do you think it's Luyin? Bai Shui asked from a distance. Didn't you see it with your own eyes? Zhang Dingtian asked in a low voice, his gaze sweeping the ground. Bai Shui pursed her lips. It's best to contact Nanjing as soon as possible. His identity is mysterious and I have a feeling he's an alien student. Zhang Dingtian looked at her. So what if he is? This world can differentiate between friend and foe, and there's no need to differentiate between races. Earth doesn't have the right to differentiate between races. Bai Shui's gaze dimmed, but she didn't say anything. Zhang Dingtian turned around and walked inside, but as soon as he opened the door, a flash of white light streaked towards his neck. His eyes narrowed and he dodged in the nick of time. Even so, a gash still appeared on his neck. Under the white light, the silver-haired man's lips curled into a sinister smile. The butterfly knife stabbed towards Zhang Dingtian once more, but he pulled out his sword and blocked it. The butterfly knife avoided the long saber in a strange arc and approached Zhang Dingtian's eyes. This knife was meant to cripple Zhang Dingtian's eyes. Just as Butterfly was about to open his eyes. As the knife approached, Zhang Dingtian didn't close his eyes. Instead, he faced it head-on, his energy erupting from his body. The butterfly knife was delayed for a moment, but Zhang Dingtian's sword slashed horizontally, a huge sword chi visible to the naked eye that split the camp in half and even split the ground. Looks like I'll get double the monthly votes this month. Thanks for the support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 35. The silver-haired man retreated and praised, as expected of the strongest of the 7 sages, we'll meet again if we're fated to meet. Zhang Dingtian turned around and slashed out, but he was shocked to find the silver-haired man rushing towards Bai Shui. Bai Shui aimed a single hand at the silver-haired man, a cold aura enveloping the sky as ice spread out from the void. The silver-haired man sneered. The butterfly knife easily tore through the ice and stabbed towards Bai Shui's neck. Bai Shui couldn't block it and could only watch helplessly. At the critical moment, Lu Yin used the roving step to appear in front of Bai Shui and struck out with a palm. The silver-haired man was shocked. The butterfly knife turned towards Lu Yin, the white light clashing with Sirius's palm once more. The void trembled as the stars exploded, and the terrifying shock waves sent Bai Shui flying. The ground instantly crumbled as countless shock waves shot out in all directions. Smoke and dust covered the land. When the dust settled, Lu Yin was the only one left. The silver-haired man had disappeared. The attack had been quick. It had taken less than 10 seconds from Zhang Dingtian's injury to the silver-haired man's departure. The surrounding troops hadn't even had time to react before everything was over. Bai Shui was shocked. She had felt the sensation of death in that moment. The butterfly knife had easily torn through her defenses, and that cold glint had truly killed her. She had never experienced such danger since becoming one of the 7 sages. Lu Yin walked out of the shallow pit and looked at Bai Shui. Are you all right? She shook her head, a complicated look in her eyes. Thank you. Lu Yin turned to Zhang Dingtian. You're injured. Zhang Dingtian rubbed his neck. It's fine. Only then did the surrounding troops appear, shocked to find that Zhang Dingtian had been injured. How could the strongest of the 7 sages be injured? No one could believe it. Why are you here? Zhang Dingtian asked, looking at Lu Yin suspiciously. Lu Yin looked at his palm. I'm curious. I want to know who the killer is. Zhang Dingtian calmly replied, That's him. I know, Lu Yin replied. He glanced at the wound on Zhang Dingtian's neck and frowned. He had seen how Silver had tried to assassinate Zhang Dingtian, and he could not deny that Zhang Dingtian was indeed very powerful. Even without any footwork techniques, he had been able to retreat from Silver's attack at such close range. Lu Yin had to admit that if he had been in Zhang Dingtian's shoes, he would not have been able to do any better. What Lu Yin wanted to know the most right now was how Silver had managed to hide his aura. Normal students could hide their aura and block the detection of their gadgets, but Zhang Dingtian had been so close and yet still hadn't been able to detect him. This was terrifying. It could be said that there weren't many who could survive an assassination like that. Why did that person try to assassinate you? Bai Shui asked curiously. Zhang Dingtian narrowed his eyes. I'm not sure. I've never met him before. There's only one possibility. He doesn't want the corpse tied to be massacred. Lu Yin's heart sank, as today's assassination had confirmed his previous suspicions. Silver had something to do with the Corpse King. Silver had not cared about the mission, but he cared about the Corpse King, which was incomprehensible. This person was truly unfathomable. Although Zhang Dingtian had guessed a few things, there was no way for him to know more than that. A single assassination would not yield any useful information. Pass down my orders. Exterminate the corpse tied 24 hours a day, Zhang Dingtian suddenly ordered. There was no way to capture someone like Silver. Zhang Dingtian had sealed off any news of the assassination attempt, but the encirclement of the corpse tied only grew more intense. Many cultivators who had not joined the Chinese camps were forced to leave the city to exterminate the zombies. Time passed quickly, and there was only a month left before the second batch of trial takers arrived. Europe was in a state of frenzy during this time, but there was no trace of the fugitive. Just as there was a full month left before the second batch of trial takers arrived, the gadget in Lu Yin's left hand beeped as he forcefully received an email. Students, the safe period has passed and the trial has officially begun. From now on, your gadgets cannot be turned off, and your location will be displayed on the Astral network map. Please complete the mission as soon as possible. I wish you all good luck. The email made the trial even more brutal. It had been 2 months since the first batch of trial takers had arrived, and these 2 months were the so-called safe period. As long as they were willing, they could hide their strength or secretly excavate precious minerals and herbs in exchange for points. However, once the safe period was over, everyone's location would be clearly displayed unless they threw away their gadgets. Lu Yin exhaled and looked up at the sky. This was a true trial where no one could hide. These 2 months were a safe period for the students, but it was also an opportunity for the Earthlings to snatch the resources of the students. This was fairness, the so-called fairness of the universe. When Vesta had died, his gadget had been unable to connect to the Astral network, but now the Astral network had set up a local network for him. This network was a model of Earth, and the locations of the first batch of trial takers were displayed on Earth. There's quite a lot of people, Lu Yin muttered to himself. The dozens of meteors he'd seen in Jinlin were only a portion of the total. There were hundreds of students from all over Asia, Europe, Africa, America, and even Antarctica. Europe had the most people, and there were more than 100 of them gathered in a small area near the Mediterranean Sea. At this time, a line of words appeared at the top of the local network map. Earth's Indian monk defeats Hayden. Lu Yin was shocked. Even the results were announced? At the same time, many of the trial students were shocked. Hayden was not a weakling. He was the strongest in the academy, yet he had actually lost to an Earth native. This shocked many students, especially those at Geraldine's level. To them, the strongest in the academy was almost invincible. However, someone had already been defeated at the beginning of the real trial. This made them take the trial seriously like never before. The Great Yu Empire held trials every once in a while, but it was rare for the strongest in the academy to be defeated. If Earth had evolved normally, the strongest in the academy would never have reached the Sentinel realm, let alone be defeated. This was why many found Hayden's defeat hard to believe. However, another announcement soon appeared: Eddie defeats Earth's Indian monk. Besides, he lacked battle techniques and would not be able to protect the capital if he was surrounded. Bai Shui was even worse. Even if the 7 sages worked together, it would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Lu Yin's expression also turned ugly when he heard the news. He was an Earthling in this trial, and if the capital was controlled, his goals would be greatly reduced. He also had no intention of letting the fugitive go, as well as the things the fugitive had left behind. In any case, the capital was very important. Lu Yin, let's leave quickly. The capital won't be able to stop them, Geraldine urged. Lu Yin fell into deep thought. The top fighters on Earth were on the same level as Zhang Dingtian and Eddie, and Zhang Dingtian was even stronger than Eddie. With so many students surrounding the capital, there would be more than 1 or 2 powerhouses at Eddie's level. If he wanted to break through this situation, he would have to surpass them. The only way was to increase his battle prowess at least to Eddie's level. Only then would he be able to make up for the difference in power and use the serious palm to crush them. Stay in the capital, I'll be back in a few days, he said to Geraldine before flying away. Geraldine gritted her teeth. She wasn't stupid. Staying in the capital would only result in death. Just as Lu Yin was about to leave the capital, Bai Shui stopped him. You want to escape? Bai Shui questioned. I'll be back before the students attack the capital. Why should I believe you? Bai Shui asked, her beautiful face full of disdain. Lu Yin was indifferent. There's no need for you to believe me. You can't stop me. Or do you want to fight me to the death before the students attack? Bai Shui clenched her fists. Let him go, Zhang Dingtian's voice rang out, but he did not show himself. Bai Shui had no choice but to land in the capital. Lu Yin took one last look at the capital before flying away. Not long after leaving the capital, Lu Yin looked at his gadget. The closest one will be you. He then charged towards the west. Geraldine left right after him. She wasn't his servant, and if not for him watching her, she would have left long ago. This was the perfect opportunity. But while her plan was beautiful, it couldn't be realized. She was sadly stopped by Bai Shui. What right do you have to stop me? She raged. Bai Shui stared at her coldly. Because you're Lu Yin's woman. If he leaves, you have to stay. Who's his woman? Don't spout nonsense. Bai Shui was helpless against Lu Yin, but dealing with Geraldine was a piece of cake. It didn't take long for her to be frozen and tossed into Lu Yin's room. It took a while for Geraldine to thaw. Bastard Lu Yin. Bastard ice maiden. Bastard native. Unreasonable. Geraldine cursed, furious. Shangxi was the closest to the capital. Without the 7 sages to guard it, the strongest person in the province was only a realm of earth. Even so, there was still a group of cultivators gathered in Tong City, making it one of the largest gathering places in the province. Rather was a happy-go-lucky person who was easily satisfied. Even though he was the strongest person in the Great Yu Empire's Geru Academy, he did not have the slightest ambition to complete his mission. All he wanted to do was to occupy a piece of land and mine properly so that he could complete his mission with some results. He had no intention of causing trouble. He had occupied Tong City as a sentinel, no, as a realm of sky powerhouse. He had become the protector of Tong City and enjoyed the worship of countless people. Occasionally he would help the pitiful survivors fight monsters, but most of his time was spent comfortably. The discovery of a strange mineral deposit had given him a lot of points on his report card, which made him very happy. Basking in the sunlight and sipping wine, Rather narrowed his eyes and hummed a song from his hometown. This kind of primitive planet is still the best. The air is fresh, the people are simple, no one is watching, and we can do whatever we want. Occasionally we'll find some precious minerals and get some gold plating. Diske, these days are awesome, ha. After enjoying himself for a while, Rather gestured with his finger and two beautiful girls walked over. One of them massaged Rather's shoulders while the other massaged his legs. They also poured wine for him. Rather exhaled. Awesome. Just as Rather raised his glass to his mouth, the sunlight above his head was blocked. Rather frowned and looked up. What entered his eyes was an ordinary-looking young man floating in midair looking at him. Ichem? A sentinel? Rather's expression turned solemn and he waved the two girls away. He stared coldly at the man. Who are you? Robbery, the man said. Rather stared blankly at the man. What did you say? Say it again. There was only one way for him to increase his strength in the shortest time possible, and that was to absorb as much star energy as possible. Robbery was the fastest way. I said robbery. Rather was so angry that he laughed. Kid, you're a trial student, but you're so blind. Do you know who I am? Let me tell you, Before he could finish, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen and his body was sent flying by a terrifying force. He crashed into the ground, creating a huge crater. Within the crater, Rather coughed a few times and spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked up with a pale face. What was that? The space render palm? Damn it, where did this pervert come from? Many students' hearts sank. They'd seen the same notification more than 10 times before. Rumor had it that it was the interstellar bandit who'd stolen his gadget, making it impossible to confirm his identity. Many students had thought that the bandit only dared to rob ordinary students, but Ian's loss caused their hearts to clench. He was the academy's strongest student. On a barren land, a man coughed up blood, his face ashen as he stared into the distance. Lu Yin had used his blood to easily open the man's cosmic ring, and his eyes lit up as he looked at the items inside. Not bad, not bad. There's quite a lot of good stuff. As expected of the strongest student in the academy. Who the hell are you? Which academy are you from? Leave your name. Ian roared. Just now he had encountered this person, and this person had used the space ren palm to stun him. By the time he had reacted, he had been hit by another palm. The space ren palm had at most injured him, but the second palm strike was the key. It had knocked him to the ground and seriously injured him. Lu Yin tossed the ring to Ian. Call me seventh bro. Ian was infuriated as he watched Lu Yin leave. In the westernmost part of China, Qinghai, Eddie, Hayden, and more than 10 other students had solemn expressions on their faces. Ian was robbed and the guy called himself seventh bro. Eddie, we should deal with this before heading to the capital. There's still 15 days before the second batch arrives, so we have enough time, someone suggested. That's right. Leaving that rat alone will only ruin things, another said with a gloomy expression. His junior had been robbed as well, and that bastard had even dared to rob a girl. Eddie and Hayden looked at each other. All right, we'll work in pairs and search the capital's surroundings. We'll gradually close the area and find all the gadgets. If you see someone who's acting alone and has the power of the strongest in the academy, attack immediately. It's better to kill the wrong person than to let them go. It's a pity that the land doesn't allow image transmission, or we'd know who's behind this, someone complained. The group then scattered and left. Luin looked at all the gadgets on the map, so they're working in pairs. Interesting, one of them must be the strongest in the academy. Let's go. Half a day later, Luin was standing in the clouds when two students appeared in the distance and looked at their gadgets. Only 1,700 power, trash, one of them said disdainfully, glaring at Luin as he spoke. The other waved at Luin, "Kid, come over here." Luin calmly flew in front of them, his gaze indifferent. "Kid, have you seen the person who robbed you?" one of them asked. Luin nodded, "Yes." "Draw a picture of that person," the other said. Luin shook his head, "I've never studied drawing." "Are you an idiot? Connect to your gadget and you'll be able to draw anything you want," the other man raged. "Actually, there's no need, the person is right here." "Where?" The two were shocked. Luin pointed at himself, "It's me."